Hello and welcome. This is the BushWhisperer here, and I'm live. We're going to have some people rocking up soon. I'm here all alone to begin. Gabriel's going to be a bit late. A few of the people are coming a bit later. It is that challenging time of year where there's a lot to do, wrapping up for the end of the year. We're going to be having a very interesting discussion today, and I'm going to be waiting for more of you to arrive. Welcome. How are you doing, brother? Hope you're good. Hope you're having an absolutely awesome day out there. You are the first arrival. I've been just arrived 2 minutes ago. And we're going to have a few people arriving a little bit later than expected. But that's all good, because I will start off the conversation as a one-man band scenario. And Georgia, I hope you're having a great day with your children. I hope all's going magnifique. I've had the most amazing day today. I had a full body massage, and it was phenomenal. Phenomenal. Wow. I actually was losing consciousness during the massage. And so I've had really an awesome day. So supercharged to be talking about past lives, the Akasha, the Etheric Planes, and the Firmament, how these all relate to each other. Tell me, Georgia, how's my sound? Is my sound good on your end? Never know how it sounds on YouTube. Do let me know if my sound is at all buzzy, or if it's not good quality, or if it's soft, or if there's something about it that's not idyllic. I'm sure I can adjust this if I need to. That's probably a little bit better. Hey, Mexico. How are you doing, my dear? Hope you're having a great afternoon. I saw you got home. Lovely. Tell me how my sound is, by the way. If my sound is good, if it's not good, if it's buzzy, or if it's soft or too loud, or whatever it is. Excellent. Glad to hear that. Well, we've got Jorge and we've got Mexico. We've got the Third Eye Edifice and Mexico in the room at the moment to start with. We're going to have a few people arriving a little bit late today, but that's all good. I'm so super, super relaxed because of that awesome massage I had today that has just sort of touched all corners of the being and allowed the relaxation and peace to just flow through me. And I'm rocking some new copal resin, which I'm totally enjoying. It's not quite frankincense. And to be honest, I haven't actually got the pure resin of copal before. I've often burnt copal incense, and I've always been like, yeah, take it or leave it. But I saw some golden copal today, which is supposed to be the premium. And I thought, well, I saw it last week, 2 weeks ago. And I thought I had to get into on this copal action, and I'm enjoying it very much. I'm starting to develop a taste for it. I think I'm broadening my horizons. So what are we going to be talking about today? We're going to be talking about the round table, past lives, Akasha, the etheric plane, the firmament. And I think we're going to tackle all of these aspects of the energetic system and the manifestation of life force into this physical vehicle of the go for the physical body from various different perspectives. We're going to be taking it from the spiritual, looking at the psychic reality and the aspects of the creation as it relates to such matters. And we're also going to be looking at it from the physical aspect, what it means on the physical plane, and how it relates to us in terms of this dynamic that we're sitting in. So I'll start off by looking at the Akash. Now, we've heard terms like the Akashic Records and terms like past lives and the etheric. I think the Akash is something that is often thought of as some realm that is elsewhere, some hypothetical, metaphysical place out there, and some place that one has to access or enter into. And my perception and experience of the Akash is very different. My ideas of the Akash have thus become what I believe to be more grounded, perhaps, in terms of I see the Akash as being present here. And I'll start off by considering that I've noticed that when you really observe the world and truly, truly observe the world in the most fundamental way, one notices that the world has got a binary bit code. It's got a bit rate. And it's like the universe is flashing into existence and flashing out of existence and flashing into existence and flashing out of existence really, really, really fast. Sort of like a movie. I think a movie screen is a really great way to understand this and to gain an insight into the way in which the universe manifests. So you've got matter, antimatter, matter, antimatter, matter, antimatter. And it's like a very fast beating heart. And essentially what you've got is Pingala, Ida, Pingala, Ida. And then you've got that Shashumna, which is the line that is connecting the Pingala to the Ida, the in, the out, in breath, out breath. So this continuity of the resonant field, which is the manifestation of the vibrational field. And the vibrational field, as we know it, is how the mental state of existence, which is the true state of being, is brought into its phenomenal manifestational phases due to the fact of the movement produced through the aspects of the vibrational field. And those aspects of the vibrational field relate to the quantum entangling process, because the movement is happening from a position of stationary rest. And that which is at stationary rest cannot be divided or diminished. So in order for the movement to exist, there has to be something existing at two places at once. So we have to have a quantum entangling process happening. The particle has got to take 2 points of reference. And from these 2 points of reference, there is the movement in and out, in and out, in and out. And so we've got this vibratory field, which is expressing the quantum entangling principles and processes of what I call the etheric field, the ethers, the etheric plane. And this movement in and out produces obviously the harmonies that are producing the polarity between the swing in and the swing out of the pendulum. For movement in such a degree has to have a polarity in order to move past the midpoint towards the one extreme, back to the midpoint towards the other extreme. Thus is the nature of the vibrational universe and the vibratory spectrum that we experience through this phase of life. Then we can consider this as being bound through the laws of rhythm, the shamanic manifestation, if you will, of the pulse of the universe, that all of these vibrating aspects of the consciousness field are manifesting in various different ways through the principles of rhythm. Hello, Quinn. Welcome. I hope you're good. I've started solo, but we've got a whole lot of interesting guests coming. Gabriel's going to be a bit late. Third Eye is going to be a bit late. Got a few people coming in late, actually, but it's all good. I think Dr. K will be in soon enough. So this vibratory field, and how are you all doing, by the way? I hope you're all great. I hope you're all styling and having an amazing day, as great a day as what I've been having. So this vibratory universe that we're in, which is producing this rhythm through the entrainment of the vibrational field, manifesting the quantum entangling principles that are dividing from that which cannot be divisible in order to produce an aspect of what cannot be divided here in a divided state. And that seems like a bit of a double entendre. It's definitely a very interesting metaphor to apply to one's consciousness. There's a satirical element to it if one considers it deeply. And this is where we get to the idea of Maya. Is this universe real? Is this universe a dream? Are we just existing in dream time? And so the dream time are the expressions of this process as the human consciousness field is experiencing it on the physical and supramental planes of existence. And so we can consider that this field of Akasha, as I like to call it, is, well, it'd probably be a good point to look at the word ark. Ark. The Ark of the Covenant. Ark. So Ark is obviously got different relations, and the pronunciations can go down slightly different roads. But we are talking about perception because it does relate to the metaphor of the eye. And we've considered the Ankh to be the principles of life, right? Then we've got Akasha, or the Akash. Akash. And Ash is very much like, why do the sadhus of India put ash all over their bodies? Why is the three principles drawn across with ash? What's that about? Reflecting the three aspects of the Om as it's expressed and bound by the Om Tat Sat, where the three becomes the nine most uniquely and amazingly, if one considers it. Welcome, Arthur. I hope you're having an absolutely awesome day, and so much love to you guys. Big blessings. So the Ark and the Ash, Akash, you could say is the perceptual fire. The perceptual fire. Esh, as we know, relates to fire. And it's expressed in these terms through various different languages, which is why the word ash carries this significance today in English. I need to get a glass of water in a few moments. Forgot to get myself some wetty. So the ash is the representation of the Esh, as it is known in Hebrew, which means fire, the divine plane of fire. And the Ark, Ash, Akash, is that perceptual ability for the fire that embodies to find expression. And so this proverbial fire can be understood as the metaphor of the essence from whence the movement arises that is producing the field of vibration. I hope you guys can hear my voice. Let me know if my voice goes at all weird, if I move away from the mic. I tend to forget I've got a mic here, and I will readjust it if that is the case. So the Akash, you could say, is the perceptual. Om Shanti. Blessed be, Vega. Hope you're well. Hope you're having an absolutely awesome day. Big blessings to all you guys. The Akash can thus be seen as the perceptual fire that is moving the field of vibration in order for the manifestation of the mental plane to take the vibratory spectrum, in order for the quantum entangling principle to project outside of itself that which is indivisible, unchangeable, and consistent within itself into the external world, where it is broken apart, differentiated, and the diversity comes into play, where the singularity becomes diversity. And this is all managed through the field of Akasha, the perceptual rays, if you would. So this is why we speak about the Akashic Records, because the bit rate of the universe is downloading and uploading. The astral plane is downloading and the etheric plane is uploading. So we are literally uploading all the information that is present within this existence. And we're uploading the changes that is done to the perceptual plane here in order for the soul, which is the causal principle, to be able to get the upload. So we're downloading the soul presence from the causal body. We're making free will choices here. The free will choices produces a change of consciousness, which is thus uploaded back to the proverbial server, so that the server can remember the changes, so that the soul can progress, the soul can grow. And in order for this principle to happen, there has to be a field of information. And the field of information is that fire that drives the vibratory spectrum so that the consciousness field can manifest. And this we can consider as Akasha. And so the Akasha is this field of the vibratory spectrum, and it is related to Visuddhi Chakra in the schools of Vedic schools of knowledge, obviously. Where's the seat of all psychic powers, all the Siddhi, essentially, are revealed to one through the Akash. So it's where one gains one's powers, if you will, in such a profound and obvious and manifesting way. So much love to you, brother. We've got Quinty in the house, and Quinty is a wonderful philosopher, a Christian mystic, also steeped in the old Hermetic ways of the ancient hymn, and been drinking deep from the illusion mysteries as well. Just this all-round lovely guy. Love to welcome you, and a great thinker, and someone who's done quite a lot of research and practice as well. So much love to you, brother Quinty, and I'd love for you to get an opportunity to introduce yourself.
Hey, Shaman Franklin. Doing good, doing good. Thank you for the introduction. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. I can
Okay.
hear you well.
I'm just listening so I can figure
Okay,
out
brother.
what we're talking about.
Well, fair enough.
Okay.
Fair enough, brother. So, yeah, so the Akash is this field of information through which the download and the upload of the universe is able to facilitate the change of spiritual development, evolution, and devolution. Growth on the spiritual plane is able to happen because of this information field of Akash, which is giving and receiving to us. And it is also manifesting the download of the universe and the upload of the karmic influences expressed through the universe of causality and the cause and effect aspects of the causal body are brought into culmination and completion. And so this Akashic field is essentially the basis of the Maya, the basis of the dream, the basis of this reality field that we're living in. And past lives are experienced because of the Akash. Because of the Akash, the rules of information are put into perspective, which give rise to the law of space, which gives rise to the law of time. Because the law of time is manifesting the change of the causal influence, which is why the causal body takes this form, in order for the cause and effect to come into culmination, so that there can be some kind of a process of learning for the soul, so that there's a journey here to be experienced. And so these fundamental processes are governed by the Akashic field, shall we say, and it is an embodiment and an expression of this Akashic field. And so the past lives are possible because of the information that can be downloaded and uploaded through this field of possibility. So we can say that it's the primary interface through which the soul is able to grow and learn. And so the past lives are an expression of the development of the Ida and the Pingala, what we get from the astral plane, what we do with it in order to manifest etherically, so that we gain this sense of continuity of cause and effect, which is inescapable essentially. And this produces the ball rolling down the hill effect, which keeps time moving forward, slipping through our fingers consistently, like little ping pong balls knocking against balls, knocking against balls, knocking, a consistent flow of change. And the consistent flow of change is a bit of an illusion. It is a bit of a Maya. It's not really changing. What's changing is that the information that's being uploaded gains momentum from that which is downloaded, which produces a perceptual reorientation. And the perceptual reorientation is what we consider as change. But essentially, everything is an expression of the first principle of Hermes, which is unchanging, consistent, complete, indivisible. And so we've got this indivisible becoming divided, which is in itself is a bit of a crazy concept. And the divided being reconstituted in order to change our vantage of this reality gem, this matrix, if you will, in order to be able to gain the insights required for us to broaden the field of consciousness and experience and attain to the deeper levels of consciousness whereby we can liberate the potentialities of the Akashic field. And so this brings us to the etheric plane. The etheric plane is sort of the blueprint for the physical plane. So we're downloading this astral force, which is shaping within our consciousness. And then we project this etheric plane that gives rise to a structured state of being, which is thus re-experienced through the senses of the brain. And the re-experiencing of the etheric field is what takes that 2 to 4 seconds. And so the 2 to 4 seconds is the etheric field being recoded through our perceptual mechanisms in the physical body in order to gain a perception of the etheric field. We recreate it in our minds as a fantasy and as a dream. And we base the fantasy and the dream, the Maya, upon the structures of the etheric field that we have bound, which is a culmination of the astral forces downloaded. And this upload thus drives the next download, driving the next upload, so that the past and the future have a sense of continuity through this experience of time, which is essentially space moving through the substance of time, if you will, if you want to consider it in such terms. So the etheric field becomes the instrument through which the Akasha is able to manifest these various lives. And that brings us to the firmament. My understanding of the firmament is that it is the division point between the astral and the etheric, that which is being downloaded, which is a pure energetic state. And to understand why I'm talking about energy and form, we have just the mental reality. The mental reality is the first principle of Hermes, which is fundamentally that we are in a state of mental existence and that we are on a mental supreme plane of existence. And this mental plane, in order for us to experience it, needs to be moving. And thus vibration comes into play. But the movement cannot be within the mental plane that is complete, so the movement is projected outside of the mental plane. But the mental plane cannot be divided, so the quantum entangling principle, the second principle of Hermes, is necessary to manifest the third principle of Hermes, because they are tethered to each other. So this consistency of the astral plane being distinctly removed from the mental plane gives rise to the vibratory spectrum, which is movement through which the energetic state of consciousness can be experienced. And the energetic state is a reflection of the mental state. And so we've got these three fundamental states: the mental state, the energetic state, and the state of form, which is the etheric plane. And this energetic state is this astral download that we are thus gaining this emotional content, which is what I call the spiritual information, in order to structure it through our thinking principle, the etheric principle, into a form, a plane of existence, so that our physical bodies can take that information and turn it into this physicalized reality. And that's obviously relying upon neurons and hormones in order to mimic the emotional state of the energetic plane and mimic the mental state reflected in terms of fractured parts of the mental state, thoughts of the etheric plane, so that the thoughts and the emotions can drive the proverbial wheel of consciousness into the state of flux that we're experiencing, which is an apparent unified form of these culminating aspects where the energy embodies the form with the movement of energy, so that the form is in a state of movement. But because form cannot move, we have a conundrum. So it has to download one form and upload and download a new form and upload and download a new form and upload and download a new form in this consistent bit rate of vibratory spectrum in order for the two to come into play. And I see the point of reference between these two as being the firmament. So much love. We've got the Slick Dissident who's joined us. Looking slick as always, brother. Forgot your feather though. I love your feather. The Slick Dissident's just an awesome brother as well. And another great brother, very well researched, very well, even better than more than well researched. This is intuitively just a grasper of ideas, decoder, and obviously steeped in the mysteries of the illusion very much. Though obviously numerology and Kabbalah and the Vedic schools all over the show, probably because he's also tied the knot with martial arts. I always find that martial arts ties the knots of all the other knots. That that system of the Tao really just puts everything into perspective. So much love to you, brother. Thank you for gracing us. Welcome. Do introduce yourself. Oh, and the Slick Dissident channel is a channel worth watching if you want to get really steeped into the Enneagram. He does amazing presentations. Welcome, brother.
Hey, Slick.
Thank you. Hey, hey, good to see you, Quinty. True. Do I sound all right?
Yeah, it sounds
It's
good.
a little jumpy on my end.
It sounded a little bit soft, but that could be something to do with my end. I don't know. Right. It does happen.
Okay.
The robot.
Yeah, I'll try to come in on the mic. Yeah, I might have to switch to the phone. Yeah, man. Thank you for that kind introduction. You know, about the martial arts, tying all the knots. The thing I've discovered about the Enneagram is, you know, that action speaks louder than words, than thoughts, than good intentions. Actions speak the loudest, and martial artists really live that at an early age. We make those connections that it's that our intentions and our thoughts and feelings need to be manifested to communicate a safe space and growth and development and freedom, actuation for a person. So yeah, you're so right. That is that's definitely my salvation. Later in my days, I am so glad that I took all those adventures in the realm of conflict. Productive conflict.
That's such a lovely way to put it, brother. The adventures into the realm of conflict. Yeah, I went into martial arts because of my ego, wanting to be like number one, wanting to be the total alpha, wanting to be the strongest, wanting to be able to like beat the crap out of anyone. But that was because I was bullied when I was really young, because I was in a place where I was different. So I know what it's like to be discriminated against because I was English and I was in an Afrikaans school. My father was trying to hide me away from the authorities because he had sort of like taken me on the sly, you know. And so yeah, I didn't really have a choice to have to learn to defend myself, and I had to learn to defend myself against multiple attackers. So I had like no option but to like martial arts. And then I became obsessed, but it was lucky that I met a master that taught me to meditate, and that's changed my entire life. Really, it showed me that the etheric plane's here, and I was like, okay, where is this? Where I go when I'm out of my body? What is this exactly, and why do I go there? And that sort of made me think, wow, this is definitely something going on here that needs to be looked at. But yeah, so this point between the astral, the energetic expression, and the expression of form, which I call the etheric expression. Eth meaning the beginning and the ending. Aleph, Tav, from the Paleo Hebrew. And so the beginning and ending defines the form of things. And Ish is ash, Straal is a ray of light, a fire ray, defines the energetic expressions of the consciousness field. And even in the Taoist system, you know, you got the hissing sound that you listen to, and that's the fire aspect. And you got the sound that you listen to, and you got that resonating, vibrating sound that you listen to. And so these three principles seem to be universal, whether you're in shamanic school or the Taoist school or the Kabbalist school or whichever school, the Vedic school, whichever school you go to. You know, that little dot is vibrating. So you've got these three principles, and they will always be sort of fundamentally 3 principles, and those 3 principles will multiply by themselves, and they will end up being 9. That's just how that works. Because each one of the 3 contains 3 aspects. So you've got 9 things, essentially. That's what you've got. And so this firmament, I see it as being, welcome, Polymathing. Om Shanti. Lovely to have you here. Hope you're having an awesome day. This firmament is something I think we're going to really have fun with. I hope that we're going to get the bird dog on here, because the bird dog's always climbing onto the firmament. And I know that Kalar's going to be a little bit late, but he's going to have some wonderful firmamenting, affirmational meant, what was meant, coming in. And so the firmament, I see it as being the division. But I think in terms of as above, so below. So I consider all things in the universe, because of energy having to divide form from the mental sphere, there will always be that which is form, which is a reflection of that which is mental, which is bound through the sphere of energy. It's just inevitable. And so this brings us to the point of that saying, as above, so below, which reflects that what we hold within our mental sphere will become the manifestation of this physical world. So anything that you can imagine on the inner worlds will be reflected in the physical world. And I think the firmament maintains this structure of polarity, so that the polarity is bound by the principles of the firmament, that there is water above and that there is water below will reflect these. And so there's the firmament of the inner planes, but then there's also the firmament of the inner planes that's actually a physical firmament here on the physical plane. In the same way that there's the eye of the inner planes, and then there's the eye, which is this body of the physical planes, which is embodying all that the eye of the mental plane is here physically, a reflection. And that the physiognomy within this physical body, using particular neural pathways to construct a pattern of being, is reflecting here physically that which is the mental principle of I of the inner planes, in the same way that the inner planes division of the firmament is being maintained and reflected below as the actual physical structures around our physical world, which is a very interesting concept when we consider the as above, so below concepts. So I was thinking to throw it out to you guys. Where would you guys want to start rolling with this discussion? I think it's got quite a lot of ways to roll. And yeah, I thought I put the ball in the air, so to speak.
Well, I love to point out that phrase, the Hermetic, principle there, as above, so below, as within, as without, is also preserved in the phrase on earth as it is in heaven. And a lot of people think of like earth, like what's under my feet, and then heaven as like this extremely large space up above our heads. And that works. That totally works. That is part of it, but it's also in heaven. So on earth, as in all the things on the previous list, as it is in heaven, that's the within, and the above. So yeah, I love using the phrase. I got this one from Ross Ben, and that is when somebody tells you something or changes your thoughts or rearranges how you saw, they've placed something in your heavens. And that is to say, you've gifted my mind with a new thought form. And I just love describing it as something new in my heavens. That's just such a beautiful way to accept something that somebody has given you. You're telling them that it's now furniture in your head. It's basically what that's saying. And it really honors the gift. It's like saying, I will remember you when I come across this thought again, It's pretty cool.
Yeah, you got to love the way the universe does that. And this brings us back to that um, fundamental notion. And I think you're expressing it just so beautifully of the dynamic polarity, as I call it, for lack of better words, which is the yang yin. That within the yang, there is a polarity. Within the yin, there's a polarity that expresses the polarity of yang yin, each one. And so, as you say, within the head, there is a physical world. And within the physical world, there's a head. And then between the physical world and the head, there is a polarity of the head in the physical world. The head in the physical world meeting the physical world in the head. It's an interesting concept of the juxtapositions and how everything sort of inside out, upside down fits together in an unbelievably mathematically perfect set of events that reflect each other with total symmetry and total perfection, in the same way that we're able to walk. And it's interesting, we take walking for granted, don't we? We don't realize what walking really means. We don't actually realize and recognize that walking, for me, it's an incredible thing if you think about it. The fact that you don't go that way or fall over, I mean, it's actually quite incredible that we're able to, with these two legs, propel ourselves in a very particular direction and have so much control over the way that we move. There's so much that we take for granted, so many forces being calculated by the brain, so many vectors being managed in the body. So when you break down, like martial arts does that, it teaches you to break down the vectors in your body. And so one is always having to look at, like, what is powering this move? Where is this movement coming from? What is the source of this movement? And generally, whenever you look at movement, it always seems to find its source in the spine, doesn't it? Like every movement that you can think of finds its source in the spine. And we think that it's coming from below the spine, but it actually seems like it's coming from the head. The head slings a wave down the spine that causes the rest of the body to sort of, move in concert, which is a really interesting concept. And so I think what you say is so beautifully descriptive, because it brings home that fact of how diverse the structure of this reality is that we're experiencing. We think that we are looking at it at face value, but actually we are never seeing what we think we're seeing. I think I'm seeing my hand. Actually, what I'm seeing is a dream in my mind, which is reconstructing the etheric field of resonant frequencies that are spinning at different vibratory spectrum rates, and so creating different tones of sound. And so these different tones of sound are experienced in different ways on the etheric plane. So my brain reconstructs all of those tones and puts it into a context where we say it's a fixed form, but it's also energy, it's in movement. So we've got this form, but it's actually like animation. It's like it's form, then it uploads, it downloads as the new form, uploads it down, now new form, uploads it. So animation is like the way I think of understanding this universe. We're living in an animated universe, and we literally animate this universe through our consciousness field as a reflection of the etheric plane, which is the form of the astral plane. And you can't have that without the astral and the etheric. So you need the ego and the persona. Without the ego and the persona working together, there can be nothing happening. And everybody wants to lose their egos. I think that's something to talk about as well. There's been so much emphasis in the spirituality that we need to lose the ego. We need to kill the ego. The Buddhists want to kill the ego. Like, what do you want to kill the ego for? Because then you don't exist. Not here, at least. You can't do anything, Maybe we're here to do something.
Yeah.
Maybe we're here to put it on the block, proverbially speaking, commit to something and follow through and face the consequences and learn from the consequences of committing to whatever it is that we're committing to, in order to upload a more complete idea of the experience, that the next download is allowing a perception or a different perspective that will include what wasn't included before, in a sense, which is a very interesting concept.
Yeah, man.
But, yeah.
I want to riff on ego. One thought I want, before we walk away from the above below from the earlier topic, I had the strangest thought I just want to share about repetition generating energy in this world, getting things done through repetition and friction. And just the strangest thought is, isn't it, if you kind of move away from all the things you think you know and just think about what walking is. Walking is rubbing two sticks together in a frequency with a vibration, a certain frequency and vibration, for a very powerful result, to move around, to change your location. But we're literally rubbing sticks together to get that done. And now, and the faster you do it, the faster the faster it happens. Now also think about sex. Now sex is strangely like two people walking into each other and doing a lot of repetition. That seems to be another aspect of this. It's like, if you just think about walking without the scenery, you're just basically like, I don't know, it's like you're trying to start a fire. And the same recipe, but with another person, is involved when you're getting it on to summon another soul into this realm. I think that is so weird that it is much like rubbing sticks together. Because we have an old weave over on the Weaving Spiders about the river Styx, and how the river Styx is actually a boat. You're actually taking an object. Here we go. You actually need a boat to hold the first stick down, to put pressure on the stick. So this is an upside down boat. And then you take a bow with a string and you rub it back and forth to spin this mast, the mast of the boat. You're mastaboating. You're mastaboating when you take this stick and you spin this to generate the heat, to get a spark for fire to happen. And isn't it strange how sexual the ritual for bringing fire into this world is? And just imagine how magical these associations would have been if you weren't of your modern day mind. If you didn't have everything you thought you knew about the world, and you were just learning, and somebody teaches you how to make a fire, and then you learn about having sex, and you're like, wait a second, having sex is like starting a fire. It's just like walking around in this world. It's the strangest thing that these sacred rites, I think they're still in our language, and I think we overlook them and we don't appreciate them very well. But the stick that is being wound up in the bow to get that spin to happen, it needs the bow to actually wrap around it a couple times, once or twice. In right there, you have Yaldabaoth. You have Asclepius. You have the rod of Asclepius right there with this stick that needs to be wound back and forth to start a fire, so that the community can come together and feel safe from the wolves tonight. It's really profoundly magical. So I just wanted to put that forward with the as above, so below, as the in with, so without, these aspects of friction, productive conflict, if you will, reproductive conflict even. And I mean, while we're at it, while I'm on the weird stuff, let's talk about how quirky sex is. Like, you're literally poking another person with your existence. It's weird. And so, of course, humans are going to also be neurotic and weird in other places in their life, So I just wanted to remind everybody how odd it is to be human. So that was my weave on walking, and the river Styx. Because the word river is in septenary is 55555555555. So you reverse the river, you're reversing the river Styx. So it flows backwards. So all of these myths about the river was flowing backwards that day. Like there was an earthquake of immense proportion and the rivers went in reverse. Well, the word rivers is the word reverse. And numerologically, it reverses on itself. So this is all seeded into the fabric of the matrix of the words in advance, so that it makes it that much easier to believe. We get, I think these are snares, and I think these are snares. I think that makes it actually hard not to believe that rivers were flowing in reverse, because it was already laid out that way in the matrix, in the alphanumeric space. And at this point, I forgot what my other rant was about. Oh, the ego. Oh man, yes, I'm glad we didn't lose that thread. Isn't it strange? For me, it was a late onset epiphany in life to realize that the ego only gets addressed, it only comes into a sentence if the person speaking wants to belittle somebody else or themselves. You know, when the ego is, it's not allowed in a conversation if it's not used to belittle or disempower somebody. And so what I find this word ego, what I find it to be, it's a handle. It's literally a handle, a fixture, an attachment to the most sensitive aspect of what we consider to be yourself. And it only is invited to be spoken of in this safe context of this word ego. That we are giving ourselves, when we use this word, we're giving ourselves permission to be harmful, to be hurtful, to be condescending, to be judging. And for some reason, this was my late onset epiphany, is the ego never gets any positive press. It never gets positive press. And the implication of the fact that it never gets any positive press is that it's a bad thing. Somehow the ego has been made into such a bad thing. So I engage this and I start experimenting with it. What is this ego? Why is it so important? Why is it so dangerous? Why is it so loathsome? Why does it it almost weakens people who listen to it, or who entertain the idea of what it's presumed to be. It's like something about it is self-demeaning to universally. So I have quite a few more things to say about it, but for one, it has a very bad reputation. It implies that it's like it's your devilness. You know, that's another. It's like, oh, your deviliness. We've taken all of the bad things and given it this one that rhymes with evil. By the way, the word ego rhymes with evil. You know, it sounds so very similar. But overall, one of my theories is that the ego is the presumption of hierarchy. But it's the presumption of being underneath something else. That there's always some higher force, or a teacher, a judgment agent in your life of some sort or another. That when you say ego, it's like a yin that summons implied yang. And that implied yang is that there's some authority above you. So you can't even have an ego without somebody to demean that ego for you, to put you in your place and to tell you what the ego is, because we clearly don't have control over our own ego. So only other people could talk about your ego, and therefore they attach to all of your evilness or your shadow or whatever. So it's always, my ears perk up when I hear people speaking of the ego in a healthy, beneficial way. Because it just seems to me like we've invented this word that is designed to attach to every insecurity simultaneously for every single person. That's what I see it as. It's like this tether that just renders the person belittled, insecure, insignificant, in need of remedy automatically. That's the presumption in court. Supreme Court is an anagram for presume to cut. Presume to cut. Is that right? No. Presume to cure. Presume to cure is Supreme Court. That's pretty dark. That's pretty dark. And so the presumption that they need to cure you is that you have an ego at all. And you're not allowed to say, I don't have an ego. Oh, no. I fixed my ego. I got this diploma, so my ego's good. See this piece of paper it says my ego is in check. You can check my ego if you want. It's right here on the wall. What is this word? What is this word really? Other than self-demeaning and the agreement to be less than your fellow man somehow. So I think the ego is going to have a big comeuppance. Some people might think it's an antichrist. They shouldn't have talked so much shit about it.
I love what you're saying, brother. Totally love it. And I think it's totally on point. And from my perspective, it's as you say, people took this word and they loaded it. And I think we're going to go into like a little bit of tinfoil hat territory when we look at this. That's what my gut says to me. There's a bit of tinfoil hattage here. And basically, it's like this. The word ego means the soul, means the supreme personality, who we really are, from like the word coming from ancient Greek. And then the word of ancient Greek, the word ego means that, and the word persona means what we do with that. The mask that we hide behind is the persona. And the persona isn't real. It's something that we've created out of what's real. And the ego is who we really are. It's our true identity. It's the higher self. If you want to use other words to describe it, it's the higher self. And what we call the ego in its proper language is the persona. Now, look at this for a moment. Like you say, the ego has been loaded with negativity. It's a bad thing. You egotistical. Okay. When someone says, oh, I like that person, they've got personality, right? That's no longer an insult, is it? That's not a bad thing. Just think about it for a moment. Has somebody inverted the meanings of these two words? For the personality to be good and the ego to be negative? So your higher self is bad. Personality, that's good. You see, personality is something that can be developed and controlled. Ego can't be controlled. You are what you are. What you are is what you are. So from a perspective of entrainment or the dukes wanting to educate us, ego would be a bad thing. Because it means that why won't you learn what I'm trying to teach you? Why won't you learn the habits I want you to learn? Why won't you become the person I want you to be and think the way that I want you to think? Why won't you do what I tell you to do? You're egotistical that you won't let me entrain you, that you won't let me control you. Personality, that's good. So make people praise persona. Wearing a false mask, that's great. That's awesome. But don't be who you are. Wear a mask. That's right. Pretend. The pretentiousness is essentially the expression of the persona. The ego doesn't pretend. It is what it is. There's something quite interesting when that which is what it is being demonized at the behest of that which seems to be what it pretends to be, being lifted up high and considered as a great thing. So many times I've heard people saying like, oh, I love John. John's got personality. Or I love her. She's got some real personality. You know what I mean? It's a positive thing. But ego, no. There's definitely been some higgery-jiggery. I do believe it comes back to the lords of the manor. and maybe the feudal arrangements of society, where some people couldn't be broken. And because they couldn't be broken, they were called egotistical. And so the egotistical word became an expression of negativity, and they sort of started to imply the word ego instead of persona, where the persona is what is manifesting. Ego to me seems something that's just flows out of us. It just is what what we are. Like an animal. Animals don't have personas. They just have, but they do have ego. But they don't have persona. They don't have a mask. They just are what they are. You know, if they don't like you, they growl at you. A dog. If they like you, they lick your face and sniff your butt. You know, they keep it simple, man. Like,
I love that.
and how
That's
we
such a
become
good
so
point.
complex. Sorry, brother. Yes.
No, I love that. I love that you're distinguishing the persona, the mask, from the ego, and like kind of what I said about the ego is going to be vilified as the Antichrist when when people become stop fearing it, stop considering it their weakness, and actually engage it as a strength. There's a huge comeback waiting for the ego in this world. But I think the Antichrist all along was the mask, and the mask can dissolve and disappear. And what's the devil's greatest trick? That he never existed, right? So this mask is the thing that changes. The mask is the thing that is nebulous, morphic, the metamorphosis potentiality. I think that is the anti-self, we could say. And then the ego is this, it often comes across as like an inner child or a tenderness, but that's just the truth of human nature. That all of that repressed uh, receptivity I think is what the ego really is, and we're so mean to it. We're just so mean to it.
Can I add something?
I got a couple. Yeah. I'm gonna drop a couple anagrams. One is education. The word education is an anagram for a unit code. That freaks me out. Considering that we're all, we all have our social security hombres. We're all in the brotherhood of the numbers. So I just wanted to share that one because it popped up. And then egotistical is like almost if you buy a free H in Greek, you can get a free H any day wherever you want it. There's free H's to be had. Egotistical is kind of an anagram for huge testicle. All right, sorry, Quentin.
that was funny. I get what you guys are saying, and this is something I've been actually doing research on recently. I went back to an old teacher of mine, Joseph Campbell, and started reading some Blavatsky and trying to figure out really what Christianity is all about. And you guys are talking about exactly what I've been thinking about: ego, persona, society, culture, nature, and all this stuff. But when you said that maybe ego is the Antichrist or the persona, maybe, I think it's the shadow. I think the shadow is what thinks the ego is the bad guy, because the shadow is basically Satan. When Jesus went to the wilderness, not the ego, it was the shadow the whole time, because the shadow is the thing in you that says, hey, there's someone I don't like. They're different than me. And when someone sees you and doesn't like you, they're projecting their shadow, or they're perceiving your shadow, which is something that you're not, or something that you don't want to be, but they see it and you get offended. So you have to kind of embrace your shadow so people don't offend you anymore and start doing whatever you want to do.
Yeah,
That's
buddy.
beautiful. I love the shadow being brought into the perspective. the shadow is a wonderful way of considering what the persona is to the ego, because the ego and the sun cast the shadow, the moon. We have KunamiKodes. Dr. K is in the house, peeps. He's come to bring his numerological experience and his knowledge of the grimoire decoding systems that he uses to help people figure out their path through life. And his extensive tinfoil hat knowledge, along with his metaphysical understanding and his experience and his life's experience. I mean, I think that's what defines the people that have come here. We've all had some like crazy life experiences. We've all had a bit of a crazy ride through life. And I think that's what bonds us in a sense. You know, the unusualness and the wackiness. But without me saying too much, what a wonderful thinker, what a wonderful brother, what a wonderful guy. So much love. Dr. K, please do introduce yourself, brother.
Love, peace, and power, Franklin. Thank you so much for that wonderful introduction. It was so pleasing to my spirit and my ego. I woke up so late. I'm sorry for being so late to be here today, but I was ecstatic. All I saw was the firmament. You know, a firmament got me very, very excited. Then I saw Akashic and Etheric Plane. I'm okay, well, you know, just kind of like always, it's going to fit right into our wonderful narratives. But then I heard Slick talking about the ego. And I said, what is this wonderful, delicious treat on top of this already warm and hot cake? And there's the brother Indy. Love, peace, and power, Indy. I want to say real quick, just to add on to the conversation and what I heard already. So we can really just kind of stir this delicious pot. And I want to give out a special warning to anybody who may be triggered, because I'm not going to pull my punches like Spider-Man today. So understand that offense has to be taken, right? Don't take offense. What do we say when someone takes offense and we didn't mean something a certain way? Don't take offense. I didn't mean it that way, right? Because offense has to be taken. It's not given. In order for me to give offense, that means I would have to give an F, right? So this is the inner workings of the ego, and of course the super ego, and then there's the id, right? Then there's the shadow. The shadow knows all, right? Anybody remember that old comic book hero, The Shadow? They made a movie with Alec Baldwin, The Shadow, right? The shadow knows all, and the shadow would laugh. Why would the shadow laugh? It sounded like arrogance, because the shadow knows everything. It is you. Everything you do not remember is what makes you who you are. It lives in your shadow. You don't consciously remember. If you got bit by a dog when you were a baby, it hurt. You didn't necessarily remember the dog, so your mind became protective and buried these memories. But now when you come around dogs, you have this fear and you don't remember why. So we would argue versus time travel and horizontal gene transfer that at the point of death, you went back to yourself and said, watch out for that dog, so you could have a better experience. But this is going to open up a whole host of wonderful doors. So I will say that, and I will say love, peace, and power to you all. I'm happy to be here.
Glad to have you, Dr. K.
Thank you for that, brother. Wonderful, wonderful addition. I love the way you've succinctly brought the other elements into the spectrum. And speaking of the shadow, timing couldn't be better. We've got brother Indy Sage here, and he is somebody who spends a lot of time working with, on, and through the shadow to help find the integration of the parts of ourselves that we leave behind along this journey of life. What a wonderful brother, what a wonderful researcher, and what a fascinating person. Once again, somebody who's had a crazy life path. Life has just thrown balls at him, and he's like, "Yeah, okay, let's do it. This is life. This is gonna roll with it." And I think that's where we find our strength, is by facing our shadow. So, without saying too much, this wonderful, beautiful brother, Indy Sage, I'd love you to introduce yourself, and God bless you.
Thank you so much for the wonderful introduction, Franklin. And Khalil, it's great to hear everything you're saying out here always, and especially today. Thank you for mentioning the shadow and opening things up for me here. And I'm really excited to actually talk about past lives in this discussion as well, and the Akashic. And it was fascinating to hear about the firmament being mentioned already. So all of this is going to be a great discussion, and I'm really looking forward to. As it was mentioned earlier, I do a lot of work with shadow work, and am very versed with that. And it started with my own journey in the dark night of the soul, and through unprogramming myself and reprogramming myself, integrating my lost shadow from my childhood that had been bottled up and suppressed for so long, and then freed again, and I became whole once again. And so after going through that journey myself, I decided I needed to give away what I had and found in order to keep it fresh in my mind and stay grateful. So I've been able to help a lot of souls make that journey and bring them to the door of self-healing. And it's a very powerful journey when you're ready for the process, and you have a emotional support network at hand, and you have those spiritual tools that you're going to need to open up that emotional wound and go through it and nurse yourself back to health spiritually and emotionally, become whole. It's a beautiful journey, and being able to access past lives can be very helpful after going through the dark night of the soul and starting to journey into self-mastery and self-understanding. Going into understanding past lives can bring a lot of light into self-understanding at a deeper level. Things that can come to become clear is your affinity for certain cultures, certain instinctual fears that you may have that may distinguish you from other people in your family or your friends circles. And you might not have ever understood where that origin of that comes from. But finding understanding from past lives can bring a lot of light and self-understanding and self-wisdom. It can help with self-forgiveness and self-mastery as well. So it'll be really excited to journey into the etheric plane together with you guys today. And I don't know where we want to open it up to from here.
I got something for picking up the shadow. This is a fun nugget in my research. This is so fun. I'm excited to pick this up again and move it forward. But I learned about when Aphrodite was born. Aphrodite is a number 4 on the Enneagram. She's an individual with the shadow of envy. So her shadow breeds envy, and it's to some degree. Now, with these old stories, the shadow behaves in very interesting ways. It's not uniform. It's almost like you're learning about the shadow in 9 different ways, or as many different stories as you study. But Aphrodite was born, and she had a retinue, you could say a parade, a small parade of cherubs, of little love babies floating around her. And I like to think that this is a metaphorical for, like, she was so beautiful that when men gazed upon her, they could also see their future children floating around her aura. But the problem was all the other men in the room are seeing their future babies floating around her. And if you collect all the future babies floating around Aphrodite, it's a room full of babies and she hardly has room to move because everybody is imagining their babies with her. And that's what I just love, that part of her story. It's so fun. It's so fun. Like then the babies start fighting, like who's the preferred child, you know, because they're projections of the egos of the men in the room. And it's so appropriate that the projections of the men are youthful, that they're contentious and silly and juvenile, and they don't have manners, you know. These are the wishes of her onlookers in a certain light. However, that's not how the myth rolls out. That's just me romanticizing the myth, right? These little babies actually have names. They have names, and their names specify their essence. And this is back with the old ways of using names consciously. That, you know, I think today a lot of times people use a name that they like and they don't realize that the child lives into the name. And so I think that name magic is one of the most powerful things parents engage in, is the making of a name. These little babies, they were called the Irates, or the Erotes. Irates, Erates, Irates, sometimes Erotes. And if you look them up, something that is a little provocative to me, I have to protest a little bit. When you look them up, mainstream We Keep idea is making some errors and some mistakes in their description of the Erotes. They actually call them gods in Wikipedia, which kind of rubs me the wrong way. I get a little miffed with people calling the muse a goddess or calling these little cherub babies gods. That's actually incorrect. I think that's theologically insensitive to misattribute these little Cupid cherubs as something that they're not in the pantheon of the angels. That's totally off base to call these little angels gods. I think it's so. I'm just being nitpicky. Each one of them has a specific name. Their name describes their job, and there's 6 of them, give or take. Eros is like the oldest brother, and that's the one we all know. He gets all the limelight. We know what Eros is. Eros is love. And all these little Cupid babies are going around shooting arrows so that people fall in love with each other. And each one of them has a different kind of flavor to the effects of their poison at the end of their arrow. And their name is the effect of the poison. Again, their essence is imbued in everything they do, and it is their name. Now there's a brother. There's one of the Erotes. He seems to be adoptive, and that is I think his name is Pothos. I believe it's Pothos is the adopted brother. He seems to wasn't born with Aphrodite. He's like a add-on, a late addition to the family. All of them have their own little side stories that are hard to find. I think they've obfuscated these facts on purpose. But the one I'm focusing on in regards to the shadow is Eros's antagonist. If Eros is an anode, he has a cathode. He has an opposite, a shadow of himself. The shadow of Eros is his other brother, whose name is Anteros. And Anteros is basically anti-love in his name, but that's not the full. There's more to it. It's not that simple, because there's 7 to 9 different words for love. Anteros, his name means he's the scorekeeper. He's an accounter. He's keeping track. His name means requited love, but that is to say that if 2 people are supposed to fall in love, Eros and Anteros will conspire, and Eros is supposed to shoot the one who falls in love with a provocative arrow for the lover. And Anteros has a responsibility to shoot the receiver of the love. This is the beloved, has to get shot with an arrow too, or else the chemistry won't spark up. And so if Anteros misses his target, then somebody's going to fall in love with the person who didn't receive the reciprocal feeling. It's unrequited love. If Anteros misses that second arrow, then this relationship has no future. And in fact, sometimes Anteros hits the wrong person. And so then you have a love triangle. And so it gets very playful and very fun with the alchemical potentialities of story making with these little arates. But Anteros is important because he's a scorekeeper, because his story is not told, because a lot of people don't know that this dynamic is thousands of years old. They already had this down to a science back then, and we've lost these dynamics, and now we call Anteros the shadow. Anteros is the original shadow. The Greeks had these systems fully dialed. And so another thing I want to tell everybody about Anteros is he has a nickname. His nickname is the Avenger. That is a very powerful totem today. The Avenger is alive and well. This chemistry set of the human, spiritual, psycho-spiritual, economic, all things, all the levels of human experience, they boil down to these ancient alchemical arts of Greek theater. And they had mastered back then. They're just playing dumb today. So the Avengers series is literally titled The Collective Shadow of Humanity. When you hear the word Avengers, they're evoking an ancient technology, and it goes back to anti-love. And so these facts put a fire under my ass that keeps me going. And while a lot of our decoding of the Avengers series and these Marvel comics and these silly social engineering projects that come out of Hollywood, I think they become very important, more important the more you learn about how old that these social engineering mechanics are. So I just wanted to share that the word Avengers is basically the Greek word for anti-love.
Yeah, that was awesome.
You just said a whole. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I love that. That's really, really on point. And you know, the antithesis also to look at love and how you need these polarities to be coming into being, and why it is that when people fall in love, they get lifted high, right, into this other reality. But at the same time as being lifted high into this other reality, they are forced to start taking stock on the physical reality. And this is where I think like things like jealousy and such come into play. And I think that this is quite relevant in understanding the structuring of the etheric plane, because these elements that we're talking about are the structures of the etheric plane, are what give the form of energy to us so that we're able to experience. And please let me know if my voice is going off track, if the sound quality is dodgy. I'm just keeping track because I've had bad experiences, but I'm running on Google Chrome. Oh, I just want to give a shout out to this, guys. Don't know if you can see that. This is Mayan Copal. It's the golden Copal. $15 for a bag on Amazon. Grab it, guys. It's really, really lovely. I mean, if you're international, you're probably going to pay more. You're probably going to end up paying about $30, and then like whatever customs is. But still, it's, if you're living in the States, it's a song. I mean, I probably end up paying about $30, $40 in the end. but that's what it is like in South Africa. We pay a lot for all of this stuff anyway. But if you're living in the States, jump on it. It's really worthwhile. Even if you're in the UK, they've got very good deals with the US. So this is really beautiful. Yeah, I think that's why we have incense, in order to purify that antithetical nature of ourselves, because the moment you get lifted up high, you start to swing like a pendulum. The forces of jealousy, the forces of fear. Oh, am I going to lose this person? Oh, what if somebody else? Oh, are you talking to my person? Or what are you doing with my person? But that's my person. That these insecurities, because you get lifted up so high, your insecurities are in your face. And so you have to face the hardness of the proverbial floor. And I think that, antithetical nature of love, they are bound. So I think there could be a double meaning of these two forces, of the eros and the anti-eros, to the lifting up high. But because you're up high, you've got to also be mindful of the other side. So that polarity must have various different polarity forms, I'm guessing. But it's a beautiful concept, and how beautifully all these things come together. And it seems like there's very few ingredients that repeat themselves in different ways in life. I mean, from a Kabbalistic perspective, it is spoken of in many aspects of the tradition that there is one point, and that one point exists. That's all that there is. That one point repeats itself in a multitude of ways, subtly expressing a development from the original theme. So we get to an incredibly vast scale of diversity that expresses the almost seemingly infinite nature of possibilities that one point can embody. And all of these multitudes of almost infinite possibilities we consider as atoms, and that we are surrounded in this sphere of infinite atoms, almost infinite numbers of atoms, which is that one point recreating itself through the scale of change, through this fractal of being, that the same atom becomes a planet, the same atom becomes a galaxy, the same atom becomes something very small, and it's the same active point on different octaves. And this is an interesting concept to take into account, because then it starts to show how you speak about these six primarily, but there are also other personalities. I see it like dancing around the hexagram, and that each of the six probably holds within it a hexagram, and that hexagram makes bigger hexagrams. And so the scale, that's why you say six but more, because there's also three scales of sixes, which is 18. And so you see the scale of six increasing, bringing in all the other numerations, which is quite fascinating when we consider the cube of space, which I consider to be the aspect of the etheric plane. And we see it reflected in the flower of life. We see it reflected in the Solomonic cube, which is the flower of life expressed. And the mathematics seems to be continuity, expressing these six principles, which are in fact hinting at seven, because the contract of time binds these six directions of the cube of space. And the contract of time is what correlates the different directions of being into a state of consistency, so that all aspects can find a place through which they can discover the expression of their nature, of them, of their essence, bound in a single essence, which seems to be this world, with all these essences moving through on fractal levels and through different frequencies within this particular essence. It's a beautiful constellation of being when we consider it in such a way that the universe truly is a fractal, and that this etheric plane is expressing these fractals through us consistently, and that we sometimes forget that this is the nature. And that's why synchronicity comes into play. And I think synchronicity needs to be also put into this perspective here, because the etheric plane, because of the powers of the firmament, has to bring about a synchronous experience. The synchronous experience does need to account for all the mental aspects, and they all need to be here, but they need to be dressed in so many different forms. So you've got the same point coming up again and again and again and again and again and again and again. It sort of explains synchronicity. Sometimes we start noticing that it's the same thing. Have you ever noticed how I spent a lot of time traveling? And I noticed this many years ago, because I would like go from one place to another, and then I'd be like, okay, I left my old life behind and I'm in this life. Okay. I'm like, this is interesting. So I don't have like anyone remembering who I am. I can be whatever I want to be. I can be anyone I am, because we construct a shell around each other in our lives. And this shell of expectation binds other people to what their persona is meant to express of their egos. And we don't want to see the whole ego. When we see the whole ego, we go, oh, you're egotistical. Bring back the persona. I want an easy mask I can relate to. And we all are programmed to do this, because it's a little bit fearful when somebody starts to express their full ego, because it means that we are insufficient in reflection to this person. We need to reflect more of our egos in order to match this person. And so there becomes a fear and a resentment sort of playing hand in hand, it seems, in the background, if one's not able to rise to the occasion. And so this process seems to be bound through these expectations that people hold towards other people. And when you travel, you leave it all behind. But what I noticed was that the characters in my story never changed. So I would move from one continent to another, and I had those characters in my story, and suddenly I've got like, ooh, and I got really good at it, clocking. Okay, so you're George. Aha, you're the new Paul. Aha, you're the new Peter. You're the new Anne. You're the new Jess. You got the same players on the stage. The stage doesn't change. The script doesn't change. The play doesn't change. You know that the people have changed, but you are playing this role in my life, and you are playing this role in my life. It's like we are like a structure with things to plug into us, and there's only certain holes for the plugs to fit, and then the person with the right plugs will come and plug in. And so I've met so many reflections of the same person in this life that it's quite almost mind-numbing to me. And so I started realizing and noticing that, like, this is very fascinating, that we all seem to be so unique and different, but it's almost like we're all reflections of the same people. And there's not many people on earth, you know, even though we are all unique and we are all different and differentiated to our own unique path. There are certain fundamental structures that define how we behave within a particular paradigm, within a particular system. We are programmed to respond in such a manner, and we cannot fit into a paradigm that doesn't hold the places for us to dance the dance that we know. That's all we can do in life, is dance the dance we know. And so, yeah, I don't want to go too far off, but I think that's something which is quite interesting to consider when we consider how these different aspects of the self within us are the people that we're meeting in the world. This is why possibly the karmic thing is so real. When we do harm to another, why do we take the harm on ourselves? What is this about? When we hurt another human being, why do we feel the hurt? And if we're not feeling the hurt, then you better be watching out. If you hurt anyone, if you say a harsh word to anyone, and you know you hurt their feelings, if you're not feeling the hurt, that should be an alarm bell. It should be like a real alarm bell, like, oh, why am I not feeling hurt? My feelings should be hurt because I hurt that person's feelings. It's intrinsic to understand that we are holding a reflection within ourselves that person can sort of reflect, and we can reflect them. And so we're all reflecting each other back at each other and projecting reflections at each other in this guise of interaction. But in a sense, we're all talking to ourselves when we talk to each other. And so very often the advice we're giving to our friends and people we meet along the way is the advice that we need to hear. And the shadow has this way of making it seem like it's out there, you know. If you get triggered, who was it that said this? It was Kalal that said this. Was it Kalal that said this? Yes, Brother Kalal. Beautifully put. Offense. Offense. And I was thinking about this word offense. I was thinking, well, to fence is to distribute stolen goods, right? So you're illegally, unlawfully distributing goods that aren't actually what they seem to be, right? They're not legit. And a fence is also a limit. We put a fence up to keep others out. But in the process of putting a fence up to keep others out, we keep ourselves locked in. So a fence is a jail as much as it's a security. And so when we take offense, it's essentially this process at work where we are thinking that that person out there has done something to us, but it's all actually happening within us. I think this is the mysteries of how the etheric plane and the firmament create these divisions of reflection of the waters above and the waters below, and how as above is truly as below. The person on the outside is experiencing their own paradigm and drama as we're experiencing our own inner paradigm and drama. And it's just a coincidence, nothing more, that we're interacting with that person and that the medicine that they're giving us is what we need, but they're giving themselves that medicine. It's just a coincidence that the medicine that we're giving them is what they need, but we're giving ourselves the medicine. It's a very interesting concept and makes me think of like messages from like, you know, who we call Jesus. Yeah, the Emmanuel messages of do unto others as you'll have them do unto yourself, which I think becomes like really fundamental when we take this into consideration. And this firmament is how this is maintained in order for the etheric plane to take on the substance of the astral, because the astral has no substantiality. It's the principles. And so the astral is these abstract principles of movement and energetic flux that comes into the firm form in order to create this reaction. I don't want to go off on one for too long, but I think that there's something in all of this, and I love what was said about this taking offense. I'm still sort of chugging on it because there's quite a lot in it. There's quite a lot if you really think about it. There's a lot there. But I'll step back, and I'd love you guys to carry on with what other ideas you are having with regards to this. If any of you have any thoughts on this, I'd love to hear.
Yeah, I believe there's something to that for sure. When you take offense to something, it resonates with the individual, and so a lot of times you're playing the blame and shame game, and so something that might actually trigger some shame in the individual, and then it's easier to blame somebody else and point fingers and say, hey, they do it worse than me, so they're really the problem here, just to distract themselves from need for self-mastery, to work on the self-forgiveness and things of the such. But I know Gabriel also mentioned something about that as well. Are you good?
Yeah, there's a lot in this offense. I think of it's a trespass, right? Which a tress is like a structure, a boundary, it upholds a space. It's like a rough outline or a draft. A tress, it holds things up. And then when you pass the tress, you're in somebody else's space. You've trespassed, you've encroached on. So you've broached this fence line. But then also I think of off fence as in like fencing it off, as in now we have to have a duel. We have to fence. Because of this, there has to be a fence off, which is the old way of resolving these things. Let destiny decide who was right here. Yeah, that's a great word. And I love that it's like you took offense, which it wasn't there for you. It wasn't offered. You stole it. You stole the fence. And now we have a trespass because you took offense from something that was not intended that way. And so we need to talk this out. And this is where, you know, the productive conflict needs to happen. Yeah, it's a great word. It's on the Chariot card, by the way. Chet is the, or Het is on the Chariot card in the Thoth deck, which is Cancer. So that's on my mind, and it's card number 7. It was Socrates in the Symposium, and he was the best fencer in the Symposium. And so for Het, which means fence, to be on the card that corresponds with Socrates, the best fencer in the Symposium, it all is very gratifying for me. So that's why the word fence means both strong boundaries, not taking offense if it wasn't offered to you, presuming offense, and then also fencing, because all of law is actually based on fencing, decorum, and I'll leave it at that. There's a lot more to it, but because that's why the word court means cut. And so when you go into a courtroom, you're going on the chopping block, you're actually going into a fencing match. And you better have your S words nice and sharp so you can open up all the DOWRS. Doors is also an anagram for sword. All right.
Yeah, going in, absolutely going in. We're gonna run all around the track today. I'm gonna try to keep this short too. We got to remember that there is. I'm gonna flash a quick light on how intricate and how wide the ego and the firmament are. Right? They're really one and the same thing. The ego only exists here in the physical. It does not exist in the astral. It does not exist in the spiritual. Right? It more than anything, it wants to survive. So it will become anything. It will exist in any chakra, any culture, any aspect, right? There's no getting away from it. So there is no separation, right? We think we've been separated. We think we're melanated and non-melanated and Eastern and Western and all these different things, but it's one thing. So there's levels to it. So your past lives are different levels within the system, within the matrix, underneath the firmament, underneath the sun. No one can escape the sun, even if you're underground, right? Everything is you and everything is gamma. Gamma penetrates everything. So we're talking about levels within the Akasha. Your past lives become your instinct, right? Which becomes your intuition. We're still talking about the same knowledge on different levels. This is why symbols are so important, because they mean different things on different levels, right? And I'm going to shut up.
Yeah, I also wanted to mention that when something takes offense, people can push your buttons if they know how to trigger you. And so it can be interpreted as somewhat of a weakness that people have. That I think the only way to overcome would be able to reflect on the fact that something offends you. And it's considered like the golden process. When you realize that something triggers you, instead of emotionally reacting, being able to pause and reflect and realize that, okay, this points a place in me that could use healing. So instead of reacting and blaming my problems in the external world, I'm going to look within and start to realize this is a place that needs love and it needs attention. And so when you do that and you focus on that love and attention in that place that there's hurt, that's the most powerful process where you can shine the light into the darkness right there, and you can turn things around for yourself. That can be really helpful. But at the same time, that can be a vulnerable place. And so if you have people like trying to push your buttons, or like if they can get you to emotionally react, they can get the best of you. And so that's how you can get the better of somebody in a situation, make them look bad, maybe get them fired or make them look bad in front of people and take advantage of them. People can do that. And that can be a disadvantage. That can be a difficult situation. But being able to understand that vulnerability and use the positive way of going about using that through catharsis or through shadow work, transformative ways, you can gain self-empowerment and enrichment. And I like to say enrichment before riches and empowerment before seeking power. We were talking about
Nice.
paradigm earlier. Yeah.
That's a beautiful way of saying it, Indy, because if you remember you wrote the song, if you remember that you wrote the story, if you remember that you programmed everything, especially this current iteration of yourself, then you realize you have to take offense. That means you wrote in the triggers. That means you were supposed to meet this person who was supposed to make you think you had this bad day that led you to this realization of self. So you remembered why you were that way in the first place. Oh, when I was a child, this happened. Like, no one can do that self work for you. So in the form of being a human, it's going to be an extremely difficult journey. In the form of becoming a god, in the form of truly being like, I like what Slick mentioned before about taking offense because these things were or were not exactly gods. I like that because if you look at the Kaaba used to have 360 gods in it, right? And then there only became one, which is actually the woman in secret, right? So all the other gods got destroyed. Now, they still existed, but they weren't being worshipped. There's a difference. In other words, they weren't being paid attention to. Understand how important your attention to. So when you have a trigger, when you choose violence, when you wake up and you choose to take offense, understand you're showing yourself where your work is. So the ego can actually become your best friend because where you see how it chooses to express itself, well, does that serve it or does it serve you?
Man. All right.
Some
This
lovely.
is such a fun topic. We're going to have a fun. Yeah. We're going to have fun today, guys. This is already great. Aphrodite as the number 4 personality type, one of the single word descriptions for the personality type. Remember, all of these personalities have like a list of synonyms I could also use that would be great descriptions for that personality. But so I'm oversimplifying. But the word that is most commonly used for the number 4 is the individual. And they have a shadow of envy. And the remedial virtue, their best gift to themselves and others is kindness. It's like it's their power tool. But this number 4 individual has the word dual in the word individual, dual. And I think that a lot of what we're talking about, this projecting and almost vilification of ego, systematically in cultures, it isolates the individual, it picks them out and takes offense the society takes offense from the individual. Dual. Their word has the word dual in it. The fencing is a dual. And so in an interesting way, something I'm picking up on around this number 4 is that our language lays snares and booby traps for this personality type. And one of yet another evidence on my list for the fact that the individual has a barbed experience. It's like they live their life walking on caltrops. They're walking on the eggshells of the society and how everybody else just goes along to get along, and now all the individuals have to watch the shards of glass that everybody else was leaving behind. But what is fascinating is knowing that if you are an individual or you're in a group and somehow all the other seats are taken, let's say that your musical chairs has happened and everybody has a place, and now you're the odd man out somehow in this particular situation. Instinctively, doesn't it resonate? Doesn't this formula resonate in your imagination of being in that situation? That the best way forward, if you're the odd man out, is kindness. Kindness is the remedial virtue for the individual. It's their way of showing their value, of accentuating their own value, of dressing themselves up as something that should be taken into the tribe. I just thought I would say all those things because when people envy the individual, they want to duel them. They want to fight them or test them or see, why do you think you're so special? And the answer for that individual is to just maintain a kindness and maybe not fight, make love, not war, and these are all the spirit of Aphrodite. Everything I just said is all in the spirit of Aphrodite, quintessential.
I would really agree with that, with everything you just said, Gabriel. I would just add another layer or level onto it, because we exist in polarity, we exist in duality. So there are only truly ever two paths or two choices, right? We can argue one path with dualistic sides, but it's really the same thing. So if you remember that, of course, being gentlemen, being family, being kin, we would hopefully choose kindness. But some people may have had different backgrounds or may have had different instances of different trauma. So as opposed to choosing kindness, they may choose violence. They may choose to be rough or be arrogant or be an asshole or standoffish, right? Because that draws that same attention in the opposite polarity. It's like, the whole group is still going to look and say, you know what I mean? It's just the reaction of what follows will be different. So not saying at all that you're wrong, but there's a level of duality that we don't necessarily think about, because the light has a purpose. The shadow has a purpose. The shadow needs the light in order to exist. The light doesn't have to worry, but you see what I'm saying? But the light only has to remember what's in the shadow, even if it even acknowledges it. So when you look at this through the lens of human existence, right, it's kind of like trying to increase your aim by shooting at the sun. You're never going to hit it, but your aim will get true.
That's really beautiful. And this polarity, which as above, so below, defines the firmament. And I want to bring this back to the sacred geometry for a moment. As above, so below. As the ego, so is a persona. As the ego, so is the persona. As the ego, so is a persona. There's three aspects. There's three planes of existence. Obviously. The three planes of the shaman. The three aspects of Atzilut, Bria, and Yetzirah that become the formation of Isia from the four worlds. Actually, it's the three worlds. It's incorrectly called the four worlds of the Kabbalah because it's the three worlds that are the constituencies of this world, if we want to get right down to the brass tacks of it. So it's more accurate to consider it as the three worlds. And it's considered as the three states in yoga. Yeah. And the Vedic knowledge as well. And so we can see within this cube, there is the forward to back, right? The air that we bring in, and the what what? Water that is left in our trail, and the fire that we bring in, and the ash, earth that is left in our trail, and the divinity that we bring in, and the expression thereof, which is left in our trail. So we've got these three planes bound by Saturn in the center of the cube. And so when we think of Saturn, we think of the forces of time, the past, the present, and the future. Youth, old age, and, maturity. The crone, the princess, the queen. And the three aspects of the Godhead, too, in the Trisul of the creator, Brahma, the destroyer, Shiva, and the maintainer, Vishnu. And so we've got these three aspects of the Aum, Tat, Sat, or the A, O, M, in the Aum, which becomes the Aum Tat Sat expressed, or is the embodiment of the Aum Tat Sat in its culmination of the physicalizing of these three principles through the processes of the vibrational field reflected as Aum. And so we've got this continuity that is expressing again and again and again and again this Trinity. And so this Trinity suggests that once again, the ego is within a firmament. And what is on the other side of the firmament is the persona. And so the ego and the persona cannot exist without each other. For they are reflections of the firmament. And that the firmament has three aspects. And so three aspects will always come to mind. This is why when we look at the Kabbalah, we see the Aleph, the Mem, and the Shin. The three mother letters are the foundations of the universe, the fundamental states. And so we see this reflected once again when we look at the Tetragrammaton, which has got three expressions of these states as dynamic processes that are engineering the structure through which manifestation can come into being, through the power of the word. The power of the word being that which is expressions of the vibrational field that is binding form through energy to become aligned with the mental plane, the first aspect of Hermes. So we've got this continuity expressed here, and whichever way we look at it, we keep coming back to the bottom line that the firmament separates the waters above from the waters below. And the waters above obviously is the upper planes of existence. And the waters below are what we experience through the etheric as being this physicalizing reality. But the firmament is that fence, in a sense, if we want to look at it. What does a firmament mean? It means a division, in a sense. It means a division that brings structure. And a fence brings structure to that which is outside, to that which is inside. Now I can give the inside a shape. And because the inside's got a shape, because it's got a fence around it, the outside now has a negative impression of that shape. So it has a shape too. But the outside is a negative impression of the shape that is bound by the shape binding the inside. In the same manner that when looking from the outside, the inside is the negative shape of the outside shape from the perspective or the perceptual arena from the outside. So we can see how easy the inversion principles work, and that the entirety of the universe is in the structure of inversion, which is why we see upside down, right? And why we also find that we tend to want to be in denial. more often than not. And we've got to look at the word Nile now. So the Nile is that flowing river. You could call it the Euphrates if you want. And if you want a euphemism, Euphrates. It's interesting. Rates. What are we talking about here? You know? Rate, the measurement. It because we're creating a division, we then have that division reflecting. Now we're looking back at what I was mentioning before, was that there's one particle reflecting itself again and again and again and again and again and again and again to create the structure of the Maya that we experience as this matrix through the etheric vehicle, in order to reconstruct that experience in terms of the astral, to give it movement, an energetic reference of change. And we've got the same metaphor working itself out here. Because there's a division, a fundamental division, we can reflect, and the reflection can be reflected, and the reflection of the reflection can be reflected, and that to almost a state of infinitum, producing this cadence of differentiation, which is actually all part of the structured illusion, because effectively, I believe that there is just one ego, that we're all sharing it. It's just what I believe. And that's sort of going into the idea of Manu. So there's just one firmament, and we're all sharing it. And that firmament has the persona and the ego. And the ego, I always like to put it as E stands for energy, and go is the energy that I project, ego. It's like there's a light inside. Where am I shining it? That's my energy, my source of soul mechanism of momentum driving. And wherever that light goes, it creates shadows. But that shadow will be a negative impression of the light. That's the persona. That's how it manifests itself. So when we're speaking of the ego, we're actually speaking of the way in which the ego manifests itself, and it manifests itself through the shadows that it creates as a concussive, percussive reaction to the light that it projects, which is the persona. And so we say per son, but because of the firmament, it's per sun, right? It's not just sun, it's per sun. The sun is the universal reflection of this process, but each one of us gets our own little part of the puzzle, which is relative to our perspective. And our perspective drives this engine of belief and understanding to put it into a context that we're able to understand, personalizing it so that we have our own context that we can understand. And this understanding is produced by the words that we hold in our mind that label the ideas that are the expressions of the emotional field, the astral, the etheric. And so we see how the word creates what these three principles present in the brain as reality that we're living in, even though it's 2 to 4 seconds in the past and nothing to do with reality. It seems so damn real to us. And so this aspect of the firmament being the ego, I love the way that was put out, that they are one and the same, because essentially it is. And the shadow is the reflection of this process. And we are looking at the shadow, calling it the ego, because the ego presents a shadow. It's unable not to. The sun cannot shine without putting a shadow down. And it's very interesting when we consider the moon, when we look at it in terms of this, because the moon is reflecting the sun's light back according to our notions of reality. But the moon is also putting out the antithetical, the antithetical frequencies that the sun is. The sun is putting out all this electricity. The moon is dealing in the currency of magnetism. So Now we start to get structure to the persona is what controls personal magnetism, I would say. The power of magnetism. And the ego is what controls elect, the ability to elect, to judge, to choose, free will. So we can think of the instrument of the will as the expression of the ego and the embodiment of the constructive expression of this, which becomes the magnetism that manifests the universe or brings people together. I don't know. I'm just sort of stirring this pot as Kalal so beautifully put. You guys have just thrown so many beautiful flavors into the pot. It's got my brain spinning. I actually wrote a song a while ago called Spinning, and I literally feel like I'm spinning now because these thoughts are moving round and round. And each time they come round, you see a little whisper of something you didn't see the time before. Whoa! And it's an endless spiral. So I will be quiet and let you guys construct more wonderful flavors.
Yeah, man.
Fire.
I've got I have just a couple hazards on the path that I see, that we can benefit from reading these signs in advance. And some people have had these thoughts already, I'm sure. Isn't it fascinating how there's an ecological movement right now, and how a lot of people are catching self-congratulatory pats on the back for becoming an eco-activist. And what I see happening here is a non-disclosed ego stroke, collective ego stroke, like a shake weight party, that is going to be the new activism. I think it's very dangerous. I think it's a noble cause. It's very noble to want Earth to survive. That's great. But what kind of ego is required to self-aggrandize yourself to such a degree that you're going to police other people with your holding the planet hostage? It is the epitome of an egotistical activism movement. And they are literally calling it what it is, but you're not hearing that. You're hearing eco. You're hearing eco, that we're saving the ecology, that we're going to save Earth. But meanwhile, it is also stroking your ego to be a part of that agenda. So I think it's great for every individual on their own Aphrodite, one person at a time path, in your individual way, to save the planet. Do what you can. But don't go broadcasting it or jumping on to bandwagons or patting yourself or pointing fingers at other people because their shadow doesn't meet the projections that you're projecting. Everybody should save the planet, but you should do it on your own time. Don't be jumping in teams against other teams, because that is going to become politicized. And the ego monster is going to turn into a crazy Greta Tintin, Eleonora Thunberg Antichrist. And so, yeah, I see this as the new aeon. This is the new age. This is the new movement. This is the new charitable cause. A charitable cause. The charitable cause is Auriga, the charioteer. This is Hephaestus. This is Vulcan. This is somebody born. This is a wounded healer. They reincarnate this mythology 1,000 different ways to pull on our heartstrings. So that when they pull on our heartstrings, we are then inspired to engage on a charitable cause, so that we can feel virtuous and pat ourselves on the back because we contributed to Greta Tintin, Eleonora Thunberg, who is clearly Tintin. That's double vaxxed. It's a double X, XX. It's the Aeon card. Very dangerous emotional manipulations. And it just blows me away how bold-faced they are to use the Twilight speak, so conveniently manufactured parallel of the eco and the ego. And we should work hard every day not to get those two things twisted.
It's a difficult thing right there. I mean, I think, knowing that we've destroyed over 60% of our rainforests for the industrial.
What? Wait. I got to interrupt. We did? Did we do it, Indy? We have the freedom of association. We have the freedom. You can associate with the people who cut down the rainforest if you want to, but don't associate other people.
Personally responsible for everything that happens in the world.
Right.
Have done something about it. I don't necessarily subscribe to that.
And so it's important.
As a species, we have to
important that we don't
for the actions that
we
made.
We. That's the word. That's the word we. You keep saying we.
You can deny things.
I didn't do it. I'm not in this together. I'm not all in this together.
That it's not your responsibility and you have no responsibility. But we all play an equal part in taking responsibility for the travesties that are happening around the world. Interrupting somebody else's private property and standing in front of the tree is not the answer. I mean, it's like,
but I didn't do that. I didn't do that. Neither did you.
When we stand up for animals' rights, when we stand up for the rights of plants, animals and trees are not well protected. When somebody stands up for the rights of an individual that's going to be mowed down, people are more sympathetic to the cause a lot of times. But we know that human species is destroying the rainforest out from underneath us, and the forest, and every tree that gets cut down can be detrimental to our atmosphere. But sometimes it's necessary.
I think the word we is getting abused here.
When we don't we're talking about separating ourselves divisively as somebody that's an island. That's not part of the collective.
Hold on.
That's part of the delusion.
Let's do this.
The ego is part of the delusion.
We're separating. Hold on. We're not separating ourselves divisively. We're separating ourselves healthily.
While I speak, I'll let you speak afterwards. Thank you. There's two aspects of the delusion of separation. There's the ego, which aggrandizes the self, and then there is a doormat or a people pleaser that values others above the individual themselves. And so both of those situations, there's a misvaluation of one and overvaluation of the other. But if we can overcome the delusion of separation, we come into an understanding of oneness, the integration of us all. The we starts to come in place instead of the I. So go ahead, Gabe.
I'm sorry, buddy, but I do not give you permission to associate me with ruining trees or the environment. You don't have my permission to do that. So when you say we and all of us and we're all in this together, that is totalitarian mentality. And I do not give you permission to associate me with anything horrible.
Well, I do.
That boundary has been you've trespassed.
You just valued not trying to be an eco-activist. You've just demonized being an eco-activist. So I do hold you personally responsible for putting out ideology that is against the valuation of nature. Yes, I do personally. Yes. And I can't feel
well, nature didn't ask you to be her hero. Nature didn't ask you to be her hero. She didn't ask you. She didn't invite you. And I didn't invite you in to ask me into the war or the battle to save Mother Nature because the stakes are too high. The stakes are too high. We're not worthy of defending Earth. We're not worthy. And you can't incorporate me. You can't recruit me into this war.
It doesn't
and you
require
can't hold Mother Earth hostage.
But we don't have to demonize those who value Mother Nature.
Can I please jump in here?
Please do.
So you're both right? And you're both wrong, right? That's the beauty of it. And this is where the ego is beautifully, flawlessly displayed. I am someone who always corrects people, because people will say we and this, that, and the third. And it doesn't matter what they're talking about. I usually do it as a joke, because I'll say, I don't speak French. You know what I'm saying? What is this we you're talking about, right? But I understand the principle Gabe is trying to convey. However, Gabe is right and wrong. This is the same way Indy's right and wrong. Let me explain what I mean, or at least attempt to. Now, of course, the earth should be fought for. Children should be fought for. Women should be fought for. We're going through a lot of the bullshit in the world that we're going through ultimately because the woman and child is not being defended and fought for as she should be. But that's a whole nother story, right? Now, on the flip side of that, vegetables, women, and children are no more special in nature than the rapist or the murderer, because their law that has been written into the firmament. It's a law that you wrote just by incarnating. So I don't need your permission to include you in the travesty of the rainforest burning. It's your fault because you're here. You don't have to like it. You don't have to assume it. You don't have to claim it. I personally don't care. But this is a journey towards enlightenment, right? Walk with me. If you understand that the firmament is fundamental division that Franklin spoke about, what does that mean, fundamental division? You're a man, you're a woman, you're this color, you speak, you don't speak, whatever you are, there's an opposite. There's a equal and distant polarity to what you are. There's a mirror, there's a shadow, there's a variant, right? People in your family, maybe you don't have a family, people in your orphanage, right? People in your law, people in your state, people in your, take it however you want, right? This fundamental division is trying to force you via your triggers, via your victories, via your losses, via your offenses, to get you to participate in the universe, in the one song. You can sing lead, you can sing in the background, but you're supposed to sing, motherfucker. Understand, you're supposed to participate. So the low end of the spectrum, the horribleness, the rape, the murder, right? That's supposed to propel you upward, right? When you fly higher, you get more bonuses, you get more participation when you join in. There's more of a incentive here. Now I can get this to you numerically, but I'm trying to make it make sense for everybody. The fundamental division brings you to the center. What do we use to find our way here? A compass, right? The center of the earth, you're supposed to come past. Now, interestingly enough, you're not allowed to go to the center of the earth. You're also, it wouldn't make sense and it would draw too much attention if you weren't also not allowed to go past the 60th parallel. Well, why would you go out further if you had not first come past the center? Once you go to the center and align yourself, oh, there is no division. Oh, we're all here getting shined on by the sun. We're all here getting rained on by the cloud. We're all here participating. No one is different. It's all one thing. Now, you can go out past the 60th parallel in expansion. This is what karmic debt is. This is what karma is. As long as you understand and operate under the fundamental division, as long as that is the primary principle in your life, no matter what cause you take up, then you have karma. You will come back here and you will play the game again. And I'm not saying that that's a bad thing, because that's the way we built it, but that's what will happen. Once you come to center and understand that there is no division, then you can expand. You see this in numerology. It's called karmic debt. If you have 0, your previous lives have not implemented or impacted your current iteration of life. What does that mean? That means you can expand. And I'll shut up.
That's so beautifully put, brother. And
Yeah, buddy.
I love the way you've expressed that. It really drops the hammer on it. And I'll add to what you're saying in the same veins, and bring it into context as well from my perspective. Yeah, like what you were saying, Indy, I can relate to the personal responsibility in as much as that what we do with our consciousness field is going to affect every other human being on earth. What we do with our thoughts, what we do with our shadow, what we do with our manifestational ability is going to in some way affect the people next door to us and down the road. And there's a knock-on effect. And a butterfly flaps its wings in Beijing, causes a tornado in Tornado Alley. A lot of butterflies in Beijing, by the way, like more than 1,000 a year or something. But a lot of wing flapping. And in the same fashion, I think that what we do becomes everybody else. And this, I think, comes back to the point of that there is only one ego, the way I see it. But at the same time, I'm also seeing where Gabriel is coming from as well. Put the tinfoil hat on, you know, them buggers. Constructing our world behind our back while sticking us in schools, not by choice. Like our parents would have gone to jail if we didn't go to school. Like this is how serious it is. You know, they would put our parents in jail or take us away from our parents and put us in horrible places. So we've been imprisoned in this way of life. Even though it's a choice, our choices have been sculpted for us by clever people that got to us before we were old enough to make a choice. They got to us when we were young. They got to us through our televisions. They got to us through our schools when we were 5 years old. They started molding our minds. We weren't able to make decisions and choices. So both sides are true, I think, as well, like Carlyle says, in as much as we do have the astral, what is. And so from the astral perspective, you could say that it's not we, it's I making my. From the etheric perspective, you could say that we are the conglomeration of all of this. So what we do with our etheric essence can change the dynamic. What we do in the future can change the past. This is something that's like, this is deep shamanism here now. Like, what we do in the future can change the past. The idea of soul retrieval, which actually ties into the etheric firmament reflection and how we make choices that leave part of ourselves behind. We make choices that limit our perceptual awareness and limit the scope of our possible effects and put our manifestational abilities into a box, a cube that's smaller than it needs to be, that's manageable from the outside. And so Big Brother comes into the picture. So I think it's a very difficult topic, what you guys have hit on here, because like Carlyle says, there's a lot of truth here. But I think that it's fundamentally structured in this nature of this downloading reality. It's true. Uploading reality. It's not true. Downloading reality. It's true. Uploading reality. It's not true. Depending on our perception. When we're looking from the spiritual plane, the download's not true, but the upload is. When we're looking at it from the material plane, the download's true, but the upload's not. Which is how this inversion principle of the ego and the persona are sort of dancing around each other with perfect symmetry, like a man and a woman in phase with each other's dance. And the steps are totally in phase with each other. It's a beautiful symmetry of being expressed that produces the polarity of the reality of matter, antimatter. And so, in a sense, everything that is true from the physical plane becomes a lie from the spiritual plane, even though it's a reflection of what is on the spiritual plane. And everything that's true on the spiritual plane in the physical plane becomes a lie, even though it's true inverted, which is an interesting concept. The truth is always a lie, and the lie is always a truth. And when we start to like really put this into our pipe and smoke it, it puts us into a state of sort of confusion, I think. Confusion, I believe, is the Sastra chakra. Yeah, the fundamental chakra, which is containing all 1,000 petals of possibilities. That one petal repeating itself 1,000 times in order to produce the myriad possibilities of this differentiation, which we consider as the segments of time coordinating the dance of space, if that's a good way of putting it. But I do think that personal responsibility does come into it, though. As an activist, so I've done my share of activism. Ooh la la, I've done my share. I got malnutrition, bad malnutrition. That I actually had to go to a doctor and figure out what the hell's going on. I went to the dentist, like, what the hell's wrong with my gums? I was like, no, you got bad malnutrition. I was like, really? Yeah, it's like bad. I was like, damn, I've been an activist for like 6 months. This is what happens because you don't eat. You work like 20 hours a day. And I never believed that I was going to actually make a difference. But I had to keep this a secret because I was in a position of being, I don't know what to call it, of coordinating and orchestrating, organizing, protests and at the front of the march, so to speak. So sort of like a hub holding the different spokes of the wheel together. And so there were a lot of people depending on me, or not depending, but like in a sense relying on me because I bound this group to this group and I bound this group to this group and I bound this group and then sort of sat in the center of this trying to figure out like what the hell's going on there and there and there and there and there and trying to keep just a little piece of each wheel's information in my head, just enough that I could be the go-between, because I've noticed that in the world this compartmentalization is the way that we've been trained to think. So my purpose was to decompartmentalize the structure of the activist group of our movement, and that sort of put me in the center of the wheel, if that makes sense. And so I wasn't able to fully express myself honestly, and I did speak to some very close activists that were like part of it, and I'd speak to them and say, listen, this is between you and me, but I don't believe we're going to make a difference. I don't believe we're going to get anywhere. I don't believe we can change anything. And they'd be like, what the hell are you doing this for? I was like, well, the hope is that other people will ask questions. And when people ask questions and change the way they're thinking, when enough of us change the way we're thinking, the universe will just change. But what we're doing here is pointless. And so the truth becomes a lie, the lie becomes a truth. Can we protect nature? No. Nature's bigger than us. Nature's going to put a foot on us, like squidge. Nature will recover. Nature will be fine. We'll be scrunched out of existence. But at the same time, we can't just continue with the attitude that nature is our tool, because it's us that we're hurting. It's not nature that we're hurting when we behave in a... I'll give you a classic example. Oh, gosh, I want to get into trouble here. I've been complaining about... let me find the right words. Okay. My drain gets blocked far more than it ought to be blocked because a certain person puts food down the drain. And I've been like on this person's case, like, listen, clean the plates off before you put it down the drain. So I end up having to buy big 5-kilogram containers of caustic soda and shove it down the drains. And every time I'm spooning that caustic soda down the drain, I'm conscious like, where the hell is this stuff going? Do you see what I mean? It's like it's some powerful chemistry that I'm throwing down the sink. and it winds me up, and I get annoyed, and that starts getting my my goat going, and I'm like starting to like give some harsh words as feedback, of like, what the hell are you doing? Now, because of you, the drain's blocked again. Every week the drain's blocked. Every 5 days the drain's blocked. And there's a knock-on effect. My bunnies are in a quad at the back, and the drain pops out there, and the dishwater comes out there and goes to the center of the quad. And so I've had floods, and I now can't maintain the center drain in the quad of the bunnies because there's this little puddle of water that keeps filling up there, and I need to get it out. And this is 1,000 reasons why it winds me up. And so there's a lack of personal responsibility there towards maintaining the balance. And even though that is a destruction to the planet in a sense, it's really the person who's doing that that's hurting themselves, because that attitude of being unconscious will feed back into the way we live our lives in other ways. And the way that we look at ourselves will become as unconscious as that. The way we understand ourselves will become as unconscious as that. So there's the juxtaposition and the duality of all things that seems to know its place under this firmament, because the firmament is that fence, and it's always selling stolen goods. It's always selling stolen goods. And this the ego is selling stolen goods to the persona, that then wants to sell the stolen goods back to the ego. And so there's this crazy trade happening between the ego and the persona, but they're like bound. They can't say no, because it's like they know each other's number. There's a clause in the contract that you have to take this now. Yeah, but I gave it to you. You have to take it now. This is the contract. And so we're stuck in this dynamic, I think, of this duality. And then once again, here we've got the idea of duality, right, being expressed. This beautiful story that you were talking about earlier, with the duality coming into play, and how easy it is for duality to seem concrete when it's a principle that's dynamic, and it's always a fundamental four processes happening. Now, I always like to think of everything as four things. So when there's a polarity, within the polarity, there's the polarity of the polarity. And then there's the polarity of the two polarities that becomes a polarity that polarizes with the polarity of the other polarities. So this consistent double, and everything brings back to this four, this four. And that's like, what's it for, right? What's it for? It's like, I think we're here to challenge ourselves, and sometimes challenging ourselves, we challenge each other. But I'll stop, because I'll just go on forever. Verbal diarrhea. Please excuse me.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I want to weave on the eco action. I had my in my rant earlier, I mentioned that every individual should be saving the earth in their own magical, special way. I totally am all about that. We all do play a role here. My special way, I'll share. It's kind of defeating. It's kind of it's not a happy story. I sing praise songs to the Amazon River, and in her native tongue, in a language she understands. And there's a specific part of the Amazon that we venerate in our practice. It's the Paraná River. And a lot of people know the Paraná song. The song of the Paraná has traveled the world. And so some people out there, when they hear the word capoeira, the first thing they want to do is sing the Paraná song, which is beautiful, because it's the veins and the arteries of Brazil, is the Amazon River. But that song is commemorating basically the Mason-Dixon line. It's a song that is grouping out a division, North versus South, you could say, culturally. And so the history of the song itself is rooted in a civil war of Brazil. And when I thought upon that fact, that the identity, the song that identifies the true artery of Capoeira, cuts right through history and runs through a civil war that divided these people from themselves. It's a bitter pill. It's strangely tragic. And it echoes, it reverberates out into this conversation right here and right now, where my form of activism, originally, I took it on is like, you know, I'm going to send my spiritual energy down to the Terra Preta, and I'm going to sing her to health. And then I find out, wait a second, this is a civil war division spell, really. When you look at the full lyrics to the song, that's really what's happening. And so I'm pulling back and I'm like, I need another song. I need a better song. So it's interesting that you give your energy to a spell, and you get to a certain level and you think, wait a second, where did this come from? You look at the true roots of the movement that you are getting behind, and you have to maybe blaze your own trail from there based on what you found out and what you know. In about another aspect of this ego in the echo, in the eco of it all, it goes back to the ignorance. This is coming back to the ignorance. It's the egg in Urania's hands. The egg in Urania's hands is an orb. She's the muse of geometry, astrology, and the holy sacred sphere. Now, this holy sacred sphere that she is holding onto makes people lose their mind. People have been trained to repel from what she's offering. This ball drives people mad. And I'm going to explain quite a few ways that this ball makes everybody want to fight each other. One example is when Perseus is confronting the three hags. There are three crones who are the prophetesses that he needs to get information to move forward in his journey. Well, these three crones are fighting over one tooth and one eyeball shared amongst the three of them. This is Malthusian worldview. The three hags, they believe that there's only one tooth to go around. They believe that there's only one way to see the world, and they've all come to a covenant to agree to all see the world the same way through this extremely narrow worldview. And so they're fighting. There's three hags fighting over two objects. So there's not enough to go around. Therefore, they are the prisoners of their own little miniature collectivism spell in their little circle, these three hags. Perseus has to go and steal the eyeball from them so that he can get the information from them. This eyeball is the egg in Urania's hands again. Here is this controversial sphere of a limited worldview that there's not enough to go around. Or that anybody who doesn't see through this eyeball is not in our group and is not worthy, and therefore they have to die, or whatever. They're evil because they don't use the same eyeball. This recipe pops up again when Eris, the goddess of chaos, rolls the golden apple of discord into the pantheon, into a wedding, with the words written on that sphere. She writes, "For the fairest." And that word fairest sets off all of the goddesses. Hera, Artemis, and Aphrodite go to war, and millions of billions and trillions of people die because they get in a fight over who's going to get this apple of discord. The reason that spell worked is because they convinced people that there's not enough love to go around, that there's not enough worldview to go around, that somebody has to be the fairest. Somebody's got to be the fairest, and therefore there must be conflict to discern who that is. I think it's fascinating that there are three goddesses who fight over it. because I think what that's encoding is the top 3 spheres of the Sephiroth, which are for each individual to discern on their own, including the freedom of association, which is removed from the shared common experience of everybody, that we are all in on this together. From those 3 spheres down, we are all in this together. But from those 3 spheres up, that's where the individual has full governance and command of themselves. Nobody else can speak for those levels of the self. And so between those top 3 spheres and the rest of the body, yes, we are all in this together in some level, but on another level, don't forget that crown, that Keter, the command of the self. You have freedom of association. Don't let it get used against you.
That Padana song that you're talking about, Padana, there's something quite powerful in that. I'm hearing the words, and so a pat is where the word path comes from, obviously from Saxon, from Germanic tongues, right? Dutch, German, I'm sure it must be recurring in those different forms of those languages. Anna, we go to India. If you say Anna, it means come here. Yeah. So, coming. Literally, the translation of the word means coming. So, pat is a path which insinuates going, and Anna is a word that means coming. So, I translate that name of that song as to going, coming. What you put out comes back to you. The path is what you bring to you.
Yeah.
The path that you travel on brings you back right here. Beautiful.
Beautiful.
I want to hear that song.
Oh, give me a second. Let's see. Cantaramina murie Paraná, capoeira me venceu Paraná. Paraná, 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 Paraná. How's that?
Beautiful, brother. And that is a beautiful way to bring Soraya into the fold. Soraya is a wonderful poetess and a heart thinker and down to earth, straightforward, no nonsense lady. She's a mother. She's a philosopher and a thinker and a sharer of inspiration that lifts people's hearts. I can't say enough about beautiful, lovely Soraya. Welcome to Soraya. I hope you're having an awesome day. Thank you for honoring us, and I'd love to give you an opportunity to introduce yourself, and I hope that you're hearing me.
Yes, I'm hearing you. Good evening. Thank you. What are you doing, Gabe?
Those are the dancing serpents.
Yeah. I saw it.
Those are the 2 serpents that wrap around the caduceus.
Yes, that
And,
one. Yeah, it's widely used.
going and coming. Going, coming, going, coming, going, coming. So
Kinda
it's like that
ebb
song.
and
Beautiful
flow.
song, Gabriel. I'd love to hear that whole song. Damn, man. Where do you download that?
Only the strong.
You got it. You knew it. You totally knew it. Yeah, buddy.
I did Capoeira.
Nice, buddy. That's sweet.
Yeah.
Yes.
I love that movie.
Yeah. The Paraná song, one of the challenges of the Paraná song, I love this. It's one that the song. It's kind of like Leonard Cohen's Hallelujah. He wrote that song openly so other people could add lyrics to it. And so it's the song that keeps writing itself. And so if you look into Hallelujah, it's like got 300 plus extra verses have been added to it, and it's an open-ended invitation for artists to keep doing that. And so Padana has that also. It's a challenge to sing the song and never repeat the same verse, and just go on and on forever as long as you possibly can. So it's a notoriously verbose song. Yeah, it's supposed to draw you out.
Cool.
Is that the song you said you sing to the river? Now that
Yes,
that is
yes, it's
that,
the Padana.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Well, yes, the Paraná is a river, and it is where the word piranha comes from. There are piranhas in the Amazon, and those are man-eating fish. And so even the word itself is attaches to a carnivorous predator animal in a fascinating way. But it's the Amazon River. It feeds into the Amazon, and it's a major location of a battle. The Battle of Paraná is basically a civil war of Brazil.
Yes. No, that's what I thought. I was just double checking. It made me think about something else that you said, because and first and foremost, I love that movie. When you understand what capoeira is and where it came from, what it was used for, what it's turned into to a large degree, it makes sense in the scope of this conversation. So you mentioned, I heard you quickly say ego echo, right? That ties into a point I was going to be making later on about the quote unquote reality of this reality itself. Lego my ego, Lego my echo, right? You mentioned the three into the one, and that brought me back to Nimrod and Orion, because those three stars are actually the three Marys that point to the messianic energy, right? That like kind of show you where to go. So when it comes to the idea of grounding, like you singing that song to the river in a language that she understands, well, ultimately we're talking about the earth, right? The earth recognizes you no matter where you are. It's almost like at the very least, like a pressure system, right? That's why grounding is so important. So when you travel, the earth can say, "Oh, you're over here now, baby. Okay, well, let me send you some energy your way this way," right? So when you understand that capoeira was meant as a dance, as opposed to the martial art, and it is brutal. If you've ever seen anybody catch one of those, for anybody who plays Tekken, shout out to George Mesa. You know what I'm saying? You ever seen Eddie Gordo do one of those front kicks? You get caught with that even in the air, it's a wrap for you. You know what I mean? So it's brutal. But this is what happens when you turn love in the inverted way. It becomes deadly. It's like words. Words can kill. Words can give you life. So it's just something to make you think. But the earth always knows where we are. So there is no language. You wouldn't even necessarily have to speak. You just take your shoes off, But this brings us back to the ego. So when we understand that we're talking about a series of events that never happened on a level, right? Because in order for them to have happened, this had to have had been real. On an exoteric level, of course, that is exactly the case. You were a man, you had children, you were this sign, and you were born on this day. It happened until you go back to center, right? So, but this is the work of the ego, and this is the work of the trigger. But all of that brought me to the idea of God, the idea of template again. These things that we hold over us, these suns that illuminate everything within the sphere of our lives, these templates. we latch on to. Bobby Hemmett pointed out that if you were taught Jesus from an early child, you would look at Jesus as God, right? If you were taught that Mickey Mouse was God, you would look at Mickey Mouse as God. I find it very interesting that Robert Langdon from the Da Vinci Code, which was so controversial largely because it was about the divine feminine and the relationship between Jesus and Mary, right? Which is ultimately, again, talking about the divine feminine. He became the most emotional when he lost his Mickey Mouse watch. And it was a very specific time he was pointing to. When you correlate that astrologically, it goes right back to Nimrod. So it's interesting how we find these Mobius strips to take us around everything that we think we know.
That's really beautiful, brother. And I love you threw a lot onto the table, not just one or two. It's like there's like the seeds of like 5 different conversation fractures, and it makes me think about seeds that become trees, and how the past lives are the seeds that become the trees of our current life to produce the seeds of our future lives. And how this fractal is reflecting and perfecting itself in the process of reflection, this echo chamber. I think reality is an echo. That's all reality is. It's nothing more than an echo from the etheric plane of reverberation. And so this is why I think we get so stuck in our lives in reality, because we're operating in an echo, and an echo is quite limited. It's quite limited because it's not the actual sound we're listening to. We're listening to the echo of what was the sound. And I think this is why patterns and habits are the way of this world, the currency. I think it was Slick that was also saying about walking and habits and repetition, and how it's the repetition and the pattern and the habit. I think it's the currency of this world is repetition. Once again, it's that one point repeating itself. And each repetition is an echo. It's not quite the same as the original sound. It's just an echo. It's not quite the same in the coordinates of time. It's an echo. It's a continue. Each echo loses a little bit of something of what it had to become something more than what it was. And so that the nature of reality could be seen as echoes bouncing off echoes, bouncing off echoes, bouncing off echoes. And here we've got the vibrational field of the event horizon making the atom. And the atom. Oh, there was another thing about that name of that song. While we're still close enough to the song that we haven't forgotten, I'm going to read something here because it made me. This word Dana, I know that the Dana comes from the Irish and the Celtic, and I see here that it's right. So Dana has multiple origins and meanings, including Gaelic, Hebrew, and Persian. In Celtic, it comes from the Danoched, I'm not saying it right, which means brown warrior. In Hebrew, it means God is my judge. In Persian, it means wise or learned. So there's another look at that name, another aspect of breaking down, because Pa is father. Father. Pa. Pa is literally what Germanic people will call their father, or papa. They'll say it twice sometimes in French, for example. And so Padhana thus becomes the father or added to the wise father, or the father that is the judge, or the father that is the brown warrior. And it's interesting how there's these three sort of languages that are reflecting what seems to be three aspects. One is the warrior, one is the judge, and one is the wise, learned one. Because it takes the wisdom of the learned one to become the judge in order to know when to be the warrior. And so there's like, they're like, to my mind, it makes a triangle in a sense, or three spokes of three spirals that are triangular in their structure. I thought I'd add that in. Fascinating. That song is really, it's resonating through my brain. It still hasn't left. But I'd love to.
It traveled for good reason.
I'd love to step back and hear what everybody's got to say about, you know, the firmament, in terms of this. There's the part of the firmament we haven't discussed. It might seem a little bit tinfoil hatty, but I think tinfoil hat is important. Hati is an elephant, Ganesh. And so we're now looking at the nature of the space and time, right? The firmament is a layer of water that separates us from everything that we're experiencing. And we know that this exists. We know that even according to our so-called model that we've been taught of the round earth, whichever model we take, there is this layer of water between us and what's out there. And that water is part of a diamagnetic polarizing effect. In the same way that around a black hole, there's a firmament. Even black holes have firmaments of water, which is interesting, the physics of it, that they're actually moving the water outwards, radiating outward towards the firmament from the center of the black hole. So anything that escapes the gravity, because it's diamagnetically changing its reaction to gravity. And so here we've got to look at what I see: gravity, magnetism, a reflection of the mask, as opposed to the electrical expressions of light from typical suns. And so I thought, see if anybody's got anything to say about the physical firmament. We've been speaking about the metaphysical, spiritual firmament, which is like the shadow being projected from the inner light, from who we are. We're indivisible from our shadow. But how does this play out below the firmament? As above, so below. How does this firmament reflect on the physical plane? And somebody mentioned, I think it was you mentioning the vapor canopy earlier, and this comes into what we're discussing here. The vapor canopy was when there was more water bound to the firmament. And so the quantity of water bound to the firmament seems to have changed. And when that changed, it seems like the size of every living thing changed. Did the size of the planet change? Is the size of our reality bound to how much water is moving towards the firmament? Because if each of our bodies gets bigger and smaller, is the planet bigger and smaller? Is there a relativity to the scale of being? For example, changing the frequency of light that you feed plants, if there's more of the red spectrum, the far red spectrum of light, it causes an elongation of the cells. So each cell gets bigger, which means that the plant gets bigger and the yield gets bigger from the plant because of the bigger cells. So there's some kind of an interesting reflection here between the electromagnetic spectrum and the size of cells. If the size of cells are different, should the size of atoms be different in relation to the size of cells? I mean, if these cells are made out of atoms, well, what does it tell us? Because what are molecules made out of? I don't know. I thought I'd throw that onto the table. Get a little bit sciencey. We can put on our tinfoil sciencey hats.
Thank you, Shaman. I wanted to tell Gabe thank you for singing that song. It's really nice.
You're welcome, buddy. Anytime. Let me know if you want more.
All right. The firmament is it's a barrier, right? Essentially, if you look at it through the lens of amniotic fluid, when a woman is pregnant with a child, it might make sense, that idea of hard water and soft water. Anybody who hasn't seen that video of the rocket hitting the firmament, if you look at it from a physical standpoint, it doesn't really make a lot of sense, because it slows as it hits. It doesn't, shatter. It doesn't explode. That's because it is essentially water. In the same way that air is essentially water. For a reference of that visually, look at a school of fish and look at a flock of birds. They move the exact same way, right? We could even argue that they both have wings, because fish have, little fins. That's why Namor was first deemed the first mutant, because he had these, not only was he super strong and nigh invulnerable, but he had these wings on his ankles that doubled as fins. They're one and the same thing. We're talking about a energetic template. So when you look at it through the idea of technology, this is how signals get triangulated, right? This is how you're able to bounce a signal from here to Asia, for example. I think in the East, what is it called? Sky King or Sky something. It's like a very, very big cable network. It's a retriangulation of a signal. So if you look at the Tower of Babel from that standpoint, as it being perhaps an antenna that was sending out a certain signal, as opposed to being a telescope, as it's purported to be, you might, you get a different understanding. As a barrier, it is described as the Van Allen belt. But the problem with that is the NASA did not proclaim knowledge of it until 1972, I believe. But of course, they supposedly had the moon landing in '69. There's certain missions before that, so things just don't add up. Now, when you get to the point that they lost $66 trillion worth of telemetry data, I think that kind of speaks for itself. But that's a different story. On the physical side, that's a quick depiction of the firmament. I'm sorry. It's also the net of Isis. You can see that very, very wonderfully depicted in the third Pirates of the Caribbean movie, where you have to sail your boat upside down to get through the weakest part of the magnetosphere, which is at the top in the very center. That's also what Judy K. King talks about in the Isis Thesis and Road from Orion, Balls of Fire. And to all you wonderful readers out there, she just came out with a brand new book called The Gold Bug, The Dual Force.
That's really beautiful.
It just dawned on.
Please continue.
It's just dawning on me. The Van Allen radiation belt. I'm hearing this with new ears as you say it, Khalil. Van rings to me with vanity. This number 4 personality type, the individual, the standalone, they have vanity. That's Venus's name. This is Aphrodite's Roman names, the vain one. And Elan is the word that the only person to be persecuted in JFK's trial. Oh, his mind is just slipping out of my database. From New Orleans. It'll come to me in a little bit. He described JFK with the word Elan. He said, I found JFK to be very sophisticated in all these compliments. And then one of the compliments he slipped on the list and he's on the stand. This is all officially on the record. He called JFK Elon, and he said it with the French way. In the French, it's Elon. It's almost a soft N, but it's ELA with the /N, and it means beautiful, uniquely designed, regal in appearance. So Van Elon is vain and regal in appearance. It's a double description of Aphrodite. Now, Aphrodite, again, with this individual, okay, so you can't go past the Van Allen radiation belt, right? I mean, so you can't be special. You're stuck here with everybody. You can't think that you can't exclude yourself from this band. What's amazing is Aphrodite had a belt. She had a special belt. It was actually it was kind of a brassiere, really, that held up her attributes in a very complimentary way, and it was magically charmed such that no man could possibly even dream of resisting it. Any woman who wears Aphrodite's Van Elon belt, every man succumbs to this charmed implement. It was used in the story of the fall of Troy. Hera borrows this belt to seduce Zeus, so he falls asleep and they can run a covert operation while he's passed out after his post-climax endeavors. Zeus falls asleep because this Van Allen belt was used to charm him to fall asleep. And isn't it fascinating that the question about the Van Allen radiation belt woke up so many people when they realized, wait a second, that doesn't make any sense. Zeus wakes up and we realize they were running a Trojan horse operation. We allowed billions of dollars of spending to go to those fools. And then we wake up and say, wait a sec, you can't get past that radiation belt. We're second guessing all of it. Isn't it fascinating that the Van Allen radiation belt is part of lulling people to sleep and having a post-coitus realization, maybe buyer's remorse that we gave them so much money for something that shouldn't be doable. But then funny enough, a lot of us know, they actually moved the firmament in the past, I forget what year they did that, but they the news articles, they slipped it in while everybody's running around with their face covered with panties. They told everyone that they moved the atmosphere, whatever you want to call it, it's actually more than twice as far away as where they told us it was before. They said they dug up some old information out of the archives, that they overlooked it over 40 some years ago. Somebody already did the math and proved that the boundary, the barrier is no longer between us and the moon. It used to actually be something you would have to go through to get to the moon. They just more than doubled its distance from us. And when they did that, the moon is now inside of the Van Allen radiation belt. It's now in here with us, which is fascinating. It makes us kind of, the metaphor now is more of a double yolked egg. Before we were just a single yolk egg, and now we're inside the egg with the moon, because whatever that boundary is, it's more than twice as far away. It's a strange, like in a magical working, they've included the moon into the circle, which means so much psychically. It means so much psychically, especially after convincing a lot of people that the moon is out to get you. Well, guess what? No, the moon is in here to get you. It's not out there. It's in here with you. It's even more influential than we thought. So yeah, just some thoughts floating around in my head.
It was always known. That was always known. Think about how Monday is the day of feminine energy, and it has always been suppressed, right? NASA is Hebrew for deceive. Like this is what they do. They've always known this. You know, and here I'll show you a perfect example of the ego, because see that if the shoe fits, put it on, right? Like we all have this built-in Cinderella complex. There's a movie called Hidden Figures, right? Hidden Figures is about the untold story of these quote unquote melanated or black women who helped out with the equations to get the trajectory right to be able to go into orbit, to be able to go into space, right? And they made it seem like it was this, all of that is BS. It is complete and utter BS. And this is not to put down the black woman whatsoever, not whatsoever, but understand that you're being used in much the same way current iteration of horrible rap is being used as a destructional tool. So this goes back to the point I made earlier about words and love being destructive or life-giving. It's the same thing with frequency, right? But this plays into this whole idea of the space agency. You know, NASA has never been here to tell the truth. They have the largest swimming pool in the world. They buy the largest amounts of helium in the world. There are no satellites. There are high altitude balloons. There would be no purpose of a fish lens, right? If it weren't for NASA. So they have always known the parameters of our dimension. In the 1958 Encyclopedia Britannica, you can find, and that's going to run you a couple thousand. You know, they are still available, but that's going to run you a couple thousand. On eBay, I think there may be 500 or 600. They have the exact parameters of the firmament. That's how they know where to go and where not to go. That's why they have the shipping lanes they have in the oceans. That's why they have the cruise lanes, and all of which have had to be altered in the last 15 years due to supposed global warming, but the sea levels haven't risen. Now the garbage levels have, and they don't want you to see garbage when you're on a cruise. So they have to go this way. But that's a different story.
Now, this is all very interesting. And please excuse me eating that salad, but I had to eat it because it was going to go to waste. I can't stand the thought of food going to waste, especially not a salad that I made. Wow, what a salad. The idea of Admiral Byrd. He said quite a few things. I mean, we've all heard of Admiral Byrd. He took out squadrons of, huge military contingency to go out and take a look at what's going on. What's this North Pole story? And he was met by intelligent response of superior technology that caused a lot of hirikiri in his squadrons, sank a lot of his aircrafts, caused loss of life, to the point that he had to come back with his tail between his legs, telling the story that you can't go there because it's just not on. Whoever's out there, they won't allow us to come there. Now, okay, we all know this story. Well, I imagine many of us know it because it's well documented and it's well researched. But here's and one of the other things that Admiral Byrd was concerned about, the shrinking of the world. Now, what does this mean? Was he talking in terms of metaphor? I've heard a lot of researchers suggesting that he wasn't speaking in terms of metaphor, right? So it makes me like lift an eyebrow and go, wow, okay, food for thought. Then we've got the story of the ice collapsing into the sea, and the North Pole is shrinking, which is a very interesting concept. And if the North Pole is shrinking, then what else is shrinking? Could the distance between ourselves and the firmament be a relativity? Could all things in this world be relative? does stand to reason. Perception seems to work that way. And if it is relative, then could the size of the world relatively have a reflection upon the apparent distance of the firmament? I just put this out there as a concept. I don't know, those of you that have heard this, the ideas of Admiral Byrd's belief that the world was shrinking. Could the world literally be shrinking? In as much as those giant trees got smaller, the human bodies got smaller, everything seemed to get smaller after the vapor canopy collapsed. Is the vapor canopy still collapsing? And is the collapsing of the vapor canopy what is causing the apparent movement of the firmament? And is that what's changing our temperature? And is it not
Oh,
just
right.
happening here on Earth? Is it happening on other planets too? Just food for thought.
I like that. That's a cool thought. It's almost like as the firmament contracts and expands, does the water down here change the shape of the continents? That's a cool, just like breathing of some sort on a very slow cycle. And it never ceases to startle me when I see the CG graphics piece the continents together so very well as they are right now. Like they fit into each other with incredible correspondence, exactly in their current shape. You really don't have to alter very much. It really is because I don't know if you guys have seen it, but when they take all of the water away and reduce the size, that all the pieces fit like into a puzzle, as though we were just all a ball of earth originally, and the water is a late arrival. I'm going to put this on everybody's radar. We call Mars water, and we call Earth Earth. Earth is water. Mars is Earth. Are the names switched because we were once on Mars, looking at this place and calling it Mars because this place is oceanic? Is the name of this place incorrect? Purpose? Are we supposed to suss this out and realize, oh, this is Mars. We are on Ocean Planet, and that red ball over there, that is Earth. That red ball is all Earth. It's all, Earth element. That's kind of fun to consider. But then on the Admiral Byrd, again with the vanity, again with Aphrodite, admire all, Byrd. Admire all, Byrd. I'm seeing yet another whisper of this breakaway civilization, this number 4 personality, this vanity, this Aphrodite. Admire all, Byrd is actually ringing to Medusa more than Aphrodite, but it's still true. Medusa's head is in Aries. It's in the hand of Perseus. The Emperor card is number 4. It's an individual. It's in Aries. It corresponds to Medusa in a fun way. Medusa was admiring herself in the mirror, and she realized she was going through bodily changes because she got down with Neptune in the wrong temple, wrong place. She's going through bodily changes, and the horror of a changing body drives her to madness, and she flies out the window in terror of her changing body. So admire all, Byrd is literally Medusa because she flies south. She's adhering to her new instincts, and she flies south to an island to be isolated and alone. So Admiral Byrd's name and his story strangely corresponds with Medusa. And again, he's breaking through this boundary, going out, being the special guy. He gets his ass whooped. He has to come back and tell us, don't go too far. There's monsters out there. This is the same spell that they used to tell people you'll go off the edge if you go too far offshore. And then one more factor, the part about laser beams cutting a ship in half. One of the boats got cut in half with a laser beam. There is a constellation in the extreme south called the Argo Navis. And this ship is actually pieces because it's sometimes it's in pieces because it's the ship of Theseus, which is a philosophical quandary. But it is also often depicted cut in half The Argo Navis is sometimes only half of a ship sticking out of the water. So Admiral Byrd's story is cosmologically impeccable because there's half of a boat in the story. That is Jason and the Argonauts' journey is that boat. And then one more thing, UFOs, U-1, F-1, O-1 spells T-E-N. So UFOs -111 equals TEN, and that's a Wheel of Fortune card. And fortune, the word fortune is anagram for UFO R TEN. UFOs are the Wheel of Fortune card. There's so much that tracks back to this Wheel of Fortune card that Machiavelli venerated. He put Fortuna in our mind. And isn't it amazing to think about how much of a fortune we've spent on UFOs? How much of a money-generating wealth machine UFOs have been and will continue to be. And now I'll drop the mic on the word the wheel. The wheel is a fascinating collection of letters. It spells wealthy. Wealthy, the wheel, all of these things, these ideas that the wealthy can access UFOs or flying around controlling things from on high. I just got to say, it's either disclosure. This is either revelation of the method. I'm open to that, or these are just hints and whispers, innuendos and implications that don't really attach to anything. To each their own on that. I'm inclined to think that they're just self-referentially echoing their own simulation and recycling the old stories. Don't go too far away. Don't be too much of an individual, or else we'll shoot you with friggin' laser beams. Sharks with friggin' laser beams out there.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, I wanted to mention, I know Khalil mentioned earlier about some of the waterways beyond the firmament earlier, but I wanted to mention that the waters were known as the crystalline orb, were said to be beyond the firmament and above the firmament, beneath the fiery heaven, which was known as the Empyrean. And this was by like 5th to 12th century theologians. So I just wanted to add that. Interesting that they call the waters the crystalline orb. So they're correlating waters with crystal. And that crystalline orb to me resonates with the Akashic record, or the Akasha. So I don't know about you guys, but I want to throw that out there.
Well, okay, we can go there too. I want to let me start with Franklin's point before I get away from it. You were asking a question about the resources. Admiral Byrd found resources beyond the Arctic Rim, right? To the point that he actually founded a lodge. He founded Lodge 777, interestingly enough, in New Zealand, right, in 1935. After Operation High Jump, Operation Deep Freeze, Operation Dominic, Operation Fishbowl, all these different tests. For anybody familiar with the X-Men, if you've ever seen them go to the Savage Land, which was in the Antarctic, that's where that came from. A year after he gave his final interview talking about this, when he had been asked the same question, about resources and where someone who was an adventurer or rich in the world could go. He spoke about this break in the Arctic Rim where you were able to get through, and there was a whole other continent, which was good because the world one day was going to run out of resources. He was a bit of a futurist. He was also the real life inspiration for Indiana Jones, right? This is why you always see Indiana Jones fighting the Nazis in the movies. The Nazis were always his nemesis. There's a reason for that. That's based in fact. When you look into the occult aspects of the SS, it begins to make a little bit more sense. When you understand that the world essentially is a big depending on how you want to look at it, a big clock. Your idea of global warming has to change. The sun operates within the realm of the firmament. The idea of infinite plane in flat earth is a true definition and reflection of God, which is why we are not, again, allowed to go beyond the 60th parallel. If you were to follow the book of Enoch, the book of Enoch tells you about the first heaven, right, which is just beyond the firmament, right? And then it tells you about the second heaven, where it's a prison where angels are tortured. Well, where do you think you are, right? It tells you that Enoch didn't die, right? He was taken by God. Or where was he taken? To the land of snow and ice. They're telling you about the way out. If you look at Nut in the Egyptian or the Kemetic pantheon, you understand that she is a physical depiction of the firmament, right? Well, how is she laid out? Literally, she's bent over, and her toes are touching the earth, and her fingertips are touching the earth. Well, I beg the question, are her fingertips and her toes open, or are they closed? Keep in mind what happens to you when you are conceived. Understand, we mentioned this a little bit in the last roundtable. You change through different species, right? Different templates, tadpole, sperm, amoeba, all these different stages, right? Because you're underwater. That is clear. That is evident. Well, why do you think your fingers shrink up when you are in water too long, right? So you can have a better grip underwater. So in other words, you're programmed to swim. You're programmed to be in water. Now, some of us have a cultural fear of water. I wonder where that comes from. Are you starting to see how this works? Like there's a much bigger game at play. So we can be comfortable in this pocket, or we can be comfortable on this level, but being comfortable does not allow for expansion and allow you to grow. So this is all being depicted here in this firmament. We can look at it as a prison, or we can look at it as a boundary, or we can look at it as a point of expansion.
I like what you said about the fish. I remember, excuse me. I remember someone mentioned that fish can be perceived as having wings, and I like that too, because when reading Hebrew, they use the same word for soul in fish. I think it's nefesh, and they use the same word for waters as heaven. Sometimes they change it. It's shamayim, which is waters or heavens. And somehow I was reading the New Testament when Jesus was feeding people fish and bread, and I always wondered, why fish and bread? So I looked up the words, and I got nefesh and lashem. And lashem is connected to what do you call it? Wisdom, shama, or kama, shamash, or da'at, and da'at is connected to sin. But basically, Jesus is feeding them soul and body, basically, or soul and spirit, and he's giving them the connection to the past. It's not really literally fish and bread, I don't think. That's just my point of view, though.
Well, think about Jesus being a Pisces, right? Or being depicted through the symbol of Pisces. Understand also that Pisces was the age of the believer, right? But what did he say? He said, "I'll make you a fisher of men." So now look back to the firmament and understand that it is also called the net of Isis that catches the fish. Now, if it's, if you're a fish swimming upstream, you're going to go towards the weakest spot of the magnetosphere, which is the very, very top. So Jesus being referenced and symbolized with fish is extremely significant on multiple levels.
I love this reference of the net and the internet, and the net, because there is like a net, there's like a grid, and the net that I see of Isis is the structure of Idda, as opposed to the source of Pingala. And so Pingala is the life-bringing principle, which is solar fire, if you want to consider it, that becomes the powers of the moon. And Idda is the lunar radiance that becomes the expression of that which is fire, of that which is the sun, but is essentially lunar in its nature. So we're speaking about the pituitary gland in the body as opposed to the pineal gland. And so when we consider the net, we're thinking about mag, big, covers everything. Magnet, magnetism, magnetic. So magnetism is the domain of Isis, and electricity is the domain of Re. And obviously Isis and Re work together. The ray of light, Re, is the photon, which is the electrical principle. And the ray of light moves through the lines of the net, because the ray has to move on rails. And the rails that the light ray moves upon are the rails of the net, the magnet, the great magnetic field, which is sort of like the road of light. If you want to consider light can't move without magnetism, right? So in order for light to move, there has to be a road for it to move upon, and that road can be considered as magnetism, or the magnetism required for the movement of light can be considered as a road. For there can be no light moving, no photons moving without magnetism, because it's all the electromagnetic spectrum. So the net that we're talking about is the magnetic field. And this is quite interesting, I think, because now we're talking about the firmament as being an expression of the divine feminine as the enclosure. As Slick was pointing out earlier, Het is relevant, obviously, and Cancer 6 and 9 quite relevant, because these three aspects, these three principles, find itself moving through the 6 and the 9. So you could think of the 6 and the 9 as the magnetic layer that encloses the electrical 3 of the dot within the circle, which is the glyph of the sun, if one doesn't use the symbol, which is probably older, which is the serpent. And which is interesting in itself, because the serpent implies movement from a point. And movement from a point is what light does. And it moves along the grid lines of the magnetic rails that have been provided for it by the essence of its generation. For there cannot be the generation of light field, which is polarizing, without a polarity being the foundation of the movement. So it's quite interesting looking at this net, because it's what we tap from. And it's very, this net that we're talking about, as that was considered in the land of Kim, is very much an acoustic thing, and can be affected very much through the acoustic manipulation. I think this is why we chant sacred words, why we chant mantra, why we chant power words and magical formula, because this web, this net, because of its magnetic nature, it can be affected, it can be focused. And when we focus the magnetic nature of this net, we produce electrical responses, and those electrical responses can be changes in the electromagnetic field if they're focused in the correct particular pattern and in the particular way. And so now we've come to what magic is. Magic is the manipulation of the magnetic net using the electrical infrastructure of the brain to direct the magnetic process as per the intention outlaid by the electrical emanations from the consciousness field that are going to repolarize the magnetic field. And that water, this diamagnetic substance, is what stands enclosing all of us within this field, which is rather fascinating if you think about it, since water is the only thing that can flow up a hill or evaporate. What a concept. It can evaporate. I mean, we just take that for granted, but what does that really mean? So yes, so much beautiful wisdom brought through ya, Kalal. It's got my head spinning once again. I'm having a head spin day.
Quinty, I love that you mentioned that nafesh means self. Am I saying that right? Nafesh?
Yeah, nefesh.
Is that that's Hebrew?
Yes, Nephesh.
My understanding
So
of
cool.
nefesh,
You know, Quinty,
my understanding of nefesh is it's our body of desires. So if we consider the 7 laws of Hermes as manifesting 7 versions of the 3 bodies, right, through the chakras, it would relate to the sacral plexus chakra, which is what's used by the Taoists, yeah, to channel the forces into that sacral storage center for magical purposes. And so it is a reflection of causal change, cause and effect, from my perspective. And so it is the it's the subconscious as well, in a sense. The nefesh is that aspect of mental realm, but it's a sublime mental realm that we carry within ourselves. I don't know if I would use the word self to describe it personally. I would consider it to be our body of desires through which we actualize ourselves and facilitate the emotional coordination of patterns and habits that seems to be ourselves.
You said it perfect before, Franklin. You really hit it right on the head. What you were talking about before was the circumpunk, right? The circumpunk is the black dot, or the symbol of the ultimate sun, the inner sun, the black sun, right? For anybody who's familiar with the Watchman, Dr. Manhattan, the symbol he has on his forehead, that is the circumpunk, right? That's the ultimate representation of the center, the core, the divine feminine, which you're trying to get back to, source, call it whatever you want to. There's really no wrong answer. What we call magnetism is the pull, the draw there. How do they tell you that a compass works? We know that electromagnetism are the energy sources of this realm. It's how it works. And how true movement is not only brought about, but also harnessed into different forms of energy, right? So now we're back to that 3, working through the idea or the premise of that 6 and that 9, like you said, right? This is why lightning draws attention. That's why you see it before it makes the sound, which is why it's so drawing, right? This is what happens when you have a thought, right? And then the acting out of that thought is the thunder. This is why we have thunder and lightning gods. This is why they're so much more powerful than other gods, because their attention draws energy. Now, this energy is usually put forth in the guise of a male, especially in the last, let's just say a couple thousand years. But you can understand again that this is feminine because everything here is feminine. So I want to just, bring us back to that fact, because everything that is energetic, whether it be magnetism or electricity or light itself, is an expression of the feminine. The more energy or attention you draw, we would have to argue the more feminine you are.
I also wanted to mention on the lower sacral energy in Taoism, which is known as the lower Dantian or the Jing, is said to be the furnace, the power, the source of energy that then charges the chi in the heart space and then raises to the crown chakra as the Shen later, as the upper Dantian. But yeah, I just wanted to mention the tie-ins with that and with the chakra system. But everything Khalil's saying is fire, so thank you for everything like that.
Yeah, buddy.
Thank you.
Yeah. Going out from the circumpunct, just now dawns on me that we have the punct is going to be is just kind of sticking out in my mind, because I'm thinking about the pink, the Valis is the new magenta of T-Mobile, which is the pink placenta magenta that they're wrapping around the world with the net of the internet. So there is a magenta, placenta, pink, punk correspondence, and it's immediate, right? If you've read Philip K. Dick and you hear the word pink, you should definitely be thinking about the placenta of the planet. In his writing, it was actually it's a color that did not exist, really. Like, we call it pink, and I think that's what he uses to describe it. But then he says he went on a color wheel and couldn't find it, so it doesn't really exist. But pink is unique that way. It does have a strange effect optically. But I wanted to kind of go into the circumpunct a little more symbolically. Leibniz. Everybody should think about the Leibnizian monad. That should totally be somewhere on your back burner. It's a fun word. But also with Narcissus. The myth of Narcissus has been truncated. And it actually, I think it is more telling about those who have catered the myth to their own emotional convenience. I think that this myth should be maybe brought back in its original incarnation. It's missing an important beginning. So many things nowadays, we start in the third act and hit the ground running. We miss the fact that Narcissus has just lost his twin sister. His twin sister, who looks exactly like him, has died in some horrible tragedy. So he's actually in a grieving period. He's in the teachable moment. He's fully in his trauma. And then we come and pick up the story minus the sister, and we start putting all this projection on Narcissus. We actually accuse each other of playing his role, not knowing what his role was. He was a man in mourning for his lost other self. And so when he's grieving and looking into that pool, into that reflecting pool, he really believes he's in he's having a neurotic break, and he really believes he's looking at his sister. And to make matters worse, he has a stalker in the woods. Her name is Echo. and she has the gift of gab, and she was cursed because she misused her gift of gab to distract Hera so that Zeus could go gallivanting. Hera found out, and she put a hex on Echo so that Echo can only repeat the second half of every phrase she hears back to people. So much like the story lost the first half of the story, all echoes of the story are only the second half of the story. So who do you think told us the story of Narcissus? It came to us through Echo because we missed the first half of the story. Nobody realizes he's mourning his twin sister. And so when he reaches out to touch his twin sister in hopes that he can find her or pull her back again, much like Orpheus bringing back the dead from the underworld, he's reaching into the pool to touch his sister, his own likeness, and it generates these rippling emanations. The ripples upon a pond are a circumpunct. They are an expression of the auditory echo. An echo is an emanation. And you get 10 emanations, and now you're a Kabbalist. Congratulations. But the 10 echoes of the monad, and the fact that Narcissus got punked by our bad echo of his own story is very fascinating. And so I just wanted to put a different light on that term Narcissus. You know, we are very eager to cast our shadow on people who are behaving like Narcissus, who are self-engrossed. Very eager. But I think maybe those of us who have consumed the myth, we should put ourselves in check and reread the myth in its original format without the bad echo. And now I'm going to put a list down here. Quinty, I'm super glad that you dropped Nefesh on us. And the fact that it might be more subconscious, you know, that it is the self, but it's a subtle, it's like a subtle self. And that it's in Hebrew, so it's older. It's not on the forefront of our mind. It's more on the back of the mind. Pisces back here. I'm going to read. I think I've read this list, but it gets better every week, so I'm going to share it again. This is the list of. I think I'm going to call this the. I'm going to call this the Eldritch Chorale. I'm working on a poem with this, and it's not complete, but the Nefesh is now attached to this poem, Quinty, and I just want to give you a shout out because you've really enriched the scenery I'm working on here. And this is selling Sally seashells by the seashore and seeding our mind with hazards to watch our step. You know, we know that most of us are wired to be cautious of things that are right under our nose. Our line of sight is limited by this artifact that's constantly everywhere you look. Your nose is always there, right? But it's also covering up our toes and the things that we should be careful of when watching our step and being cautious. You know, this is like a subconscious cuidado sign that flashes into the mind's dream media 1,000 different ways, and it has to be with don't be too shellfish. Narcissus was being shellfish. He was fishing for himself. He was trying to catch himself. He was trying to find, what is this thing? What is this flesh? Shellfish, the self of the flesh. What is it? Where is it? Can I grasp it? And when he did, it ripples into oblivion and he can't even find the self. But the word sacrificial has the word crayfish in it. Even sea star, disaster, as a starfish, sea star, the sea star. Sea urchin plus me is the word emergency. Sea urchin plus me is the word emergency, which all unpacks from the phrase E equals MC squared in a very weird way. But then we have tidal wave. Like, we use that word tidal wave, like it's a tidal wave of information. You know, we very regularly talk about this tidal wave of as in it's going to wash away your sense of self. You're going to lose your sense of up and down. And then serious calamity. The word calamity has the word clam in it. You know, these are all just like really fun. It's like a strange treasure hunt with a theme to it. And again, Indy, this is all of this is like the seashells that the tribe of Dan would be luring them further and further north, right? These are the seashells that the tribe of Dan eat as like little morsels, little nuggets of treasure to lure them to the north. And then there's the 10 Dans. The 10 Dans, those are your reflexes. Those are your instincts. These are the instincts. Does something smell fishy here? Something smell fishy? Are your instincts kicking in? So many aspects of calamity and disaster. I think they're designed to, as a paddock, as a corral, a coral wreath, to keep us wreathed in so that we don't go too far out. You don't want to go to Antarctica. You don't want to go down there. You might become an individual. You might become a boy civilization.
Well, you made me think of something when you mentioned the nose. Can you repeat what you said? Because it cut out, but I thought of something.
Yeah, everywhere you go, your nose is always in the picture. Even the word gnosis is that's to know, but Narcissus had no sis. He had no sister. That's why he was stuck on himself. It's because he lost his sister. And nobody knows that about the story, but now you do.
That's awesome. You know, you made me think about why Hebrew people from a long time ago made an effort to anamorphize God. One of their anamorphisms is God is long nostriled, which is Elohim Rekiapaim. And that's supposed to mean God's really patient. But I don't get it. I don't understand. What does his long nose have to do with being patient? Is it aggravating? Does it make him, like having a long nose, does that make you annoyed? Because it's always in your face. So you have to be more patient. What is it?
I think it has to do with the way the brain works. And once again, neurochemistry has come to understand this beautifully because of being able to map the brain. That all the other 5 senses, including thought, are decoded by the thalamus and recoded before it reaches the cerebral cortex. But the sense of smell, and this is actually tying back into the nefesh word, and looking at nefesh, this is actually quite an interesting point of call, because this is actually very much to do with the firmament. If we really look at it, the fundamental primal division of what makes us human is that we have transcended the nefesh to a degree, or that we are transcending the nefesh in terms of our evolutional cycles. And so the word is hieroglyphically organized. It's fish, mouth, fire. So you need to draw a picture with a fish expressing through the mouth fire, and that the fire that's being expressed through the actions of the mouth is bringing the fish into play. So now we're getting a look at shellfish, right? And why the body of desires. Animals don't they don't plan, they don't have forethought. Humans have forethought. That's what differentiates us evolutionally from animals. They feel a desire, they act it out. Oh, there's a bitch. I'm a dog. She's in heat. Sex. There's no thinking. There's no forethought. There's no plan. Like, well, maybe if I sneak up on her after she's eaten her food, she'll be lazy and I'll be no, there's none of that. It's just like, oh, bitch, erection now. Oh, food, me, hungry. It's just total gratification of the senses. You know, where humans have got the forethought of like, no, I'm not going to have sex with her because I'm married and she's not my wife. At least most blokes should have that idea, you know. Although, like, I don't know what's going on in the world at the moment. It's a bit upside down. Pornography got hold of men's brains. We did a discussion on that, didn't we? And so it's definitely quite a powerful thing to consider, the body of desires. Now, fire is to give birth, to have a child. Desire is that quality that we use to give birth to the changes in the world that we wish to see, manifestational. So when we're talking about manifestation, it is manipulating the forces of nefesh, essentially, because this cause and effect are how the body of passions come into play. So when I think of nefesh, I think of Mars as it's expressing the direct action of the instincts. So you can think of the body as of instincts as being the way in which this is expressing itself. And these instincts, I think, are fundamental to what propels us, what moves us. And so this whole idea of this world being a reflection of ourselves. Why do we attract to ourselves exactly what we want, exactly what we need, right? Why do we, the nefesh is why this is happening, because this fish is breathing fire through the mouth. And the fire that's being breathed through the mouth is the fire of desire. And because the fire of desire is being focused through the mouth is what intones the vibrational field. It gives form to the formless and gives manifestational potential to information that is abstract to take form so that it can be perceived and experienced externally rather than as a subjective impulse. So it objectifies that which is subjective. And in the process of objectifying that which is subjective, it completes the cycle of manifestation. So now we're looking at Mani, the gem, and Fest. Mani, Fest. Pest. Pest. Fest. So Mani is that multifunctional aspected gem that is touching everything through the Mani Pura chakra. And this is our fire center that is coming through the mouth and producing this shift, which is in tune with the fish vibration. And even though I'm speaking about the fish, this is interesting. I'm not specifying Pisces. I'm specifying Nun. And Nun is a fish, but Nun is Scorpio. So now we've got to look at what's being said here. Scorpio has got a dual nature of the scorpion or the eagle. And so it has to do with transformation in its deepest place. And as the harbinger of transformation, it is that structure through which the occult forces are produced in terms of form. why the occult forces take form is because of Scorpio. And it's about score. It's about keeping score, right? What do I want to manifest? What do I want? What changes do I wish to produce? Keep the score of what I want to get as a final score and put it out there. It has a lot to do with objectifying desire. Now, Mars, being the field of desire, being the field of causality and cause and effect, as I've understood it, produces the feminine pole of Scorpio and the masculine pole of Aries. Aries represents the physical body as the starting of the wheel, which ends where it starts. It ends where it starts with the formation of the body. So Scorpio is how this comes into being, because Scorpio is leading into Libra if we look at the moon's movements. And if we look at the sun's movements, it's leading into Sagittarius. So here we've got an interesting perspective of what's being sort of shared with us. On the one hand, we've got Jupiter, the Wheel of Fortune. And on the other hand, we've got Venus. And now we're talking about the Empress, the divine feminine. So Scorpio dances between this very masculine father archetype, which is Sagittarius, and the feminine pole, the masculine pole of Venus. And Venus is essentially a feminine archetype, but it manifests its yang-yin, its balance of its potency through Libra. And hence we talk about Libra being the living, liber living, liber ra, the sun. Libra, in its position in the zodiac, has a special relationship with the house of the sun. Leo, interesting. Because of its point in reference to the sun, it is Lamet of the Hebrew 22 symbols. And Lamet is what controls the element of air, Aleph, the ox. Hence, the most commonly used god name is Aleph Lamet. And it becomes the suffix to your name, Gabriel. So it's a god name that finishes things off, because it's the keynote to manifestation. It's the life force of Aleph in its pure stream of conscious information being directed with the ox code of Libra. So we're looking at the pure element of air as it's being expressed by the scales of justice. And just us. It's what brings everybody together. It rules the sphere of relationships, as Libra rules the sphere of relationships within the zodiac. So if you want to get a relationship reading, look at what's going on with your Libra and your Venus. Probably going to give you a lot of insights to why your relationships are the way they are. So it's a very interesting story that's being expressed here. And the Nefesh is that animal brain, sublime aspect of our consciousness that we've sort of left behind, instinct, that is accessed by the shaman when the shaman is going into the dance, because the shaman enters into the dance that is expressing the animal nature of these archetypes of the Nefesh, reanimating the Nefesh animal archetypal structure consciousness currents, which are aspects of the self, in as much as they are beings that are part of a chain of life that are reflecting the continuity of being. And so the fractal nature of the universe is maintained intact by the juxtaposition of all these beings in a chain that form bigger beings through their conglomeration to what seems to be infinitum. If one travels out into the astral plane, it seems to be bloody infinitum. Just goes on and on. Eh? But each being is a personality in itself. And so this Nefesh contains all of the living forces that are bound in Libra, that are stemming from Scorpio in the process of transforming the life force of Aleph, the prana, and bringing the consciousness of the prana into the heart for the process of transformation, which is thus placed into the cauldron of Mars, right? In order for Scorpio's manifestation to reach Aries, the body. And so Aries, Mars reaching the body is a manifestational sort of aspect of how the etheric plane is literally physically touching this universe, this world. And so the etheric plane you can consider as having two aspects. One aspect is Scorpio, and the other aspect is Aries. And Aries is where the energy goes, and Scorpio is where the energy comes from. So think of Scorpio being behind you, and Aries being in front of you, and Libra being what's in your hand as you move towards Aries. You've got to imagine the wheel turning backwards, because we're observing the passage of time, but we're observing it from our perspective. When we actually are internalizing the process, we see that it's a reversal of what seems to be on the physical plane. And so the Libra scales of justice are holding the balance that is required for us to transcend the animal nature of the Nefesh. So this is quite a deep, fundamental part of the Kabbalistic cosmology, if we really get right down to it. And sort of, you could argue, almost the whole of the work in the process of spiritual transformation towards achieving the ability to manifest. My electricity just went off, but it's all good. I'm backed up. I've got my kilowatt of power sitting in, ready to rock and roll. I'm going to stop ranting and let you guys continue.
Does some of the energy of those bodies of desire and passion come from the moon? And it said that the moon veils Vulcan. Maybe some fire comes from Vulcan as well. And there's like a trifecta there with Mars. But I love that tie-in with the South Pole of Mars being connected with Scorpio. And it's so interesting that Scorpio is like a water sign, and water take on the form of its container, very transformative. And also, it's fascinating that it ties in with the scorpion and the eagle, neither of which you would really associate with water. Although the scorpion does resemble like the lobster in a lot of ways.
I think that what's being hinted at is the diamagnetic quality of water. And the diamagnetic quality of water is what initiates the transformational process. Because the transformation comes into effect because something is being changed. And the water is what is the key to diamagnetically reversing the polarities in order for things to be reconstituted, I think.
In other cultures, the Scorpio sign is a snake, which is very watery.
Yeah, I love the corresponding Hephaestus to the moon a lot, so the Scorpio is known to sting itself. They say that if you put it in a circle of fire, it'll sting itself. There's something about the moon performing very similarly. The theory is that when rocks or asteroids are coming in, it is the moon that is actually our shield, our defensive shield, like Athena. She's a defensive goddess. She has that shield that is nice and buffed. It's so buff, you can see your reflection in it. So like a scorpion, the moon is drawing in bombardment onto itself, much like a scorpion would if it was surrounded by fire. But also, I love the volcanic aspect because, well, for one, before I go to Vulcan, back on Athena, that means that every little crater that you see on the moon is a prayer of gratitude we should all be saying. That is one example of how the moon saved our ass, or saved your ancestors' ass, or saved maybe your best friend's ancestors' ass that could have been under that meteor if the moon hadn't taken the hit for Earth. So the moon is the left arm. The left arm is the shield arm. This is your esquire. The word esquire, your lawyer, is your shield bearer. And so they are your left hand in battle. It's your defensive lawyer, really. Your prosecuting attorney is your Excalibur. That's your right hand. But putting these things just slightly to the side, let's talk about Vulcan Hephaestus, who made that shield. He makes all of the enchanted armor, all of it. He forged it all in his sacred furnace under Etna at the toe of Italy, under Sicily there. But wouldn't it be fascinating if the dark side of the moon is actually glass, like fire blasted glass? There's a lot of people believe that. And if it is fire tempered, polished, then its reflective value is something that we don't appreciate. We're on the other side. We're looking at its coarse underbelly, its actual functional aspect. Somebody was talking about the dark sun, and what if the moon was the dark sun? It's an interesting theory, but I'll just say that the other side of the moon, it can't have the same texture. It's impossible. It cannot be the same texture as this side of the moon because they're experiencing different forms of friction. So I just wanted to say that, yeah, Vulcan Hephaestus did make the shield, and it does make sense that maybe something has made a reflective surface, the likes of which we just don't have words for. Like we could try to say, yeah, it's like a vinyl record, or maybe it's like this, or maybe it's like that. We don't really know, and we're taking somebody's word for it. So what if that is the anatomical aspect that we're missing? I often think that the moon is actually the material realm, and everything down here is just the moon's dream. We're nothing more than the dream of the moon. And all the information is being received on that invisible side of the moon that we're not allowed to see. This is why, the God of the Old Testament, you can never see his face. He's always got his back turned on you. Well, there's some kind of mystery on the other side of that dang body up there. It would be cool if it was a lady's face. It was a beautiful Athena on the other side of the moon. Would that be fun?
That's actually kind of funny because, what's his name? Alexander the Great. He called the Hebrew god Xena. And a lot of people, when they look up that name, it brings up the show, and it's spelled with an X, not the way he said it. But I think that's interesting.
Yes.
I did want to ask Indy Sage a question about the throat chakra.
Yeah.
Because in Hebrew, Jesus kind of explains the chakras in Mark in a whole line, like from foot to head. And the things he said about the throat chakra are strange. And I wonder what Indy Sage has learned from wherever. I forgot what he said before, but what he said about the second chakra is really, really accurate. It like went hand in hand with what Jesus said. It was pretty dope. So I wanted to know what he was going to say about the throat chakra or the heart chakra or anything, but mainly the throat chakra. I'm interested.
Yeah, I was more referring to the heart chakra in the three dantians of Taoism. It's just the lower, middle, and upper dantian. But the throat chakra, I've had personal experience with the power of the throat chakra I prayed to Shiva for a number of years in deep meditation, for decades actually. And after my deep meditations, I was leading a past life regression meditation at my spiritual center, and Shiva appeared to me and released a blockage in my throat chakra, which allowed me to speak my truth. And it was a huge release. And if anyone can go through that experience and be able to live a life of like saying what you're supposed to say or something, and then being able to like speak your truth, it's very transformative and liberating and powerful. And so being able to free blockages in the throat chakra can be extremely empowering, and it can be very helpful, like help you and use the power of communication, which is represented by Mercury in Virgo, which I have a Virgo sun sign and a Scorpio moon. So it's a very interesting combination. The Scorpio moon has me very, very inquisitive about all of the deepest mysteries, and I want to come to shine my light into all of those mysteries of the world. So people with birthdays around my time usually have that passion, and I know that H.P. Lovecraft was born around that cusp of Leo Virgo. I missed the cusp by 7 minutes, but the throat chakra, I can't stress enough the power of overcoming blockages in the throat chakra, what they can do for an individual. Because a lot of times we speak lies, and those can come from the ego, those can come from people pleasing, and it can be that very lack of authenticity that creates blockages for ourselves, misrepresenting ourselves. But being able to speak our truths, and when we can align our thoughts with our feelings, with our actions and our words, and we can be in alignment with ourselves, then things can really start to manifest into with great beauty and magnificence in our lives and with the people around us.
Hey, that was awesome. You know what? I got my moon's in Scorpio too, and I'm just obsessed with trying to figure out how this world really works. I can't stop. But yeah, all praises. That's amazing. And that's interesting. What did you say you learned this from? Taoism?
No, this was from Hinduism, a lot of this stuff.
Hinduism?
Hinduism, yeah, just praying to Shiva and realizing that my throat chakra had blockages there.
Okay.
It's very interesting what you said about representing, and we're still on theme here with the firmament. It's beautiful because we were talking about the echo, and to represent, to represent is to to become present once again, right? We were present, and then we're not present, and then we become present again, and then we're not present, and then we become present again. It's the vibrational field that's the bit rate of the upload, download operating through the Visuddhi chakra. And it's interesting when we look at it because obviously biz, your business, your viz, your vise, your whiz is moving through this sphere. And so we speak of indigo as a color that relates to it because of indigo being the color that we see when we stare at the firmament once again. And the vibrational sphere of the Visuddhi, I always consider it to be, if you want to understand the Visuddhi chakra, then you want to understand Duat. And to understand Duat, the sphere, which is not a sphere, because there are 10, but not 11, not 9, but 10. But there is a sphere which does but does not exist. This is the binary code of matter, antimatter, antimatter, the rest, silence that is happening because of the vibrational field. Because of quantum entanglements, movement out of the unity of Sastra chakra, Visuddhi chakra contains the hum and the resonant frequencies. So the Aum, which is the Bij of the Ajnat chakra, is actually finding its expression through the Visuddhi chakra specifically, which is rather interesting when you look at it. In the same way that the silence, which is the power of the Visuddhi chakra, is finding its expression through the heart as unstruck sound in meditation. So the heart is staring at the Visuddhi chakra, and the Visuddhi chakra is the emergence of Shashumna. This is the point where the Ida and the Pingala become resolved as the two currents cross over the vagus nerve. We're talking about Vegas now, Las Vegas, right? Which is quite interesting too, yeah? And so this vagus nerve is the key to the thyroid gland. Now, the thyroid gland is essentially maintaining all of the glands in the system. It's not the control gland, but it's, imagine a ship where there's a captain and then there's a guy who tells everybody what to do. The captain whispers in this guy's ear, make them sail forwards. And the guy goes, right, you get up there, you do this, we're going forwards. No. You know, we see it on the film. So he's like the captain's right-hand man, Ajna chakra's right-hand man, Visuddhi chakra, in terms of the play, if we were to put on a stage. So the Visuddhi chakra is an expression of vibration, and vibration finds its expression in the heart of music. And music is ruled by Venus. Now, in the old times, Venus, if we go back to the Sumerian times, Venus was the goddess, no, the god Venus was decked out in lapis lazuli with a lapis lazuli wand, right? And this lapis lazuli, indigo color, is the ancient color of Venus, which is the color associated with Visuddhi chakra when we go to India. Sometimes it's considered as black, but correctly it's indigo, a very deep, very dark, deep lapis lazuli color, which is the night sky, which is never really truly black if we really consider it, unless we're colorblind. But so the goddess principle of music is the governing factor of the Visuddhi chakra. And so the powers of all of the psychic powers and potentialities are born within the Visuddhi chakra. So awakening the Visuddhi chakra will give you all of the siddhi. So you seeing Shiva in your vision is totally correct, because Shiva is what uncovers all the siddhi. And the siddhi are all of the superpowers that come from awakening the Visuddhi chakra, recognizing and realizing that the entire universe is a vibratory spectrum, and that when you change your rate of frequency of vibration, there's a sympathetic resonance between yourself, harmonic resonant fields are generated, and there's a schematic reaction in the world, because the world is fundamentally water. And so the schematic resonance of the water in the universe creates the fundamental shifts and change that the power of mantra is able to bring into the sphere of reality, physicalizing our intents and our ideas through the powers of magic. So it becomes a very important aspect of manifestation, of manifesting any of the superpowers. When we speak about ectoplasm, right? Ectoplasm comes from the Visuddhi chakra. Some mediums pour ectoplasm out of their Visuddhi chakra, and that ectoplasm will actually start to take form, and you'll see a form forming in front of you. These certain manifestation mediums do this with ectoplasm. Slightly dangerous, but it can be done. And so it will inform and shape the pranic field with the consciousness that is brought through. So mediumship is very much in the domain of Visuddhi chakra as well. And life and death, the keys of life and death, are also bound in Visuddhi chakra. So when we're speaking about Christ, we're speaking about the keys of life and death. When we're speaking about, what's the other name given? The day star. Let's look at that. Because there's two aspects of Venus classically, the day star and the night star, right? But the day star is the only star that you can see shining in the day, which is Venus. And so the keys to life and death are in the domain of Venus, in the domain of the Visuddhi chakra, mastering the powers of Shiva, which is why the Naga, the serpent, is wrapped around Visuddhi chakra when Shiva is in a deep trance of dhyana. And that's where the powers are unlocked. And having the Naga, the serpent, wrapped around the neck symbolizes the release of these powers, which means they are under control, under conscious control, cognitively able to manifest desire and will through the consciousness field directly through the vibrational frequencies represented by the 3 points of the Trisul, which is the Shashumna, the Ida, the Pingala. But you notice how the Trisul is bound in a single staff, the Shashumna. And the Shashumna is in the hand of Shiva in the form of the Trisul, which means that Shiva has mastered the powers of Visuddhi chakra and is able to control all of the powers through the activities of the vibrational field. And so this is essentially the heart of what the Visuddhi chakra is expressing to us and is the key to all of our transformation, because vibration is your vibe, and the vibe that you carry is your emotions, and the emotions are bound in the throat, but the emotions bound in the throat are felt by the heart, and the feelings of the heart, of the emotions in the throat, are expressed through the passions of the sacral, sacred, the red sac. And so the sacred sacral plexus becomes the expression of the passion, which is the embodiment of the feeling, which is arisen from the emotion. And so that the three aspects of the Trisul, the Shashumna, the Pingala, and the Idda are all bound in this mystical union of the Trishul, which is Shiva's weapon. Why it is considered the most powerful weapon in the universe is because it controls all of the powers. From a Vedic mythological perspective.
Thank you,
Just,
Shaman.
sorry.
I was just going to say thank you. I wanted to add something to what Indy was saying, because the Vishuddha chakra, Jesus explains, also Paul explains that, because Paul goes back and uses the language to learn stuff. Jesus just said it. Jesus said that the voice is fire, real fire. The fire that you see outside is a representation of the fire in your throat, and that part is a part of your higher soul or something like that, like the part of your spirit that's going to do something in the world. And the lower part of your spirit is like the sexual stuff or the instinctual things, survival stuff. And so Moses, he puts it in perspective where he splits it in two. He makes the sexual stuff behemoth, and he makes the things that you can use to manifest in reality Leviathan. And in Moses's example, both of them are like demons, I guess. They can hinder you, they can stop you from doing what you need to do. So you have to kill them both and be like God or God man, whatever. But the thing is, I was reading an Upanishad. I forgot which one. Is it akin to Upanishad? Where they explain that fire is a v sound or a sound. That's how you manifest the fire energy or the fire element. And so when they named the throat chakra, what they named it, I think that's the point. It's like when you say it, you're getting out that fire element into it. And plus, they always say in the Bible, God always says that earth is his footstool and that he reigns here. Like they always use the word reign. Even in Hebrew, they use an exact word for rule over, or almost like rule over with a burning gaze, with a burning look, a glaring look. And I never knew that reign and burn were similar until now. And I know it in my spirit that rain sounds like water rain, but it really means fire rain. It's connected to that true spirit, that true fire in your essence, in your body, I guess, in your throat. You have to heal and get used to and use it, like Indy said. I think that's really cool, and I think a part of healing that is actually spending time with yourself alone, but not totally alone, like isolated. I think it means like be around nature, be around people, especially people you might not enjoy, because I think the more you are, the more compassion you'll have, and the more you can build that fire that you have that speaks authoritatively but also compassionately at the same time. I think that's the thing.
Yeah, that's well said. There's a really good book that gives some insights about that, written by the son of Mahatma Gandhi. It's written by Arjun Gandhi and Arun Gandhi, I believe. And it suggests that it's just as important to have time to reflect in solitude as it is to be engaging in the world around you. And it kind of points out the insights of his grandfather, that he had a lot of fury and anger, but he did not show that as emotional reactions. He used that energy and that power to drive his passions. And he said that if unchecked, that your anger and fury can electrocute your life and short circuit all of your opportunities. But when you drive your passions in the right direction, they can electrify your life and bring light to everything that you're trying to illuminate in your life. So it is really powerful wisdom in that book.
What is it called again?
It's called The Gift of Anger.
Okay, I get it. And have you guys thought about thunder and lightning? Like I think Dr. K mentioned it earlier, and I thought about it when Shaman was talking. Like when you're under a thunderstorm, it doesn't sound the same when you're far away. When you're under it, it's like a crack. It's like pow. But when you're a little ways away, it's like a ripple, like a rumble, like blah, 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 blah. So that's interesting. It's kind of like what's his name? Ramakrishna had put it. He said there's no feminine and masculine. He said men and women are both water. And then his student said, well, how can that be? What do you mean? And he said, well, women are like water that's still, and men are like water that's turbulent.
I like that.
Well, that's exactly right. If you think about the idea of being born, the whole idea of conception, right? If there's an explosion somewhere in the world, your mother may have heard it. She may have even been close to it, but it means nothing to the sound of her screaming, right? Now that's going to be completely different to people who are in her immediate circle, because oh my gosh, she's screaming, what's wrong? And you have to think about her, two people, her and the baby, right? As opposed to the internal, because not only does the child hear the scream, it feels it, and it knows exactly why she's screaming. That turns into a program, turns into a signature, right? So BushWhisperer said something interesting a moment ago about something being wrapped around the neck. If you think about the true power of influence and being able to see yourself throughout the entirety of the time stream, what is it to be, or what is to be said when a child is born with an umbilical cord around the throat, right? Is that you giving yourself a certain program so you have a certain method in life? Well, of course it is. So now you have to question why. So if you have a fear of thunderstorms, which is only when you're directly under it, right? Because you don't care about a thunderstorm in Texas. You don't care about a thunderstorm in Florida, right? Only when it's right over your house. So this is where, the saying, we don't care about something until it comes to our door. All of this is an echo of each other. But this is again where the self-work comes in, because I can't be afraid for you, and I can't make you brave either.
That's
Dr.
really
K,
beautiful, and it's
oh,
really quite relevant, I think, to essentially firmament separating over there from over here, and how the sound, the movement of the sound is different. It's the same thing when you under a aircraft that's breaking the sound barrier, or if there's an aircraft breaking the sound barrier from a distance. There's a similar thing that happens. It's very interesting. Weird popping sound or weird explosive sound. So that's I think an acoustic thing, which is an expression of the Visuddhi chakra principle. But another thing is this is very much on point with the Akasha. The other thing that I didn't mention is that when we're speaking about the Akasha, we're talking about Visuddhi chakra. Visuddhi's element, okay, so the Priviti, the earth element is Muladhara chakra. The Apas, the water element is Svadhisthana chakra, the sacral plexus. The fire, the Manipura, is the Tejas, is the principle of fire in the belly. Manipura, gem that's touching all things. Principle of air is Vayu, is Anahata chakra, obviously the god Vayu. And the principle of Visuddhi chakra is literally, it's literally what it is. It's the Akash. So the Akash is here, and it's the fire eye that we were talking about right in the beginning of the discussion, the translation and the etymological similarities, and how we see it crossing cultural borders with the Esh of the fire and the Ark, the eye fire, and the Visuddhi is directly engaging with the Ajna, the inner eye. And so the fire is coming from the inner eye directly here to become sound and recoding the sound, because this is the master gland. This is the control center of all the chakras, the Aum, the Ajna chakra. So, and Aj is interesting because it means today. It's got to do with time as well. So it's a transcendent force of time. So when we're talking about Visuddhi chakra, we're talking about Shashumna. We're also talking about the dissolving of time. And in the dissolving of time, we are reaching into the timeless sphere, which is the Akash. And the Akash is reflecting this in its state of harmony and balance, which is the whole brain function that is produced when the powers have been mastered through Visuddhi chakra. What is the result is whole brain function and wisdom. So the Visuddhi is probably one of the most important centers. And there are three bands. So one of the bands is cutting Visuddhi off. One of the bands is between Muladhara, Muladhara chakra, of course, cutting Muladhara chakra from Svadhisthana chakra. And the other band is around the place of Hrit Padma, which is cutting the Manipura from the Anahata. And those 3 bands are quite important because they represent, if you look at the Kabbalah and you look at the triangles, right, that are these important, there are 3 important triangles to consider. So we've got the etheric triangle, we've got the astral triangle, and we've got the divine triangle. The divine triangle finds its culmination in Visuddhi chakra. The astral triangle finds its culmination at the point of Anahata touching Manipura chakra. And the etheric triangle finds its culmination touching Muladhara chakra. And so you've got the 3 worlds of the shaman represented by this. So the soul, per se, is considered to have a root in Muladhara chakra, because the 3 aspects of what is the divine are centered in these 3 centers. And then the 3 aspects that are the astral is centered between Visuddhi, Anahata, and Manipura. And then the 3 aspects, which are the etheric, are centered between Manipura, Svadhisthana, and Muladhara chakra. And so you see that Visuddhi chakra is in 2 spheres, in the same way that Manipura chakra is in 2 spheres. So it's shared. So Manipura is shared, and Visuddhi is shared. And so they become the poles of the upward moving Markaba currents and the downward flowing Markaba currents of the astral plane, if we want to get right down to it. For the Markaba represents the astral in the same way that the cube represents the etheric. So when we're looking at the Markabic forces and how they are pivoting through our consciousness field in order to manifest our energetic bodies, our astral body, the astral body is the reflection of this mercurial principle that is able to touch the divine and touch into the physical world. So we're talking about the element of Mercury that is able to travel from Ajna chakra to here, to translocate to the Manipura, Saturn, and finding the expression of the knowledge of the law of the sacred geometry bound by the Manipura chakra, which is why it's the gem that is all consuming and all touching through the Manipura center, which is the fundamental triple burner being extended in Taoist cosmology. And it's the driver of all the metabolic functions in the body in order for the metabolic rhythms to be established. So it's the chakra of the shaman, if you want to get right down to it, the Manipura, and the principle of rhythm. And so the stomach governs all of the rhythms in the body. But in the same way that the stomach governs all of the rhythms in the body, the Manipura, the Visuddhi directly governs the Manipura. So they're sort of reflections of each other in a sense. So when you see the band, the 1 band, the 2 band, and these 2 bands manifesting the Muladhara band, that's why you've got these 3 bands in yoga, 3 valves that you can literally close in your body. You can literally close the valve in your throat by realigning the posture, and there's certain muscles that you can pull, and that will prevent you from taking in psychic force if you're in a hazardous psychic environment. In the same way that you can use your Muladhara band to redirect your Kundalini. If you're a man and you don't want to be turned on by a woman who's trying to use sexual force against you, you Muladhara band it, or if you don't want to if you want to release your sexual passion for time because you feel you need to, your Muladhara band will do this for you. If you don't want to ejaculate, your Muladhara band will prevent ejaculation. The Manipura band, the band in the solar plexus, will prevent you from manifesting, will prevent you from beginning the process of inflicting will. So they often speak of the Manipura as being related to the will, but the will is actually from Ajna Chakra. But the Ajna Chakra's relationship through Visuddhi brings its will down to the Manipura, which is why we speak of Saturn, Shani, as being the expression of the orchestrating, designing force of Earth through the sphere of time. So it's interesting that Visuddhi Chakra is the true transcendent chakra. And it is the transcendence of Visuddhi Chakra that takes you to the state, which is Ajna Chakra. And the Ajna Chakra is where Mercury is able to touch the divine and the physical. So there's a lot to unpack when we look at Visuddhi Chakra as being the expression of the Akash. And the Akash has got to do with all of the pages. So the universe is downloading a page of reality and uploading that page. So think of it as like an animation. You've got all these different comics that have been drawing, and you put it down and you put it up. So every different comic that's ever been drawn or will ever be drawn is stored in the comic house. That's the Akash. And so the Visuddhi is the instrument of downloading reality and uploading reality really, really, really fast. Obviously, it doesn't do it alone because it needs the other 6 players to fulfill this paradigm, because it's a paradigm of 7. But it's the main place where the libraries are kept. And by the Akashic Library, we're talking about every page that will or ever has been downloaded, which means that there's a subspace frequency on the firmament. And the subspace frequency of the firmament contains every piece of information that ever will happen or ever has happened. It's quite a thing to wrap ourselves around. So when we speak about the alpha and the omega of the etheric plane, the reason that there is an alpha and omega of the etheric plane is because of the activities of the Visuddhas, divine emanations, through the astral into the etheric, in order for this to become possible. Sorry, I get a bit carried away. Don't mean to go off on one, but this is something that I think is close to my heart.
Yeah, buddy. Isn't Vasuki is the snake, right? Is the serpent on Shiva's neck? Vasuki. And one of my favorite stories is the story of Shiva drawing up the floods using his dreadlocks. And then the dreadlocks make the riverets that are the rivers of the earth, carved out in the shape of his dreads. And then the serpents are sent down to attack humanity with all of their poisonous bites. And so he allows the serpents to feed on him, and while they're attached all over his body, he draws a huge hit off of the magical trinity, the holy chillum. And the poisons of the serpents are counteracted by this holy trinity, this tobacco, ganja, and hash. It's the antidote to all of the doting, all of the loving, giving kiss of all these serpents that just want to get some. And he counteracts them by taking this huge hit off the chillum. And the offset of these two of these medicines create a treaty where it's a truce is struck, and the serpents give him respect and become subservient to him. They obey him, and he earns the respect of Vasuki, becomes his guide forever thereafter. And I love that story because of the thyroid being the governor, the commander, the really the kybernetes. It is the kybel of the endocrine system, and it's right there in our throat. And in Hindu mythology, it's the serpent. And so many times, and And I think part of the metaphor here is that we have to swallow a lot of poison. Sometimes when you're putting out information, you are also at the same time you're swallowing the negative to keep your output positive, and that's all kind of monitored right here at this threshold. I want to ask Quinty to elaborate more on the difference between Behemoth and Leviathan. Did I hear you right that is in Job, that the two are distinguished and set apart?
No, it's in Moses. Moses distinguishes them. So Moses,
Thank you.
Moses became Moses because he killed Behemoth first, and he did that when he went against his own country and killed that guy who was bullying a slave. He went against everything that he was taught. He killed society, and then the second time he killed Leviathan is when he married that slave woman or whatever, nomad woman in the desert with the Hebrews, and then he went to the burning bush. Then that whole thing, the burning bush, helped him kill the rest of the Leviathan. He first stabbed it, I guess, by marrying that woman, but the burning bush made him die. First, he went up to it and he was like, "Oh, what are you? You're scaring me. Well, you're an angel or something." And the bush said, "Take off your shoes." And that's dumb to do because there's things that bite you over there. So he did it. First step, killing it. Then the second step was put his hand in his chest, and he got a disease. Then the bush said, "Put it back in there." What idiot would do anything else the thing would say after you got disease, right? So he did that. And then the next step was pick up the snake by the tail. Now, this is the one that everybody kind of gets. You never pick up a snake by the tail. Pick it up by the back of the head. Everybody knows that. And Moses knew that. He was smart. But he listened to the thing and did what it said, which is against logic. So he picked it up by the tail and he destroyed any other desires that could be gained from the self, the instinct, the soul, all that stuff. He killed Leviathan and he became Moses the Great. Because when you go through life,
Wow.
the survival instincts is to survive, have sex, procreate and gain things, be strong, be seen as someone who's strong, capable, all this stuff. That's Behemoth being strong and everything, physical stuff. Leviathan is all the internal things that you try to hide, like how you feel, your moral compass, sexual desires, what you think about other people. That's Leviathan. You have to, or your own wisdom, your own ideas. You have to kill those things so you can be, I guess, a tool of God or something, or to be a clean, non-leaky vessel, as the scriptures put it. But I think it's all about becoming pure of heart. I think that's what it's about, because a lot of people, especially me, I have to go through this. I used to have a wrong view of, what do you say? I had a wrong view of marriage and sex and stuff, because my mom hates marriage. She thinks it's the most evil thing on the planet. And I'm like, "You never been married?" She's like, "Yeah, exactly." I'm like, "Well, I don't get it." But I grew up listening to that and I thought it was right. And I got older, I'm like, only people I ever liked were married people. They're the only people who are open and caring and they don't have, mask when you're around them. I love married people. Well, the cool ones, the ones that don't have problems. But I love them. They're fun. So I learned I had to go against that. And the only people who helped me go against it were Krishna, stories of Shakti, and David and Abigail. They help those mythologies. Also Nappy in Native American mythology, and Starman. Starboy, and the Seven Sisters. They helped me fix it. But just those stories alone didn't help. I had to really live them and change my view of women, marriage, the system. And one of the people that I don't really like is Osho. I know me and Franklin don't like Osho very much, but he had a saying that really helped me see women the right way. He said, women are like flowers, and not just flowers you get in a flower shop, but like flowers you meet on the road, like in a crack or growing outside of a mountain. And when I thought of it that way, I thought to myself, what's the difference between a flower in the shop and a flower on the road, or coming out of the side of a mountain, or coming out of the pavement? What's the difference? And I started to think about it. And when I used to take walks, and I saw flowers growing out of like the gutter and stuff, and I thought, oh, okay, they're not any better than any other flower. The flower that's growing out of rocks is actually struggling, but still beautiful if you take the time to look at it. You take the time to appreciate someone who's just like you, and not someone who's supposed to be worshipped or whatever. Those kind of things mess you up. They take they make Leviathan come back into your life. And so you have to see the people as flowers. I had to. That's my libido fix. I see women as flowers, and I appreciate every one of them. And men, I see men as lions or lambs most of the time. When I see a wolf or a fox, I don't like the person. But yeah, I fixed my view of people through Osho. He helped me a lot with that one. But yeah, that's what you can learn about Leviathan and Behemoth. But you can also read Job. But I think that's just God describing Leviathan. He doesn't really tell you. Doesn't really express to you what Leviathan means in Job. He just kind of uses it to show that Job's an idiot. He's like, Job, you don't know what's going on. You can't blame me for what's going on with you. And, that whole thing. But yeah.
So that's from the Book of Moses, right?
Yeah, Exodus and
The two of them?
Yeah, do Exodus and Deuteronomy. Deuteronomy is really coded, but when you read, I know you'll get it when you read it. You'll be reading it and be like, oh, that's not what that means.
Yeah. Right. Well, that's very apropos, because it echoes with where my head is at. Deuteronomy, second law, other law, dub law, right? Duplo, rotomy is the other law. Because I'm thinking of Leviathan from the context of Thomas Hobbes. He wrote Leviathan, the book that is this is where the social contract was born out of, this mentality. When we say the word social contract, we're actually going way back to that time period for this word. But isn't it interesting that a social contract is like another law? It's like an unspoken law. It's like a Deuteronomy. It's a contract that nobody signed. Nobody signed this thing. It's a fugazi. They're still using the word.
Fugazi.
There's so many fugazis out there that we still use like it has any weight. So the social contract is it's a Leviathan of its own right, and it might need checked every once in a while. And I think it's important that we know the difference between this behemoth and the Leviathan. Leviathan, by my read, is also correspondent to the Cetus constellation, is a sea monster in the heavens. And if you can conquer this sea monster, there's actually a chemistry set hiding underneath it. It's the Fornax constellation, where you might do an experiment that would change the color of your skin. There's actually there's artifacts up there that tell this story. You can unpack these from the heavens.
Gabe, you got it.
And so him changing the color of his, yeah, brother, big ups. But I want to weave a little bit on, like, I love that you said that the Leviathan is the internal, is the taming of the private side of the human experience. I hear when Leviathan tells Moses to take the shoes off, that is how Socrates, his acolytes, identified themselves as the shoeless ones. That was their little renegade clique code, was we don't wear shoes. It's actually because Socrates is covertly a zebra, but we won't go into that. So when Moses has to take his shoes off and do something that's counterintuitive, like you said, there's animals might sting him if he does this, or he might get shocked with the electricity. He's grounding a charge, or picking up serpents by the wrong end of their tail, that he might get. All of these counterintuitive things, I want to correspond to something I'm barely getting a whiff of. I can barely smell it in the air nowadays, but it's irony. I think that when these stories lay out something counterintuitive that is ironic, that sends you into deep contemplation, potentially for weeks. Think of the guys in the Abbey coming across this chapter and being like, I figure, and all the riddles and the need to fulfill and make logos happen out of the story. It's causing a birthing of ideas out of you. That's what Socrates does. And he was the great ironist. And I see this irony carving out entire worlds of theory and potential gratification. That is what we're doing right now, kind of. But when I sense the irony, man, my inner Socrates is like back there dancing around. It's really fun. And here's an example of this. I'll just say this and then drop the mic. The sword of fire, the golden sword of fire that spins in all directions. If you are a fencer, nothing makes sense. Nothing could make less sense than soft metal gold as a sword. It's the heaviest metal there is. The last sword you would pick if you were in a sword fight is a sword made out of gold. All of these things, they don't make sense to the minds of man, right? Because it makes sense on a higher level that we can't attain. What's funny is if I was a swordsmith and I was told, if I was Hephaestus and God turned to me and said, yo, man, I need a sword of gold that spins in all directions, I'd be like, well, the core of your sword, Lord, would have to be iron. It would be an irony sword in the middle that all of this gold attached to, so that it has any value at all. Otherwise, if you swing it one time, the sword would break itself in half. So it needs an iron core. And isn't it funny that the core of the earth is iron? I think the core of deciphering all of the riddles of history is knowing that these guys were masters of irony. And they were opening side portals of speculative potential, of self-remedy, that we can heal ourselves, just pondering the mysteries of what they left for us to marvel at. I'll just kind of leave it at that. I'm getting a real appreciation for irony and what a gift it was from our elders.
Yeah, amen. Slick. I think it's like irony is something that comes with poetry and spirituality, because I mean, when I read the Bible, all it is poetry. It's just poetry, and you have to just sit and think about it. Well, not really think about it. You just have to do it, and then when you do it, you're like, "Oh, that's not what that meant." And I guess that's what it says. Faith alone is nothing. You have to have works. You got to do, what you're reading. Do what you're practicing. Do what you believe in. One thing I wanted to point out,
you got to test.
You
got to testament. You got to test what it meant.
Exactly. Kind of like what Buddha said. Buddha said, what did he say? He said, "Don't even look at me as someone who has reached Buddhahood. or reach enlightenment. He says, if you look at me, you'll never get there. If you keep focusing on what I do and what I did, you'll never see what I'm trying to show you. It's like, I think he said, like Bruce Lee said, if you point to the moon, don't look at the finger. If you concentrate on the finger, you'll miss everything. So you focus on Buddha, it's like pointing, it's like focusing on the finger. It's like focusing on Jesus Christ. You're focusing on the instructor, not the instructions. And I think that's what is cool about it. And like, for example, Leviathan, the first beginning of his name is Levi. Levi is one of the sons of Jacob. The funny thing is, Levi, his people, were the high priests. They didn't get any land. God made them like the preachers or whatever for the Israelites. Why is this important to Leviathan? I think it's important because when you become really spiritually inclined and get, higher up in your vibrations or your chakras, whatever you want to call it, when you get higher up there, your sexual energy rises, just like they teach you in Kundalini. And the shadow of that spirituality is sexuality. A lot of people don't like it if you are a spiritual sexual person. Their brains just blow up. Like if you are like a priest, you can't talk about sex to people. People will panic. Oh my God, So that's a sort of a light and darkness thing going on there with spirituality and sexuality. And, that's probably why God made him, put the name Leviathan as the shadow of that. something I think about. I think that's probably what it is.
I want to weave really hard on Leviathan with you, man. Leviathan is the infernal name of envy. It's the demonic name of envy. And it's a number 4. It's the shadow of the number 4 individual. It's the shadow of Aphrodite. It could be considered to relate to Antares, the anti-love, the shadow of love, the brother of requited love. Often at times it's unrequited, but not necessarily. And the reason this is important right now, Quinty, is because that's the name of the drilling operation that's going on off the coast of, is it real? It is the Leviathan drilling that is the problem, that is causing a great amount of conflict and going unsaid. It's going unspoken. It's kept on the private side. So the word Leviathan is a fascinating trigger, considering that the social contract is no longer worth a shit. People no longer give a shit about universal suffrage. The entire Thomas Hobbesian contribution to civilization is under question. And he wrote that book when King Charles I lost his head. Sovereignty went on to the people, and King Charles III in place. These are all fascinating echoes from history that I think we should all be paying a lot of attention to. Also, I don't know if, Franklin, I don't know if you can bring up the graphic I just sent in the Telegram. I sent it to the group and to you individually. I'm not sure where this goes, or I'm making an unfounded claim. I'm on the furthest twig of speculation, but if I'm right, I think I should say something. Leviathan, if you spell it with an L, he did not. He spells it Laviathan. But if you spelled it with an O-N, which some cultures did originally spell it with an O-N, not an A-N, that word is an anagram for Hail Votan. And hailing Votan is the last, that is the last god I would expect to be invoked, unless this was the last fucking war. NATO calls themselves OTAN in Europe. a lot of things bounce off the water and are reflected in reverse. Like in Europe, they do the dates backwards. Well, the same thing with the word NATO. NATO in reverse is Wotan. And for them to be hailing Wotan in this time of conflict on a global level, I think everybody should go back and read Carl Jung's essay on what Wotan did to the German people, and maybe read some of the writing around his writing, some of the reverberations that came off of that. You should do so with all trepidation, all of the force fields of speculative criticism at your disposal, because I don't necessarily trust Carl Jung either. But what happened with Wotan hiding out behind Protestantism is horrific. And if they've amplified it to this degree, and I'm seeing echoes in forecasting and foreshadowing of Wotan writing again, then maybe we should ask ourselves, was Queen Elizabeth wedding of bloodlines of the most alarming magnitude? I'm starting to wonder if Wotan is not also Muhammad. And I'm starting to wonder if that is one of the Masonic secret of secrets, is that these Mohammedans will ride again under the name of Wotan with assorted ranks to the army that is completely compartmentalized by religion. Army that is compartmentalized by their religion. And Wotan would laugh all the way to the front lines of an army like that.
There's a lot of interesting information and a lot of interesting thought to unpack there. And while you were talking earlier, I actually got this thought a while ago. Leviathan. So what are we talking about? We're talking about a levy, which is a tax. But a levy is also a place you can go, isn't it? Americans use the word levy. And then Aton. Aton is the god of the sun. Now, the number of the sun is the number 4 from Vedic perspective. So the 4 aspects of the dynamic Tao of life force is reflected through the sun. So you were talking about the personality of 4 and the tax upon Aton. Who taxes the sun? Something to think about.
I'm
Well,
so
I have
glad
an
you
answer.
reminded me of that.
I have an answer if you want.
Oh,
Louis,
hold one
what's
moment.
happening?
Sorry,
Just
I
Louis.
forgot to introduce because
Don't
everybody was
worry.
talking. This is
This
Louis.
is incredible.
Welcome to the space. Louis is a wonderful brother. He's a bit of a mushroom expert and an expert of plant medicines, you could say. Particular range of plant medicines. Also a very deep thinker and a wonderfully gifted musician as well. And just a loving guy. He's out there sharing his heart with people and sharing his medicines with people. So obviously very shamanically inspired. So much love to you. We're so honored to have you. I'm sorry I didn't introduce you earlier. I stepped out with the dogs to take them for a pee-pee and I came back and I was like, oh yeah. I had this idea in my head about what Slick was bouncing off. But so much love to you, brother. Do please throw your ideas at the stage and do please introduce yourself.
Oh, no worries. I've just been witnessing, and you can't help but just be in awe with the batch that you guys have going. You've been riding with me all day. I've been on the road, traveling through these snowy roads in Ontario here, and this has been just such an incredible conversation just to have come along with me. So I just want to first off thank you all. Thank you, Franklin and Quinn, Slick, Indy, Kalel, Soraya. Oh man, thank you first off. And as I was coming in, I thought of a couple different ways to express myself, but then I started looking at it saying, you just crossed the 5-hour mark. Quint had a beautiful weave going on, and I'm thinking there's a couple 5s going on here. We're talking about Venus. I'm a sun in Taurus. obviously Lewis is my last name. And I started thinking about, hold on a second here, the Levi, what is the root of that? Lev, to rise. So what beckons the rising sun? Venus. So that's the morning star. So if we're looking, when you just said who taxes the sun and moon, it would be Venus, the morning star and the evening star, the one who comes closest to those two polarities in the sky. So that's a possibility for that question. But my being a Taurus, I've always had the burden, the shoulder, right? The issues with my shoulders from playing football and rugby growing up. But I've healed that using my shamanic powers of the powers of the bush, hiking and using plant medicine. I feel right as rain. But now it's in my throat. So it's like I fixed one spot and now it's the throat chakra, which I now need to correct. So I'm here right now to help try to correct that. Well, the initial thought I was thinking, because you started off talking about the 4, Franklin, I think 5 hours ago, talking about the 4. And I thought, how amazing is it you talk about the 4? I'm coming in here at the 5 and listen to this quick little lesson that I'm about to throw down here. So I'm going to do a quick sound check. I have my guitar here. How does this sound?
Good.
Cool. Okay. So there's we have 2 different strings here, because I'm thinking of the DNA. You have your 2 different X and Y, your poles, and your uniter in the center, your horizontal in the center. So if the higher sound would be your feminine, let's say, and we both know these can be we know these are interchangeable. The masculine, the feminine, the 2 polarities, they're always switching. So just for this example here, though, we'll say the higher is the feminine, and we'll draw out the 3 of the feminine. So we have, and I'm using the note D as well. So. Now let's go to the masculine, the lower. Got to play them both together because they're going to unite. So every time when that string is struck and I'm hitting that overtoned harmonic, it's layering over top. So if we're thinking about our DNA and our ancestors and awakening them through these tones, I think one can get stuck maybe in any one of these spots, but it's starting to combine them together. And if we're talking about how the 3 become the 4, well, the chord, if we can combine all of it together in one, the C-O-R-D or the C-H-O-R-D as we talk, then you get the actual D chord here. So
I love it.
If we're looking at each of them, we can be the string itself. Because I'm starting to think, what are we? Are we the note? Are we the string? Are we the chord? Are we the instrument? Are we the player? We're all of it. We got to be all of it. And as you become all of it, you start to play new songs. You awaken your ancestors. We awaken all of us together, like Hillel was saying. They're our ancestors. They're all of our ancestors. Mine are yours. Yours are mine. They're all one together, and we all add our song to the universe. That's that.
Hey, thank you, Louie. Nice to meet you. Never met you before.
Likewise, Quinn. Pleasure's mine. Thank you.
Perfectly stated. Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
That was beautiful. Yeah, thank you for that.
Yeah, it was absolutely beautiful.
Well, thank you. Thank you.
So appropriate that we were just talking about the Levites, and here comes Louis to levitate us all into a harmonic space, buddy. I'm so glad you made it.
Likewise, brother. Likewise. It's, yeah. I've been wanting to play you some tunes for a while. So you sang a song for us earlier, and I had to pick up my lute and play you a little Louis tune.
So the Levites were traveling priests, and I always remember this because their name kind of implies that they're levitating. They're lifted up off the land. That they're travelers, and that they're also responsible for cleanliness. Levy is like to wash. I think like the levee is the washout, and if the levee breaks, it's going to wash everything out. So they're responsible for hygiene, which makes them like a true artifact or treasure. And I think so many aspects of their process back then, as whatever we know of it, is probably preserved in our traditions and our rituals still around ideas of cleanliness. Were the Levites, I mean, were they white? Were they dressed in white? Was that one of the aspects that just comes to mind? I don't know if that's a part of the Levites, the white garments.
Well,
Usually priests are white and white.
yeah, I don't know. I know Aaron, his clothes were not white, but they were different colors. I know they looked like the night sky, and he used pomegranates and some bluish purple colors. So I don't think it was white. I think the Hebrews used the word white symbolically because they'd always say, "Oh, God washed us white with blood." I'm like, bruh, you can't get white from getting washed in blood. Like, it doesn't make sense. So I think it was symbolic.
There's
like
that
white.
irony again.
Yeah, exactly.
Some funny irony when you're talking about the Levites and the levy. I'm also thinking about aqueducts. Building that would have to do with the cleanliness, building the water systems, and our own internal aqueducts are tears. So it's something to do there with the priest being able to inspire, life and be able to keep that cleanliness. I think there's also something here as well, and I'm just going to project as well because I'm also a stonemason. So I think that the priest, if you're going to be the one that preaches, you probably got to be the one that can know how to build the place or want to direct how it's being built in a way, right? If we're going back to Solomon's temple and really all the, the Masonic rites and that whole whatever that road that is, those steps, they can go get lost up and down on their steps. But when you actually have to build these places with your hands and go through some of that, like carry the stone, the way to do it is you got to sing. You cannot do that work without singing or music in some way, or you're going to go nuts. You're going to go nuts because it's so difficult. So a fun part of that, when you're working with stone and you're lifting heavy weights, that lever to get through hard work is bringing in the levity of music, bringing in the levity of spirit to be able. And I honestly believe, I know in my own life, you can put any job, whether you're washing dishes, you're pushing a wheelbarrow, or you're trying to figure out all the mysteries of the universe. Music can help. It can help levitate you to that next level you need to. So,
Yeah.
So
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah.
this is where you then take that completely inward, right? On the
Yeah.
outside, you see that it is reflected by the building of a temple, right? And a lot of churches or cathedrals have these wonderful giant bells at their tops, right? So when you internalize that, when you build up that fluid, that sacred secretion, when you're not touching yourself or having unclean, whatever you want to call it, right? That that rings in your brain. You see how that works? Like there's a building of the inner temple that is, and it's funny because when you look at the Levites were the only tribe that were allowed to carry the Ark of the Covenant, right? And they carried it on poles, right? Well, this is supposed to be symbolic of Freemasonry, which again is the mysteries of Isis, which is the high science of the feminine principle. The pineal gland is housed in something that resembles the Ark of the Covenant, interestingly enough. So again, we're talking about an echo of a reflection of the inner you.
Yeah, Dr. K. I like what Levi brought up with singing, because that's actually true. And it's funny that it happened again in America during slavery, and then South America too, but they don't talk about it much there. It's very interesting because limestone is what they used in Egypt, and they used to carry like big tons of it, and they used to do it all by hand. They didn't use horses or camels in the very beginning. They just used dirt and logs, and they'd sing and roll it down where they need to roll it. And that shows you that, sound is important. But I think it's not just the sound by itself. I know you can sing by yourself, you can hum, you can do whatever, you can say whatever you want alone. But when you get other people to chime in with you, that's power there. Because I think it's what the Bible meant when it said, when two or more are joined in my name, I'm with you. God is there. I think that's what it means, because, it's even reflected in the Battle of Jericho when they walked around the city and just sung, and the walls fell down. The walls fell down. I think it's about that. What do you call it? That there's a word for it that scientists have given it. I've forgotten it now, but it's when you connect psychically and rhythmically. You vibe together. Your heart beat at the same time. Your thoughts are in the same way. Your actions are in the same motion. You become this unstoppable force together, kind of like ants. And I think that's amazing. It's kind of like, I think that's what family is supposed to be about. Because when you move together, nothing can really stop you. I know when you move alone, nothing's supposed to stop you. Some things do get in your way, and they give you a challenge. But when you're with other people, singing a song or vibing in the same rhythm, nothing can really stop you. Really, there's harmony there, like a note when you play your music, Levi, sorry, when you play music and you do harmony theory and you get into it, you start making these start playing these songs with different notes, like on a keyboard, piano. You can make all kinds of harmonic resonance with different notes that line up together and make a more sophisticated harmonics. And there's nothing really you can do to break it. Like you can play a bunch of keys that are all harmonically aligned, and someone can come in off key and you'll drown it out. Like, people can listen to something that's in harmony and tune into it instantly and not be thrown off by the slightest thing. But when it's just a little thing being harmonic, like a monotone, those little ticking things that go left and right, when you just have one of them in a room, and you have other noises, you won't be able to hear it anymore. But if you have many of them, you can't drown it out. You're always going to be tick tock in that zone. So I love that, what you mentioned. That's something I never really thought about. I think maybe that's why they call it soul music or blues over here, because they used to sing it together. I think that's cool. I like that idea, honestly.
Yeah, beautifully said, and it brought up the term overtone in my mind. And we can do overtones with our voice. You can hear those Tuvan throat singers, and certain people have it with their voice. But
oh yeah, I practiced that. I can do that.
oh, awesome! Yeah, it's and so we can do it with our voice. We do it with instruments. You can do it with horns, like you said, Jericho. But every time every time I hear that word, I always in my mind hear Übermensch. I hear Overman from Nietzsche. With the overtone, it's the same thing. It's this, because with overtones, technically more is not better. The whole is not always greater than the sum of its parts. It depends on the different combinations which you're adding up. You can have less and have more, just depending on the combination of what you put together. So with the overtones, I think this might be something that happens with genetics, with breeding maybe, and this is why the crazies are so obsessed with it, and they understand that there can be overtones that are created. Or I really don't think, I think we all have it, and it's just up to the people to awaken it, because we all can tap into it. So it's getting to that. Unfortunately, but the overtones are going to be the one, like Nietzsche said, which carry us over this chasm that we're looking at right now, that everybody thinks they're going to sink in, or whatever is going on. No way, man. That this levity, this music, this energy we have will be what carries the people, that life through this and above it, over it, and will continue through it. And you got to trust in the music of life and the music of the universe. And it's always singing to us, always. Or Slick will sing it to you. Just watch one of his videos.
He sings in his videos?
His videos are like because music isn't music is well, they say what architecture is frozen music, but it's everywhere. It's everywhere. With what Slick does at his shared life experience with the Enneagram and the layers and everything that he's been doing, it is music. It's not. It doesn't have to be. Like I said, it's everywhere, and it's just when you understand. Okay, this electromagnetic spectrum. When we were talking about that, the apple before, of how is subjected to these different spectrums of it. Maybe that's why we're all here together as well. We've been subjected to the two sides of this spectrum, and we're forging that Phoenician purple or black, what the mel, all of it. It's beautiful. Like it's that is the true Krishna that you're trying to get at always. So yeah, go check out Slick, and you'll definitely sing and dance to some of his music. And if you don't get it, just keep going. That's the plan.
Yeah, I feel that way too. Like I told you, like I wrote it in the chat. He reminds me of Carl Jung. Like when I read Carl Jung's book, I read his book, The Red Book. That book flew over my head. I didn't understand a word of it, honestly. And when I watch Slick's videos, I feel the same way. But when I talk to Slick, everything's just like, I get it. It's just simple. But when I'm not like in the same areas, I don't really get everything. It's really interesting. I love it too. It's like you said, we're like different overtones, kind of like a rainbow. Everybody's complementing each other's.
Thank you, guys.
Making harmony.
That's great. Yeah, I started bringing my beer and bow into the intros. So it's a little jam session. Maybe start the videos with your volume at mid level, so I don't come in hot. Louis, you mentioned the tear ducts of the Levites. These people who are responsible for the hygiene. Making sure that there's cleanliness in the city. Because I just find it fascinating that the Leviathan is a social contract. The Levites were responsible for keeping social cohesion, you know, practices. You know, I'm assuming a lot. I might be wrong, but I'd assume that they are there for the birth rituals, you know, to make sure there's hygiene at the birthing. So obstetric practices also have to do with, much like the tear ducts and the cleanliness of the city, removing the byproducts. And yeah, so this drawing out, what needs to be drawn out seems to be one of the attributes of this character, this idea, this thought form. This the reason I'm harping on Leviathan, who is the infernal spirit of envy. Like, imagine the Levites; they're the exception to the tribes. They're allowed to move on. They're not stuck to any certain location. So they become special. They become like lifted up off the ground, unique, and they become the envy of others, you know, because so there's something special about the Levites.
What
that
if
would give them this role? And
in that word, I'm seeing evil, right? We're drawing out the evil from Levi. It's in there. What if, you know how everybody now is like, the only way we'd ever get together is if the aliens came, and this would be our one way we'd unite, even though we all know we have a reason to unite all together and we're doing it. But what if this is the ancient version of that they figured this out way back then, that they needed the scape, they needed the people, that here's where we point the finger, and then we can always control the narrative.
Yes. I have a strange sense that the Levite priest class is still around but in a different way, and we could learn a lot from researching what they were. I don't know this for a fact. I don't know if they're related, but I do know that if you have a social security number, you're initiated into a priest class of a sort. They may not have told you all the terms and conditions of associating with a number, but the only reason why people should be numbered, they tell you it's a census, which was the responsibility of the Levites, by the way. They tell you it's for the census, but the only reason you need a number is for experimentation. You know, the only reason you need tracking is so they can experiment and get feedback somehow. So the tracking, this is the track king, and this is why your footprints are on the paperwork. But Louis, I wanted to kind of talk about that, drawing out the tear ducts. You know, on the Emperor card number 4 is the Tizadi. That's the fish hook. Tizadi is the glyph on the Thoth Dex Emperor card, which is number 4, with the infernal spirit of envy. Its name is Leviathan. And in Job 41, which is the center square of the magical square of the moon, 41, sacred number, Job 41 is about using the fish hook to draw Leviathan. And so when I did my project and I found out that the fish hook was on position number 4, an individual with the shadow of Leviathan, and here the glyph on the card is the fish hook from Job 41 talking about Leviathan. That's one of the many little seashells by the seashore that told me I was making my Enneagram according to something I could not see. But Louis, I want to mention Odysseus in his adventures. Both himself and his son Telemachus are in a position, they're in the presence of a king. And the king is trying to suss out who they are. The king's trying to read between the lines to determine who this person is. What is the nature of their character? Should I trust them? Do they have compassion? You know, and one of the things that both Odysseus and Experience in the same story, but in separate times, separate places, separate scenarios, they start to tear up at the story that's being told at the king's dinner. And as their tears start to well up as the ducts start to overrun, the king in all this party and all the soiree and all the hullabaloo of a social event, the king has the presence of mind, the cunning, the penetration of insight to recognize a single glimmer in their guest. And the king scratches the record, stops the poet, stops the production, turn the bard down. Hold on a second. Excuse me, guest, my friend. Is there something about the story that is bothering you? And in both situations, the king has the presence of mind to change the bard, change the music to something more suitable. But what is really beautiful is the king changes it to another test. The king chooses the next story, and the next story is another test of their guest to see what ghost is the spirit in their eye that is giving a glimmer of who they truly are. This is the Tizedi, this is the fish hook, this is drawing out the humors, drawing out the tindans, drawing out the tendencies, the reflexes of humanity that we all share. And only a king, really only a philosopher king, only a king can recognize these sensitivities in the hullabaloo of a festival. So I just wanted to put that with drawing out the ducts, the tear ducts in these. I wonder about the Levites also to the traveling bards, to the those who would move through the countryside and bring stories with a consistency, with an artistic consistency. I wonder if that's in the mix as well.
Wow, amazing, beautiful. It had me thinking of the J, with how they've drawn out that exact energy with Jesus and how they brought that in with the fishhook. And is there any story more that gets the tear ducts going more than the passion of the Christ really as a whole? It's beautiful. So they took the old Greek story and they just knew not saying we don't, I'm not saying it's not real, the other story of Jesus, but it's interesting how the J was brought in, and that is the new fishhook that they've started to create the language. And when you were talking about the social security number, that itself has the SSN, your two serpents being nullified. It's their own way of fishhooking us again constantly.
Yeah, buddy. It also has Socrates. So shall Socrates number. and they got that fool to kill himself.
Wow.
So, has anyone experienced past life regressions, or have had a thought that people you meet in life may be parts of you from another lifetime?
It's okay. Let's put it into perspective. It's something that I do. It's part of what I do for a living. So it's sort of like my Monday to Friday gig. I would start by saying that lives are a metaphor, and that I have access to your life. How can I explain this? If we consider what telepathy is, telepathy connects us. So it's possible to go into a trance and to speak in what feels like a foreign language to someone, but you're saying the thoughts that they're thinking, for example. And that's like a tight resonance between your life and my life. Then there is this resonant field through the Akasha. Now, once again, the past life recognition. And past life isn't really correct, because when we enter into the Akashic field, time doesn't exist. So it's not a past life. It's just a different life. It's happening now in the same way as this life's happening now. It's just not happening in the here now. It's just happening now elsewhere. So once again, these pages get downloaded and uploaded and downloaded and uploaded. And so the correlation of time is within respect to where we are at now within the time stream. So when we're thinking of lives, it can be a future life or a past life from our current perspective of time. But when we're experiencing it, it's not a past life. It's just memories that don't correlate in this life with notions and feelings that are almost alien. And so it's a natural thing that happens, right? Like I suffered with it when I was a little boy. It was very hard. Having to make sense out of where I was when I was in that life and why I'm in this life now. And why do I go to sleep at night and I'm living in that life? And then I wake up and I'm living in this life. And why am I living that life again and again? Or why do I always get the same bloody part in that life? Which, so I think that we've all probably experienced it, but blocked it from ourselves to some degree. And this is the Visuddhi chakra once again. Now, there's a band there. It's a natural band. We get a lump in our throats. I've got a little bit of lump in my throat right now, actually, but that's from cacao. I couldn't get electricity to work, so I had to make a chocolate lassi. Yum, yum. Because I can't have a hot chocolate. So there's no electricity. This is the life in South Africa. Yeah, good old ZA. But yeah, so when it comes to the direction of lives, and it's very interesting if you are with someone else that can experience their other lives too. If you've got someone that you know like this, that gets very exciting. So you can experience another life with your eyes open while looking into somebody's eyes that's experiencing the same life as you, but from the perspective of them being in that life as opposed to you being in that life. I want you to consider that for a moment. And obviously, you both have to be very awakened. There's an old friend of mine from London, and he's very psychically, spiritually attuned character. And so we used to experience this in Conduit. And there have been some people I've been able to experience this with, which is rather interesting because it gives context to the evidence of what you're experiencing, right? Because you're experiencing a life that he's experiencing, and he's experiencing certain parts of that life that you're not remembering, and you're remembering certain parts of that life that he's not remembering, but you're sharing some parts of the life together. And you can see it while you're looking into each other's eyes. So, but you've got to learn to really look into someone's eyes. Like, really learn to look into someone's eyes. And you got to go beyond all your fears. You got to go beyond all your personal crap, your nonsenses. You've got to leave it all outside there and just go into a state of pure consciousness, pure awareness, pure focus. Zazen, as they call it in Japan. And so we think of these lives as being past, future, and present, but I consider them as all being downloading in real time somehow. And the problem with these other lives is they can draw our attention away from this life. We experience people from other lives often. We don't even know how. I mean, you've all experienced this, right? You meet someone and you start talking to them, and within an hour you feel like you've known them for years. And before you know it, you're like, you've known them forever. Like you really know this person, but you've known them for days. And this does happen to people. You know, when people fall in love at first sight. It could be a romantic one, or it could just be. So I walked into a bookshop one day, And I met this bloke. He was a British guy. This was in 1996, 1997. And so I was awakening all over the shop at that time. There was some powerful vibrations around. And I was in a bookshop and I looked into this guy's eyes and I started laughing and he started laughing. And in the end, we were laughing our butts off. Like just a stranger walked past me in the aisle. We made eye contact. We started laughing and we just couldn't turn it off. And so we never really got to have any conversations. He became my laughing friend. So we would like hang out and we'd just laugh all the time. Just couldn't stop laughing. And while we were laughing, there were memories flashing through the eyes. So some people will stimulate this in you if you're ready to start remembering. And normally it'll be somebody that you've known from different times, different areas, different chapters. I mean, it was Ramar that asked the question. You know exactly how this works, Ramar. Come on. Play queer. Where's Ramar? That you will just gain these visions and perceptions that aren't from this time and memories, and you'll just know things. And it will seem abstract. It will seem confusing to your senses. Actually, it's quite a confusing experience because the time dialect isn't there. Although sometimes it can be from like, I've got memories that I don't even know where it's from. I mean, I've just made assumptions that it must be like before the vapor canopy collapsed, but I don't know. I was a giant. I was big. The world was different. The stars were different. I was able to translocate my body through the galaxy at will. So, you know, there are some experience that I had while I was dancing. So dancing, I find, is a very powerful way of leaving your body. If you can go so into a dance that you leave your body, somehow your body keeps dancing. It's bizarre. Yeah, somehow your body keeps dancing. And then you come back into your body and you're like, wow, I'm dancing. That's cool. So the dance is probably the fastest way to transcend time and space, which is why Shiva and the dance and the shamanic path, the dance, is Natraj, is the way in which you undance creation. And in order to leave this time and this body and this space, you need to undance creation in order to go through the Akasha. And in the Akasha, one can literally reassociate memories. So it's very simple. It's just entering into Visuddhi Chakra, which is the seat of all the psychic powers, and re-engaging with different pages in the book. And that page will bring senses and memories and experiences. And the interesting thing is when you jump back, yeah, there'll be a correlation here, which is interesting. Like, I was cut in half by a katana with an uppercut. And I got a scar on that exact same part of my body in this life. The exact same point. Got a scar in this life. So there's things like that, you know. You check your body for scars. Check your body for scars. That can be a gateway into your past lives. Use your scar as a backward engineering tool of contemplating and meditating on that point on your body. And it can bring memories into other times when you've had injuries on that same point in your body. So there are a lot of ways to open the gates to your past lives, but it's generally not healthy. Which is what I tell a lot of my clients if they want to hear about past lives. I'm saying, well, why? What do you want to know about past lives? It's quite a big deal to go into a trance to travel through people's past lives. And it might not necessarily be healthy because people can start becoming obsessed with other lives, which is why It's not wise to pay too much attention to it. It's there, it's part of life, it comes up. Very often when you're looking for particular information, soul retrieval, that will come up automatically. But then it's not like you're looking for it. It's just part of the program. It's like understanding why this fragment of the self has been defragmented in this life is because there's a pattern of defragmenting this aspect of the self and leaving chapter of the self behind in order to travel light, as it were. And obviously then that's what Indy does as well, is the reintegration of the shadow. So through the act of reintegrating the shadow, one does also re-engage with certain Akashic field currents, which can reveal other time chapters. More than that, there's not much that can be said other than experientially the experience of it. I don't think.
Yeah, I agree, Shaman.
I can see.
I was just agreeing with Shaman.
I love how you said at the end.
You can go.
No, you go. No, you go. Just want to say I agree with that last part, especially about like it is just part of the place here, and not to get too caught up in it. I find that a lot of our mystical potentials have a real strong hazard of becoming an obsession. You know, the same thing with like dowsing. A lot of people do dowsing to make decisions, and they develop a dependency on these kinesthetic intelligences that are all there to access. But I think everybody, temperance is a really good thing to take along with you if you do engage in these possibilities. And for some of us, maybe abstinence entirely. You don't even want to tempt temperance. You just want to abstain.
Yeah, exactly, Gabriel. Yeah, I just wanted to share one of my past life things and how I got into it, really. So I think I was in 5th grade, and I've been lucid dreaming and astral projecting since I was like, I don't know, little, 2, 1, 3, 4, whatever. And I always thought people could do that. So I just, as a young kid, I would always ask people, hey, what'd you dream? They're like, nothing. Or they just like, I don't know, remember. They don't, people didn't care. And after I got 5th grade, I wanted to really know, like, what is it about? Like, what are people dreaming? I want to, get into it. I want to understand my dreams more, because sometimes I dream some stuff that didn't make any sense. So I found this guy named, what's his name? Journeys Out of Body book in my library at school. I read it. I was like, okay, OBE. Let's see what that is. So I Googled it. I was like, all right, let me learn how to do this then. So I did it. I was like, oh, that was easy, And then it started happening when I was meditating. And I don't know, somehow I went into past life stuff. And the thing about past life stuff was it was really interesting because it was so real. Like it was beyond dream. Like it was beyond lucid dreaming, it's like a memory. It's like you feel everything. But when I would do it, sometimes I couldn't even tell which life was which. Like I was just felt like, I guess the good word is orgy. You just don't know whose legs are whose, and or whose feelings are whose, right? So that's what I was feeling. But one of the main ones that I remember that I really enjoyed was when I was a kid in Gujarati, or wherever that city's called in India. And I wasn't poor. I wasn't lonely or anything. I was actually kind of cool, not popular, but just normal kid. And I wanted to go into the military. I wanted to be an officer or something. And I had a little sister, and I really didn't like her. She was aggravating. And I had to watch her all the time. And one day I was getting we went and got some candy things, some like those red swirly, I don't know what they're called, but we had some of those. And I left her on the train, like seats. I was like, sit here. I'm going to come back when the train gets here. We get on the train and go whatever. I guess back home, I don't know what I said, but when I came back, she was gone. And then the panic that I feel from that, I can still feel it. I can't really express anything similar except when I got lost in the mall once when I was like, I don't know, 3. But it's different because when I got lost in the mall, I didn't really feel that much panic because I was like, oh, I'm in the mall. I can find her somewhere, adults everywhere. But when I lost my sister in the past life, I didn't know what to do. Like I talked to people that were there. I talked to everybody. I couldn't find her. I never found her. And when I became an officer, I was still looking for her. And it's just something that I died feeling bad about in that life. Like I remember dying and telling my wife, if you find her, come let me know. Even though I'm dead, just come tell me. And it's just like something I never let go of because I think my parents blamed me or something. I just felt bad. And then there's another past life where I was in England, and I was this white guy I was like a lawyer or something, or accountant. I don't know. I did something with money and married people, and I don't really understand what I did, but I know I wore suits all the time and shoes that hurt. And I liked my job. I just didn't like the people. And I remember one of my sons told me, he asked me one day, he said, Dad, why do you hate your job? And I think he was like 15, 16. And when he asked me that question, my whole life got destroyed because he asked me that. I never really thought about it. I was just doing what my father did. And I was doing what his father did. I was, in that line. And I didn't really realize that I was doing that. And when he asked me that question, I was just stunted. And I changed my life around after that. It was interesting. But those are some 2 main ones that I remember. And the reason why the Gujarati one is very important is because I know a lot of Hindu stuff without reading about it. I read about it recently because I knew about it before. I didn't know what I knew. So I read about it now. So now I know about it. But before now, I didn't know about it. And I met these Indian people when I used to work. I met this lady named Maitri. Her name means friend in Gujarati. I told her that. I said, hey, your name means friend. She was like, hey, how do you know that? I said, I don't know. Isn't that what it means? And she said, yeah. She said, who are you? Where are you from? And we just started talking. And I hang out with her still. She's cool. She calls me her brother. But things like that prove to me that past life stuff exists because she really likes me. Like she shows me to her parents and everything. And I go around her family, her husband and everything. And she just treats me like I'm a regular Indian person, but I'm not. I don't know nothing. Like she'll ask me like, do you want to eat this? I don't know what that is. I have no idea. So I know it's real. Like a lot of people have doubts about it, but that's my story about past lives. Rama wanted to ask Soraya if she had anything to add, but go ahead.
Well, I remember, aren't you in India right now?
No, I'm in America.
Okay. Misremembered.
Yeah, it's interesting how we can have a connection with a place. I had a connection. Well, I've got connections with India and Japan. So you can actually induct skills from your past lives. So I've got like a fairly high grade in judo. I only went to one class in my entire life, and it happened to be a bloody grading. I was a kid. And the guy thought I had some master teaching me some classical form of judo that he'd never seen before, but he wanted to learn. And then I was apparently a liar because I told him I didn't have a teacher and I wasn't being trained. And I couldn't tell him that, bloody hell, I've relived these lives since I was a child. Over and over and over and over again, where I was a samurai with a sword and aikido and judo and karate, you know. And so you can induct skills directly, which is another interesting facility of the past life. And like when I never learned to play djembe. I just picked up a djembe at a fire one day and noticed I had black hands. I was like, oh, a lot of melanin in my skin today. I was playing this drum and I was like, who are these other melanin people sitting around me around this fire? Why are we dressed like this? And I played and I played and I was like, this is bloody weird. Who are these people? Why, when did I get dressed like this? Why am I black? My brain's trying to figure out what's going on here. Like, this isn't how this was, but you don't know that it's, you know, it's confusing. And then I came back out of that and I was like, oh, I've got my own clothes on again. Cool. That was weird. And everybody was like, wow, I didn't know you were a master drummer. I mean, no, I'm not a master drummer. I can't play drums. And they were like, once again, like, dude. And then I noticed like, oh, wow, this just happens. And so that's why I can play djembe. So there are skill sets that you can develop. I suppose occult skills and knowledges as well. You can induct from previous lives. But when it comes to place, when I went to India, I felt the call for India when I was young. And I knew I was going to go and remember in India. And when I put my feet on the ground, the tear ducts in my eyes just opened and they wouldn't close. And I mean, my crotch was soaking wet. My testicles were swimming. My ankles were wet. Yeah. And it was so overwhelming, I had to sit down. And my clothes were getting soaking wet. I was like how much tears have I got in this body? Like, what the hell? The moment my feet touched the ground, there was this electrical reaction. And I sat. And until he came. And somehow I manifested a Tantraman. A master Tantraman. Who took me aside. And he drew the timeline for me. Of course, I wasn't surprised. I was a little bit gutted that, like, did you have to put my death on there? Like, really? Bloody hell. Like, did you have to add my death on the timeline? Come on, man. But it was an extensive timeline and it was correct. Everything in my life. Every single thing. And what's followed has been correct too. And so if you've got a connection with a particular place, you'll know it in your heart. You'll be drawn there. It'll be inexplicable. You'll feel the need to go there. And when you get there, you'll be so overwhelmed by the energy that you won't think anymore. Your thinking will turn off and your nefesh will become active. And your instinct, your animal instincts, your natural state of expression will come into you. And you'll just know where you belong. And that will bring you into alignment with whatever it is that you're meant to remember. And so the Akashic field basically holds, and here's where it gets interesting. Our DNA is mostly that junk DNA. So it's like 98% of our DNA, 99%, whatever it is junk DNA, apparently. Apparently there's just a whole lot of junk. like codes written in foreign languages that are unnecessary, because that's what the universe does. It writes codes and codes and codes and codes just for nothing. No meaning, nothing. So, you know, science is like a hole in the head when it comes to that. But ancestral memory is okay. Since we're talking about this, we've got to talk about the Akasha. So the Akasha is a resonant vibrating field that you can access in the vibratory state of consciousness. And what I believe is happening when you access that vibratory state, I believe you're tuning in. You see, the scale of size is not relevant. It seems relevant while you're in the physical form, but when you're not in the physical form, the scale of size is not so relevant. I hope that makes sense. So the DNA could seem pretty big. And you could feel as if you're coming out of the DNA. And that the DNA is vibrating. It's got a pitch. And that vibratory resonant field is like the pitch of vibration that unlocks information, memory in your consciousness. And so all of that junk information, junk DNA is a story that's been written down. And that story holds your ancestral lineage. And that ancestral lineage is past lives. That's how I see it. That's what it seems to make sense to me. And that's fulfills the shamanic realization of the ancestors. Because there are points where we've moved, and there are points where we will help others in our family circle of souls, because we are like in soul circles with connections, family circles of souls. And so we will be helping. You might bump into your ancestor, one of your ancestors in the street, in the flesh. Or they might be asleep and dreaming and be present with you on the etheric plane. So there's a lot of ways in which the ancestral vibrations can sort of come into culmination. But I do believe it starts and ends and is manifest through the DNA field, which is a hyper vibratory field. And in that hyper vibratory field, one is able to access all of the information that we can consider and call past lives, because it transcends space and time. And the moment you transcend space and time, you have reached into Sushumna consciousness. And Sushumna consciousness is where we find the seat of the soul, the true seat of the soul. And this is where we are able to access all of the different information. And that book. So very often we speak about the Akashic Records as going into a library and there's books and stuff. People have this wonderful little fantasy, you know, and it's okay. Build a fantasy. It's great. Nothing wrong with a bit of fantasy. This is one way of achieving that level of consciousness, is to go there in a sort of choreographed dream, I suppose. People could do that if they wanted to. I've heard of people doing that, so don't see why it shouldn't work. And experience the book and read from the book. I've had other friends who've had other people do regression on them, and that's how they've experienced it, where they go and reopen the book in this room and they read from the book, and in the book there's a name, and in that book they are seeing a story of somebody who lived. And it's very weird because it's very abstract, but they remember it all. It's like very familiar. So there's one way of accessing past life information. Though I don't know whether it's necessarily wise to go looking for it. I think it's wise to just learn to attune to the vibratory spectrum of field of consciousness and then allow intuition and instincts to bring to you the memories and experiences that will serve you best in this life. Because at the end of the day, this life is really what it's about. Like Slick was saying, it's the be all and end all of the situation.
You bring up a very, very interesting point.
You know, I've got a little.
Oh, sorry. You make me remember Ahsoka from Star Wars. Anybody who's familiar with Star Wars or may have watched that series, you know, Loki has gotten a lot of fanfare. But if you look at Ahsoka, if you rearrange that is Akasha, right? You notice that her skin is red, and of course she's got some natural dreadlocks, right? For anybody who hasn't seen that last season, I would highly recommend that you watch it. She's able to traverse because of trauma, and she ends up in the world between worlds with her master, Anakin Skywalker, right? And she's drawn there because of her trauma, which she had been projecting onto him, because her master, she had to walk with the weight of her master turned into Darth Vader and what he did to the universe, right? But we're talking about Doth, which is a hidden Sephira, which is hidden knowledge, right? So understand what's actually being conveyed there. Now, she was able to traverse the multiverse, which is what you do at death when your junk DNA activates, right? Because this is why it doesn't, you see, if everything here is inverted, then it can't do anything here. It serves no purpose here. So much like Franklin was issuing the warning about past lives, you have to understand what's actually being conveyed. Your karma, your weight, whether you have karmic debt in this lifetime or not, is still going to add on to your weight. So the reason Quinty had that resounding memory of a past life is because that's what brought you back. That holds the most weight, the most resonance, because that's the reminder, that's the anchor, that's what brought you back. It wasn't the elation of having a sister, it was the trauma of losing her. You see, that's what and we can get into a whole aspect of the divine feminine, because that was the missing key ultimately there being reflected. But this is the weight of past lives, and this is why it can be dangerous. It is dense. That karma can be looked at as weight that draws you down, but it's drawing you down in order to propel you out of it. You see, yet again. So it's not going to look exactly how you think it's going to look. This is the purpose of allegory. This is the purpose of metaphor. This is the purpose of irony. You know, to give you some form of inner symphony while you're experiencing this.
I gotta weave on Ahsoka with you and give thanks. Ahsoka is quite an egregore, the wounded healer. The reverse grip on that sword, I know you know this already. I almost don't even have to say it. Zatoichi, the blind swordsman, the traveling masseuse, is a real historical persona with a provable, certifiable body count. I think it's 20-some kills on the blind swordsman. The historical Zachi. And Ahsoka's sword grip is carrying that legacy forward of a wounded healer, a blind swordsman. How's that for irony, Quinty? A blind swordsman.
Yeah, I love that story.
Yeah, man, nice. So yeah, Ahsoka, and she's a Chiron for sure. And I'll say one quick little weave back on the of these carvings. Everybody knows an enigmatic hand basket. There's a decode here, and it's interesting just to get to the punchline. But I'm looking back at the process and I'm saying, does language work the way we think it does? The hand basket, that the word basket is cesta. Cesta, I'm pretty sure it's Latin. It's a Latin word for basket. Hand cesta, you drop the H for the sake of the Greek influence. It becomes your ancestors. Hand basket is the ancestors. And that translation is not acceptable by academia, but it's right there in front of your own eyes. That the hand basket is the ancestors. And that's one hell of a weave right there.
That is a weave and a half, Gabe. I love it. I love it. It's oh man, you guys are Kalel, what you said resonated exactly same as well, Franklin. Both what you said with DNA and then with the mother energy, and then now Gabe talking about weaving a basket. That it makes me think of, okay, I got to do my mushroom part now. When I'm in the forest and we have this mycelium and these mushrooms growing in these really rank areas, we know the magic ones can grow on dung or in the middle of muck and in these really wild, they're facing the most adverse conditions that you could possibly imagine. They have an extremely thin cell wall. So how can they stay healthy with this? Well, the reason is they have this almost basket weaving, essentially. This is not all of them, but much of them do it this way. They have a basket weaving membrane, and it's the vibration. It's what they resonate at, which causes the electrostatic charge, essentially, to just say, no, you ain't passing through here. And this weaves me back to before what Franklin was saying. It had me thinking about osmosis. Osmosis is kind of the opposite of that. It's allowing something through a membrane, and wisdom is something that it can be passed. It seems like not just almost like Franklin said, through the eyes, through many different ways. And when we're talking about in the forest and that mycelium, I'm seeing that interesting neurological that shape that almost looks like a Y many ways if you want to think about it. And that reminds me of dowsing, when your water dowsing rod, when you're in the forest, and it's essentially a Y shape. And that word douse, the Y, okay, that's the Y shape. Had me thinking as well that there's the three different paths there. You can look at a Y has three different areas descending on one, which would be your community. You could look at the Y has two different areas converging on one, your family, or you could look at the Y has one becoming two, which is you yourself, I guess, your own personal self growing. And that dowsing rod ties in with the dancing. It almost sounds like that word, douse, dance. It's very similar vibration happening there with both words. And dance in French, it's dans, like danse is in or into, within. So all of this it's when you ask if it's in the language, I don't know if they plan this or how it ends up this way, but it is so beautiful that we're at this point where we can weave together the whole world to see what's right in front of our eyes always, but we can also elevate it with these beautiful ways. The temperance, we use temperance. The heat, with the movement, you always have heat. So with the heat, what do you make of it? What are you going to do with it? Are you going to use it to burn something down? Are you going to use it to create something that's going to warm you or going to create something long? I always love the saying, because we're always having to chop wood up here in Canada because it's friggin' freezing and we got lots of snow out right now. But chop your own wood, it'll warm you twice. And looking for your own wisdom, that heat is going to come from within. And that osmosis, which you're trying to achieve And I think Franklin says it best: is you don't want to go back and seek these past life journey. Live your life, and they'll come from within you, and they'll expose themselves to you. And that word osmosis shows it, because os, the bone, your bones, or a mountain, either way, the os. So having that bones, you can, how did we used to, the old shamans, how would they tell the tales? They would cast the bones on the ground, and that's how you could tell the future. So there's always been this connection with bending time and connecting with our ancestors, and being able to pass wisdom through weaving.
Austere. The bones tell you where to go. Austere.
I don't think we're allowed to speak about Austria anymore, though. So we got to keep that one under the table. Actually,
Are you
Gotta stick our heads in the
that's how
stick our heads in the sand.
Yes, yeah. My grandmother used to curse by saying "ossia" for some reason. Ossia was a curse word in our language. So maybe you're cursing your ancestors in a way there.
I thought you were referring to the fact that, when was it? Was it like 10, 12, 15 years ago? Long time ago. A historian was jailed for 4 years. Or was it longer? I can't remember. I think it was at least 4 years. I think he was jailed for 4 years or 5 years or 6 years or something for writing for his historical research. I don't know if you're aware of that. Yeah.
No, I did not hear that story. I know.
Yeah, no, it was news, international news, like across all the news networks. And he had written a book that questioned the official numbers of the Holocaust and questioned the story that we'd all been fed about the Holocaust, presenting alternative evidence in his book. And he got put in jail for that. It's quite hectic. So I've
Yes.
always thought of Austria as like, what the hell are they trying to hide? 10 hat stories, but definitely valid.
Yes. There is a lot of fascinating cloak and dagger going on with just that location and the families there, and that the name of the country. It really does relate to the ostrich putting their head in the sand. I did a little study on Leo Strauss, as he is a philosopher of academia. He was brought back into the zeitgeist heavily when we went into the Iraq War, because he is a master of Machiavelli and social contract. Again, with the Leviathan coming into the picture, when these wars dredge up, they get these historians to justify a great amount of things. But Strauss, his family name is from Austria, and it does relate. I mean, if you read the bio and explanation of the etymology of the family name, it hails back to ostriches putting their heads in the sand, which you can do in that part of the country. You're safe. The terrain protects them. It gives them a sovereignty, inaccessibility, so they can speak from a high place and not feel the repercussions of their actions. So the ostrich is really a perfect metaphor. Ostrich eggs are used to keep spiders out of sacred temples. That's a fascinating thing, symbolically, because we know about weaving spiders come not here. There's something about the ostrich egg keeping journalism at bay, keeping the insinuating web of storytellers far away. But it also, the Strauss family name, it's also a tisk or a jab or a mocking laugh, a poke in the ribs, is all encapsulated in the word Strauss. And this is fascinating to me because it tells me that they're jokesters. They got a real sense of humor. and it's in their name. Their name is telling you, don't you get the joke? And so everything that comes through them, I read through the muse of Thalia, the muse of comedy, because their name is telling me that they're a bunch of tricksters. Nudge, nudge, wink, wink.
The
That's
famous.
really interesting. I just wanted to say one thing. I keep forgetting. You mentioned Odysseus. Yes, earlier, Slick. Is that correct? Odysseus. And it made me think
buddy.
about the name. Odd is a name that's going to come up a lot in the occult, and it's reference to odic force. An odic force is the drag of the magnetic currents running through us, and the drag of the magnetic currents means we can affect things. So when we are doing any kind of practical magic or any kind of sympathetic magic, it's the odic force that is being programmed in order to produce the drag upon the Akashic field to change reality. Yeah? Odd. And then Zeus, we know who Zeus is. And then we know one of the oldest names is Ea. Zeus. So Ea means praise, praise be. And Ea, like is in EA games, EA games. Those people know what they're doing when it comes to naming these things. Ea Zeus is essentially, Hail Zeus or Mithrais. Ramah there. Mithrais was mentioned. Hope you're happy, dear. And obviously Zeus is Jesus. But Odysseus. I'm wondering how many different records there must be of the same beings, people that have been here, and how many of them have been changed and messed with. What is the story of Odysseus? I'm curious.
It's a great story. He starts out in the Battle of Troy. His name means agony, and he's a master strategist. Some aspects of his epithets imply the owl, that he has 360-degree perspective. He's favored by Athena and Hera. There's a lot of owl implication to his persona. But after the Trojan War, and things are supposed to resolve, people are supposed to go home, and all the stories of what happened are being seeded into those who did not partake in the battle. Odysseus is caught up in a journey, in an adventure, a sea travel, and one thing that happens that I think is important is he's mad at the gods from the Battle of Troy. This is all things about post-traumatic stress are born out of both of the epics. The Iliad and the Odyssey both have a lot to do with the post-traumatic stress. The Iliad will be more masculine. It's got all the battle scenes, the blood, guts, and gore. It's really graphic, highly magical. And then the Odyssey is more feminine, a lot more feminine energy going on. Might be behind the scenes implications. So the Odyssey is the second of the two epics, and it's Odysseus's adventure going away and coming back on a return. And what I think is important is as he goes further and further away, he loses his faith in the old gods. He's being impetuous and defying them by turning his back on them and not seeking them out when he's in peril. When something hard happens to him, he does not turn to Zeus or pray for Zeus's help. And that aspect of his personality is more and more prevalent as he goes further from home. And then he has a change of heart, and he slowly returns home and starts to find communion with the old gods again. And Athena actually, when he does his turnaround and comes back, she actually interacts with him more and more until he comes back home to the heartbed of his pantheon and is recognized for kind of resolving his own atheism. I think that's an important aspect of Odysseus. And it kind of, I think it is in his name in a way, in a weird way. It's almost as though he's at odds with Zeus. He's and he went to far distant lands where they worshipped strange gods. And that was when he was in a place that he actually didn't know the gods. He kind of gets a little desperate because he knows he's in foreign territory. I think that's kind of part of his turnaround, where he's like, we got to do something on this strange land in this strange place that reminds us of home. So he kind of back into ceremony and ritual that is part of his turnaround and coming back. I think that underneath Odysseus, I think you could map out the telemetry of the world all the way down to Antarctica. I think when he goes to Hades in the story, he's actually going to Antarctica. I think he's going across Drake's Passage, making an offering in Hades to Tiresias. And then that offering at Tiresias in Antarctica, it's 2 animals sacrificed. Then he promises to make a third final sacrifice when he gets home. That's drawing a telluric line. That's drawing a dragon line, a ley line, a singing magical thread back to his homeland. And then his son's name, when he gets home and has this beautiful reunion with his son's name is Telemachus. And so is the story telling us that the telemetry was passed on to Telemachus, and that actually somebody out there has the official map of the adventures of Odysseus as a bit of a holy grail amongst the elites. I think that's all implicit behind the lines of the epic. Yeah, it's a great story. I can't recommend it enough, especially for people of the who are coming to the midlife. You know, we're having our Jesus Chapel Perilous, our midwife crisis, whatever you want to call it. The Odyssey is a must.
Louis, brother, I'm sorry that it got so long. You started saying something.
I was just looking at the copy of the Odyssey that I have and thinking I should probably read that. Then there's like, it's been I was introduced to it at a young age through a comic, a graphic novel, and then I've listened to it extended, people breaking it down on podcasts. But it's interesting, you know, I know pieces of the story, but to hear you describe it that way, I've had this copy sitting for a while. I'm gonna have to take a look at it. But what I was thinking earlier with Austria was I think of the sound of, you were talking about Strauss, and I think of the Sound of Music as well. You have the gold as well in that name, you know, coming out with the Aus, but you've got the Sound of Music. When you picture that, it's these golden hills and this pristine picture. But what's the name of the family in there? The Von Trapps. So they have it. They're showing you right there. Yeah, this is where we set the traps in there. And how then Australia continues it on. I saw that someone in the chat mentioned as well the connection with Australia also, and how why do they continue to encode these in the language and to carry on these traditions if it didn't have power? Even myself growing here in Canada, you get to see so many of these cities that were they planted here are just the same names from the UK. And you think it's something original, and you realize, oh, they've done this all over the world, everywhere. And the languages are much more fun. They could definitely create much more interesting words than what they're doing with, but they want to continue on these traditions of the lost tribe of the Dan, the lost tribe of the dance that we have to discover. That is it real? Who cares? Maybe yes, but is that our shadow that we need to address? That's really what they're talking about, is the 13th tribe, whatever. If it is, you know, that 13th tribe, then is that talking about our shadow that we have to awaken through the
Yep.
dance? Yeah.
I love that. I love that. I think there is so much yet to be garnered from the story of Odysseus. Yeah, I think there is. You know this. I think you and I talked about this once, but you know, there's a Cyclops in the beginning. He gets trapped in the Cyclops' cave. It turns out there's actually a corn lily flower that if a society eats this corn lily flower while they're pregnant, the baby is with a cycloptic with one single eye. And there are actually goats from places that have this flower prolifically, that the goats are born with one eye. And so this idea of a community of cyclops is living off of nature. That's actually intrinsic to the bio in the story, that nature gives them everything they need. They don't have any laws. They're just in harmony, but they're also cycloptic. Well, strangely enough, there is an herb and it's in a parts of this world that would do this to a group of people. So there are in that. Oh, and by the way, the genetic that changes that gives them the cyclopy is called the sonic hedgehog gene. It's a sonic hedgehog is the name of the chemical that causes that to happen. So they're clearly seeding another scavenger hunt. But isn't it profound to be an adult and look back at the stories that you thought were silly mystical and find out there's actually scientific basis that might lead you on a scavenger hunt if you were inclined to pursue it?
That story is interesting as well. From what I remember, when they're trapped in the cave, he wraps himself in a sheepskin, and to trick the Cyclops, he kind of plays a riddle on them, because the Cyclops are. He says to them something along the lines of, "Who's there? Nobody." And now the Cyclops is talking to the other Cyclops saying nobody's in there, and they all start going wild on each other. And just through one word, just through simply confusion, he gets himself free, and they all get to escape out of that cave from near death there.
Yeah.
I
Yes.
always read that part. Oh,
Well, I want to say this. They ask him, are they deceiving you by trickery or by force? That little catch of phrase is repeated in all of the variations. They always make a point of when he's screaming out, he's like, "Oh, they're poked my eye out." They're like, "Who is it?" "It's nobody." "Well, did they deceive you or did they take you by force?" That rings to me, to my ear, as the bedrock of the difference between civil and criminal court. And it is so fascinating that the Cyclopes, the inner circle of knowing, the encyclopedists is the inner circle of knowing. I think they're the ones that made these stories from the French. But isn't it funny that the encyclopedists would be smart enough to place the difference between criminal court and civil court culturally? They are seeding it in the story of the Cyclops, who would be an overseer or a judge or somebody who's going to be in command of the court proceeding. I just wanted to say that there's something going on at that particular detail of the Iliad or the Odyssey. When they say, was it trickery or force? They're saying, was it civic or was it criminal?
well, now you got me thinking. Can you elaborate a little more?
Thank you for challenging me. So if it's by deceit, let me think, it will be civil. It will be a civil infraction. And if it's by force, it's a criminal infraction, meaning, and the difference is, civil is something that the presumption that you've agreed upon it is already laid upon you. And so It's not necessarily that you stole. Stealing is it's the golden rule. It actually all boils down to no theft, including don't steal my sense of well-being. So no theft is actually the only law in this world. Everything else is an embellishment. So no theft is the bedrock of criminal law. Civil law is a bunch of bullshit, petty HMO, fiddle faddle, poke you for every little tiny detail that you didn't really even agree to anyways. It's all the curse of fiction. This is a bunch of shit people wrote on paper and they patted each other on the back hard enough to believe that they could pull you over because you didn't stop right enough. And you walk right in. This is all like advanced sovereignty information. But the difference between criminal and civil court could probably shake off 90% of our woes with the state if we just understood how it worked. That deviation in that line in the sand. So what I'm saying is, if you know what the Cyclopes were saying to each other from inside the cave and outside the cave, then you know the difference between private and public. If you know the difference between private and public, motherfuckers who pull you over can't even come close to touching you if there's no proof of damage already having happened. Civic law is all just pre-crime. The pre-crime thing is already here. We're already there. They don't have to make a futuristic movie and pretend it's looming in your future. It's been here all along. So if there's no crime, there's no evidence, there's no proof and you don't have a name, you need the name of the person who committed the crime, then it goes to a whole different court. In which case it's just art. It's just art. Civic court is just, it's tragic how much energy we give to that process. It's just art. It's not scientific at all. Science is not democratic. Science is not democratic. Oh, yeah. Democracy theorists, man, they're dangerous.
Hey, Gabe. Hey, man. I it's funny that you said what you said about democracy, because I agree. I've been reading the Bible as usual, and I started to notice that the trial of Jesus is actually like what do you call it? A bash at democracy, at voting. I always wonder why, and why people are stressed with the way things are in society. But going back to the Odyssey, that's interesting. I like the way your mind works. I never thought of it as like some kind of a court thing. But now, because in Egypt they based Anubis, Horus, and all that on your conscience. Like they made it so that I think is it the Ba, or is it the Ka, or is it the Ankh? One of those was more connected to a true justice system, which is in your own mind or in your own being, and they replicated it outside. And I wonder, is that part of this too? I always thought of it as them making fun of Christians, or I don't know. I always wondered what a Cyclops was really. The one-eye thing is just odd to me, because even Jesus said something like that, and it's just spooky. So I wondered, is it like a closed-minded or narrow-minded person? Is that what they're talking about? A bigot?
Oh yeah.
I have a theory on that.
Hey, go ahead.
When the 200 Grigori set up shop, and they realized that they'd been tricked into coming here, that they could procreate, And by not procreating means that they couldn't leave their DNA in the future. And if they can't leave their DNA in the future, they don't have access to transcend the time stream to reincarnate. Because your DNA has got to be both in the future and the past in order to have a bridge to continuity. And so obviously humans were brought in like, come on, let's start figuring out these guys' genes. But I think there were a lot of experiments that were done. And the experiments maybe were mixing different kinds of DNA to see if they could make it happen. And in the process of that, I think that's why we got Cyclops and other creatures from, mystically weird creatures from the past. In fact, it's been said that they've been doing it again. And we know they've been doing it again. I mean, you eat potatoes. BT potatoes have got jellyfish in them. So things aren't what they used to be. But I think it's genetic modification.
Yeah. They say that the Cyclops are single-minded. They have a lot of creative focus. They have that pineal, or the primarily the pineal to see through. So they have creative sight. I also see them as highly indicative of the pole star, as the pole star generates a cycloptic iris, an all-seeing eye looking down upon us like a giant would. Giants are equated with the north, the mountainous regions, and even I forget his name, but he in Odysseus's story, he gets a stick in the eye, and he screams out in agony when it happens. And the word he uses for his agony is a word that means birthing pain. And that's another one of this is just something I picked up along the way, but that's another hint that this is a more feminine story. And they don't escape right away. Like the birthing pain happens and they blind the Cyclops they're locked in there with, but then they have to spend the whole night with him storming about. So even in that aspect, there's a bit of a labor. There's a birthing, they're still in the oven. They haven't gotten out yet. And it's the next morning when they have to hide under the bellies of the sheep. And the giant is checking the top half of each sheep to make sure that there's nobody escaping, but they're actually hiding out underneath. It's very beguiling. And then there's the guilds, only those who are in the guilds, secrets of what's really being said in these stories. The lining beneath, the underbelly of these stories is secreted to the class of the encyclopedists, those who are in the inner circle of knowing.
It's amazing how that word is maintained back then, right? From Greece all the way till now, pretty much untouched, because it was Cyclopes essentially, and now we use Cyclops, bicycles, cycles. It's just how prominent that word, just cycles alone. And then we have psychology coming out of there, and with the cycles, we know maybe there was a wisdom thing as well. They were passing down knowledge from the ancient, during that vapor canopy time, from the older races. Maybe they were passing down the knowledge of the cycles. And talking about ego, possibly the story of Odysseus and the Odyssey, maybe that was like the ego triumphing over the old ways as well, and trying to stamp their foot in the ground, say, no, this is the new way. We're getting with, move on past these old gods, resets. It's all the old sets coming back around again.
Yeah, buddy. Yes. That's another gem I'd love to pay this forward that I've discovered, is that Odysseus' story, he's with the king. So the story is told in broken order. You actually start in the middle and you go in all the different directions when you read it chronologically. But his story to the king about his own adventure, I have learned, is the first time that a character in a story is being self-referential. It's actually, this is a hash mark in history where a character in a story is telling their own story in the story. So this is kind of the birth of meta, comes from this. And there are people who, I forget his name. If anybody else can pick up on who I'm talking about, please put it in the chat. There's an author, man, is right on the tip of my tongue. It's like Janus. It's got the word Janus kind of hiding in his name. But he talks about how humanity might not have had an internal dialogue or internal monologue, the ability to talk to yourself and give yourself commands. Listen to the voice of your own internal compunction. And this guy has a theory that humanity's brain was such that they were like, they didn't have literacy, right? Imagine vast deserts of people that just don't have the reflectivity of getting information off of signs and symbols. And so the fact that we have a hard time imagining what that's like, this guy has made a really good case that for those illiterate people also were wired in such a way that a king could tell them what to do, and they just didn't have any resistance. They didn't have any ground to stand on to say, I don't think I want to do that. And so we have slowly developed an internal drive, an autonomy. But Odysseus's story seems to lend to that, because we actually can point to the first person who was talking about themselves in what would that be? First person, yeah, talking about himself in first person in his own story. The story is named after him. And then separate from what I just said, I think there's something about Troy, the city of Troy, stamping their name on things, claiming everything to be theirs. Everything that they touch becomes theirs. They grab Helen, and now Helen wants to be with them. She's internalized the ownership. It's the city of Troy. It's the battle of Troy. The horse wasn't made by Troy. It was made by the Greeks. And then when they took it, it became the Trojan horse. There's something about stamping your name on things, ownership and contract law, that is behind the scenes in the story of the Iliad and the Odyssey, that I think the inner circle of knowing is signaling to each other with this. But I think a great deal about that war had to do with ownership and presuming to own people, maybe birth certification, marriage contracts. Probably all had to do with a lot of bloodshed.
When you said in your, I agree. Troy is a whole other. It's something that really needs to be explored, and they keep it hidden for a reason. And that Trojan horse aspect, being made of wood, you have your inner monologue or your in-ear monologue, your family tree in your own head speaking through you. And there's your Trojan horse right there, right? So maybe there was a time, and these people, I know that fact always is that there are those people still going around without that in-ear monologue. That's okay. Maybe they can connect back with their tree and their branches and their roots, but that's why certain voices are needed so much to awaken. The zoo, the modern zoo. I love that the cycle. Lionhearted nailed it there with that comment. Lionhearted Ripple Maker, a cyclone starts a Wizard of Oz. Also, that word Oz, when you're talking about osmosis, the zoo is backwards. So that zodiac, what we built all of these symbology and these systems and so much off of, I know it's up in the sky, but it was also what we learned in front of us first. We had to create those relationships with those energies here before we could put them in the sky. So I think those initial, maybe the people who were the stewards of the ox or the animals, or the ones that first, when they were doing that, maybe they used the music also, their voice, some way to initially create a relationship with the animals or some way, and then from there those traditions carried on. through just, every different culture that we now are rediscovering and reigniting right now. But that zoo is so important to remember that it was, I feel it all the time with the mycelium in the forest, that I'm like, I have more to learn here from this log than I could from so many books, from libraries. In this one single log, so many lessons can be learned from it, and it has to be because of that inner monologue. You beautiful game. I love when you tee something up and then it's it's a lot of fun to play catch with you.
Nice, buddy. Nice, man. Yeah. While those soldiers are inside of the horse, waiting for night to fall and for everybody to go to sleep. Oh no, it's not even in the city yet. It's still outside. They're debating whether to take it in the city. One of the ladies, I think it's Helen. Yeah, I think it is Helen. She actually, they have her walk around the horse and test if there's anybody in the horse, and they use a very incredibly insightful technique to try to provoke potential soldiers into a fit of rage or frustration. And that is that she walks around the horse and she sings mocking songs about their wives back home to provoke them. Wives, the wives of their heroes, to defile people that they hold in honor in their internal center. She's trying to provoke them into a rage. Some people say that she actually imitates the voices of their wives to try to, like, sweetheart, is that you in there? To try to trick them into giving away their plan. And so everything you said about the inner monologue is totally in play here. And okay, I want to create a potential in everybody's mind that the metaphors of these epics are preserved in the English language. That's what really freaks me out, is these epics were written in Greek, but somehow the metaphors and the puns translate still. So what you said about the inner monologue is totally, I think it comes from the story. I think it really comes from the story. And so keeping your bestial nature at bay, keeping the lower self locked and in check, is exactly what those men in the Ark were doing when they were in the Trojan horse. And that is also a metaphor for the zodiac, keeping your animal nature subdued so you don't go Wolverine at the wrong time.
What it's interesting, we lost a beetle somewhere on the zodiac, but they brought it back around in our modern day monologue. Isn't there that one cover where they're the four of them carrying those single log together? So it's the four men carrying the single log, and how media and music and modern day entertainment, Hollywood, how that's replaced so many people's monologues. It's really become I'm sure I've had it moments, when I was younger, when you get enthralled with celebrity or with music and something, and you can realize how one can fall for these type of this kind of infamy, this famous figures, and really how they've tapped into these stories from the Odyssey, these ancient stories, and they've just turned them up to 11. And if folks these days get, when they get lost in it, there's a reason why they named it the beetles, right? The most common insect on the planet, the widest one everywhere. It's the idea they want the farthest said. So there's nothing wrong with listening to a Beatles song, picking up a guitar, singing it to a lady or to a tree or to yourself or whoever, but just always remember to come back and go back within and to continue your own inner monologue.
I love that. Makes me think of Wood of Zeus. Odysseus, the Wood of Zeus. Makes me wonder. Oh yeah, I'm gonna go back and go through it again. It's such a good story. And there are so many artifacts kind of left in the background. Like when Ajax like throws his spear and he misses the target, but that spear that he threw had a list of bodies on it. And so I always wonder if like somewhere in the black market art industry, if somebody out there has like, this is the spear that was thrown in the Trojan War. You know, strange artifacts that I just imagine that these stories have been picked up on and monopolized by people long ago before I came and picked up on it. Did we lose Franklin? He always goes out on us. He's the first one to get zapped.
I think his power grid might have went down.
He's on his own
I think
odyssey.
so too.
I think he left on his own odyssey right now. He's off at sea. Well, if his power definitely must have went down. Then we'll let's see, is he in the chat? No.
I'll be right back though.
His internet goes down sometimes and he gets locked out. That happened before a week or two ago.
Well, we just passed 7 hours. Should we be wrapping up here?
Yeah, I think it's a good time.
I just want to say thank you, all of you. Franklin, you're here with us. We feel you. We know. Galel, Soraya, pleasure being here again with you as well. Indy and Slick again. And then for the first time here, Quint, it was awesome. I enjoyed it. And I always love your wisdom. I've heard you many times in a lot of these streams. And every time I enjoy this kind of conversation. I know you mentioned it earlier, how when you're speaking with Slick, you comprehend him much higher, and that's how I always feel. I love in person and eye to eye, and the round tables that you can have in the real world. But it's great when you can also achieve this kind of energy as well for where we all are throughout the world and everything, and be able to share our stories, our experiences, and have a bit of fun and inspiration to carry with us through our life. So, we got Franklin back. All right.
Hey, welcome back.
I was just in the kitchen making that hot chocolate I've been fantasizing about because the electricity turned on.
Thankfully.
I can't blame you. It must be late there. What time is it where you are? It's 6 o'clock here.
It's not 1 a.m. yet. Oh, sorry. It is 1 a.m.
Yeah, 1 a.m. in the morning with you. I'm an hour earlier as you.
But it's okay because I'm going to wake up in about 4 hours to go watch the sunrise with my boy. And I've been awake since like just after 5 yesterday morning.
Okay.
So it's all good. Sleep, it's like I was saying to someone a while ago, I will sleep when I'm dead.
That's got kind of harsh.
No, but I can't say no to the mountain. Yeah.
Isn't it funny how we slip into our dreams, and sleep in reverse is peels? So we slip on the peels into the sleep.
And we peel away the layers of our awareness. Peels off. The mask peels off. Well, I got my hot
Thank you
chocolate.
guys for the kind words. I was listening earlier, and it is a joy to weave with this circle of people. We have such a lovely tribe here. This is great. I truly look forward to Saturdays. So glad you made it this time, Louis. Big respect, buddy. Much love. All the warmth going your way to Canada.
I heard you mentioning my name when I was in the kitchen, Louis, saying about how you love the ground table, and I feel the same way. It's a joy and a pleasure and an inspiration, and it's incredible how fast the time goes. Like we've
Absolutely.
clocked here 7 hours. This is a 7-hour discussion, and it doesn't feel longer than like 2 or 3. You know.
Mm.
And the breadth
So
of what has been covered is immense, but it's small as well, in a way. If you kind of get it, right?
yeah. Well, thank you for joining us. I was going to say to everybody, have you guys done your closing? Who's under my chair? Ah, little Henry's under my chair. I must be careful not to squash him with my foot. I was going to say, if there's any last closing things that you guys want to say, the last sort of chapter of the discussion, I think we've covered just about everything
Mhm.
to a degree. The etheric plane, the Akasha, it all seems to be quite interwoven if we think about it. Welcome back, brother. I didn't see you for a while. Om Shanti. And the one thing like that we probably haven't looked at as well, maybe so closely, not that we want to open a whole nother chapter, I suppose, is how the filtering system works. So we speak about the watcher upon the threshold as relating to the throat center. And so I don't know if you've noticed this. Obviously, if there's something around, let's say there's a presence, you'll feel it on your neck. Yeah?
Yeah.
Literally, the hairs on your neck will raise. You will literally feel a tingling sensation on your neck. There's a filter, yeah, that like can filter and close and open, like a safety device, if you will, yeah. So that you can't take in more psychic energy than what you should. And some people don't have a good filter, and they end up having psychiatric problems, if that makes
True.
sense. So that's the Visuddhi, the filtering system, and how accessing the other side, accessing the Akash, is actually dangerous to some degree, because you're
It depends
opening
on
the
how
filter.
you do it. It depends on how you do it also, if it's dangerous
No,
or not.
absolutely.
Because if you do
Like
it the
that,
wrong way, then it is indeed unsafe. But
well,
if you do it the
that's
right way at the right timing for you, then there's no problem. Because when I did my past life regression myself without any help from anybody else, I just asked during meditation to see certain lifetimes. I just got the answers that I was looking for at the moment that I needed them.
absolutely that's exactly a good way of looking at it and doing it. I was talking specifically about entheogens.
What?
These, entheogens, psychedelic mushrooms, psychedelic herbs, LSD, yeah,
Okay, I've never
DMT,
used any one of them.
ayahuasca, the whole cycle of them, because that can open the filter. But like you say, prematurely, and this is quite popular. in these days, yeah, and they have been popular for the last like 20 years, especially ayahuasca. It's become like a cult, the cult of ayahuasca. And I mean, not that there's anything wrong with it, but it's become a cult.
Oh yeah, but
I've seen cults.
everything that can be taken to a cult. If you look at it like that, if you obsess
Like-
too much about it, then you've got a problem.
Yeah, like you see the people wearing white sheets and stuff. And you're like, what's going on here? There's a dress code.
Yeah.
But
I'd rather wear my regular clothing.
yeah, but this is I think a very real thing that probably should be mentioned. You know, there's been so much positive press for all the psychedelia and the entheogens, and sometimes it might not be realized, and I might be in fear of sounding like a hypocrite, because let's face it, I've had no shortage of entheogens in my life. Maybe none in the last, not really much in the last 20 years at all, really. Maybe even the last quarter century, not really that much. But like I like Obelix, you know. I dived into the solution and I just bathed in the stuff. But it did create a lot of issues, you know, certain issues to have to face, and the issues weren't obvious. That obsession that Slick was talking about earlier, I've been in that obsessive state a little bit. That hunger for
Okay.
occult knowledge, yeah, extreme hunger for reaching out into more. It's like a we had this conversation before, Slick. The difference between greed and gluttony. Yeah. And that was gluttony for spiritual experience and knowledge. I just couldn't get enough of it, in a sense, because I wanted to like finish the chapter, if that makes sense. I wanted to get the chapter squared away, and I hadn't appreciated that it's a lifelong journey. I was like, no, I want to get it done by Tuesday. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, that was the mistake. That was the mistake that you ran into. I mean, everything comes at the right timing. That's what you had to learn back then.
No, I do feel that there is a sense of timing and a sense of resonance, though I think that that's for those that are protected. I'll give you an example, right? In 1995, 96, I used to test psychedelics for people who used to bring it into the country in Cape Town. Psytrance. It was back in the days when Psytrance was still Psytrance. It was Goatrance. It was an organic. It was a group of us setting up a sound system in the woods for full moon and going wild. And it was like interesting group of people all studying the occult. And it was small, you know. It wasn't a big commercial or whatever rubbish it is these days, money-making scam. But and I remember there were some people that, like, I used to give away a lot of free stuff because I never sold anything, but I was connected to the family that brought the stuff into the country, and I used to test their psychedelia for them and give them my prognosis for, like, buy
Yeah,
this,
your
don't buy this.
review.
Yeah. And because I used to eat a lot of it, so I would like take like big doses and then still be, you know, able to rationalize what I'm experiencing in a high state. And because I used to dance a lot, so I used to enjoy dancing. So when you dance, you clear your head, right? So you're totally stone cold sober, only you're seeing the astral. And I remember this group of friends, people that I'd met, and I'd given them some of these cams, which was a very, very strong It was written up as 500 microns, but it was more than 500 microns. It was God consciousness is all I can say. Like these old hippies were like found naked in the mountains after like 3 days after taking it, talking about Jesus and stuff. So many like people I knew, like these are old hippies. Like these people were like in their 45, 50. They've been doing it for like many years, and like they dropped like one of these, and they went off into the mountains. Didn't see them for days. They came back, and they were like, you know, born again, whatever. This was happening. This was happening. But before this happened, gave some to one guy, and I'll never forget how this guy he derailed. And I used to often bring people back, but I couldn't bring this one guy back. And I'll just never forget the impacts it made on him. You know, he had quite a shocking revelation of who he was, and he wasn't ready for it.
Oh dear.
And at the time, it didn't occur to me how strong this stuff was, because I used to like take like big doses and stuff. I didn't realize that just, you know, a half of one of these things would be like too much for most people. And I'll never forget one party that the family released some of this stuff out at. The police came and they were like running around trying to collect naked people. It was hilarious to watch. I mean, we're like, what the hell's going on here? All these naked people running around. And the cops were trying to find them and get hold of them. And they were driving on top of the roofs of the cop cars, running around. And like, it was just people preaching on the street corners. It was madness, man. And literally people preaching. Like people take the stuff and start preaching. Bizarre. And but
bizarre.
I've witnessed it impact people in a really negative way as well. And so like there is no equivalent for hard work. That's what I think it is. There is no substitution for the work. Like people say to me, yo, you're a shaman, you must have enjoyed just, yeah, what did I enjoy? Like 12 hours of meditation a day. It wasn't just sitting around taking psychedelics in the jungles. I was working my butt off. And that hard work is what pays off. And people take psychedelia and they get a little sneak preview, right? And then they don't do the hard work. And then the sneak preview can become an obsession, if that makes sense. And not everybody's necessarily going to be working hard. Suppose if you're taking psychedelics and you're practicing like meditation in a very severe way, then you'll probably be okay because you're used to forcing yourself to look at yourself, right? So it's just look at yourself more.
Yeah.
But if you're not practicing like severe, like look at myself, then it's suddenly, oh my God, what am I seeing? You know, kind of concept. It's a shock.
Yeah.
So it's just a little bit of a warning to those of you out there, psychedelia, entheogens. They aren't all good for you.
No.
And they're not necessarily good for you at any one point in time. It's something that if one is going to go down that road, one should have done the preliminary training. And I'll give you a classic example. It might be cool to go and run a half marathon, right? But not if you haven't trained. Like you're really going to get hurt. If you're a runner and you run every day, yeah, and you've got a regime of running every day and you're fit and you can run 10 miles, 5 miles, then to run a half marathon, you'd be okay, right? But if you don't run and you just decide you're going to run a half marathon, you're going to hurt yourself. You know, I think that's the equivalent. I don't know.
I've never done psychedelia at all myself.
Very wise words, Franklin. I think that was very well said. From a place of experience, yeah, they're not things to be. They're not things. First of all, they're gifts, but they're to be taken with reverence and I think also with I know with that word intention seems to be used a lot, but with even the word psychedelic. We were having a beautiful weave the other day in George Mesa's Third Eye Edify group, talking about the word Philadelphia, that word psychedelic, having that same adelia in there. Psych, we're talking about the cyclone, you can be spinning. So you have that spinning aspect of when you take this psychedelic with God, the adelia, with where God can convene and is where God is born from. So you're spinning in that moment. And if you're like Franklin and you can dance all night and you could go with the dance with your dance partner, then when you come out of that experience, you have a purpose, you've learned a lesson from it. Some we know though, it's like the piñata. You spin the person around and then you push them and half the people fall flat on their face. And it's that whirling which confused them, that dancing with God. They came out of it without an intention. And that word visualization, which I always have a hard time saying, but in it, it's kind of saying to use your eyes to set an intention, essentially, to use your eyes to nourish yourself, but to set an intention. So how important it is before doing certain things to go within that inner monologue in your mind, visualize, and then sometimes if you want to do these experiences, if it speaks to you, then it might be the time. But it's very important to do that, or you might find yourself whirling around after that experience and without a place to go.
Even me, with the experience that I had and the training that I had, I'll share something with you guys. And I'd done a lot of training, and I'd been experiencing PK entities since I was 12 years old. Well, actually, guides since I was younger. So I was used to everything. There was nothing that was going to surprise me. Nothing that was going to scare me. Nothing was going to shock me. Until I took a lot of psychedelia with a close friend of mine. And the telepathy got so close that I traveled through his mind, through the wormhole in his mind. I traveled right through his mind, through the whole journey of his mind. And then I saw myself through his eyes. Oh my God. And it was very confusing. Because then I'd seen myself through his eyes on the astral plane. And it was like a whole chapter that I had to then piece by piece peel it away over like a course of months to get back to the beginning. So like also who you with, if you're ever going to walk that road matters. Which is why I say these cults of ayahuasca. I've seen a lot of people doing ayahuasca sessions, and I'm like, it's not just that you shouldn't be doing, you shouldn't be taking other people on journeys. You shouldn't even be taking it. Some of the people, because they're taking it and they're going on like an ego trip or whatever, and they're missing the point of whatever it is. And so, like, I would esteem that, like, if ever one is going to walk on that path, one should be very careful of who one is with, extremely careful, because there's going to be a resonance and a telepathy. Even if it's someone you love and you care about and you trust, it's not a question of that. It's a question of the telepathy that's going to happen. And on some level, it's almost better to be alone in the wild, in the wilderness, I think, personally. But I suppose there's no like one size fits all. Though it's not necessary and it's not needed. That's the other thing. What I noticed is what I gained from that, I lost. But what I gained from hard work, I never lost. So there's that trade-off. That that doesn't trade. What is it? What was it that we were saying about the barrier, which is I forget the words. I must be getting really, really tired. Anyway,
I think
I'd love for you
that's
guys to leave
Ring a bell?
your words, your last ideas, and share your concepts on the chapter.
It has been an absolutely marvelous conversation, Franklin. I thank you sincerely for the space. Everybody here has brought some incredible lightning. I'm thankful to be able to receive and participate. Slick, you are incredible. Indy, you are incredible. Louis, I'm so happy to have your energy here with us because you made something extremely complicated and endlessly talkable. You truly condensed it with your musical presentation. I truly thank you for that. Soraya, you are always a wonderful pleasure to have, to be in the presence of, and I thank you all sincerely for your time, for your efforts, your energy, everybody in the chat, and I cannot wait to see you the next time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Blessings, brother. Blessings.
Blessings to you.
I'll just close up here as well, and with a question to Franklin, possibly to be posed in a future roundtable. But that vision you had of yourself there through another's eyes, what if you could not turn that off? Because similarly, I had an experience along the same lines of yours, and it sort of felt like when they're talking about what Mr. Elon Musk and AI and the Neuralink is going to be, it felt very resonant to that. And it was something that if it could not be turned off, I think that's a whole other discussion to be talking about, because is it good, bad, what is it? But it was extremely stark to me when I had that moment. And if I didn't have a firmament in my own firmament in my mind, a strong mind, then maybe the membrane might have been too permeable for something to get through. But that membrane, that word memory is in there. So that's so important to have these discussions and to share them with everybody you can, to keep remembering and firming up our own ment inside. So much love, everybody. Thank you again. I think I'm saying goodbye for the third time, but thank you again. And I'll have some more tunes in the future prepared.
Thank you.
Thank you, Louis.
Shanti, thank you, brother. Thank you all for bringing your beautiful presence, your beautiful ideas, and that's such a good question. What if it couldn't be turned off? Wow. There's one word comes to mind: shit show. Shit show. But in your situation, I think it's relevant. I don't think it's I think it is what it is, man. Yeah. Because that's just a recognition of like the shit show, but the shit show is not within you. You're becoming aware of the shit show outside. And that whole Neuralink is a shit show. That's what I believe. It's the beginning of corporations being able to make a vast amount of money and forcing people to get Neuralinks in order to be able to control the technology. It's the beginning of turning people into cyber. And there will come a point where you won't be able to get a job without Neuralink. I think. I think it's in the future. You won't be able to support your family. Or you'll have to become a doll person or something, live in, I don't know. I don't want to think about it because I don't want to think about it. But I do know what's coming. And I do think that, you know, it is what it is. I've been tackling that since I was a child. I had that when I was 3 years old, 4 years old. And So I've been plagued by these visions ever since I was a little boy of this stuff before the stuff existed. I mean, that was in the 70s. So, and then I saw technology catch up, and I saw that the visions I had as a child were real because I can see it happening step by step. So it is what it is. We're going to have a rough ride ahead of us before things get smooth.
Yeah.
Thank you for sharing. Thank you.
I want to say goodbye to everybody. Thanks for a great show. I just want to mention I do past life regression. I didn't get to mention that earlier, but I have mentioned it on previous shows. But I will guide people through the Akashic Records in the beginning of the past life regression down a crystal staircase, as I was taught by my mentor, Bobby Baranowski in Nashville. He was really powerful, gifted medium, and he still does his meditations too. So we're doing it all over the place out here in Nashville area. But thank you so much, everybody, for a great show. It was really lovely. From everything from Gabe, from Khalil, from Louie, from Quinn, from Soraya, from Franklin, of course. And we explored some new territory, touched on some old things. We got more to explore for shows to come. It's great. And thank you for our audience. Everybody have a great night.
Thank you,
Thank
brother. And
you.
what mala are you wearing? What is that, a mala?
What's the mala?
Over your neck. Is it a rosary?
Oh no, this is my jungle beats that I have from my jungle scene music. Drum and bass culture, junglist.
Jungle.
So, mahogany and ipa wood.
Okay, cool.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
Yeah. Thank you. And thank
Nice.
all of you. And Khalil.
My closing statement, Anya.
Yes.
I just want to come back to Orania, the muse with the sphere in her hands. She is very tricky. She's very controversial. They have entire industries of sports ball fighting over the idea that she's handing you. And that is the idea of there's not enough. That you can hold the answer to everything in the world in one hand. That's the trick she's pulling on you. And I just want to remind everybody, there's way more ways to see the world than just that one sphere she's holding. There's more outlooks. There's more perspectives. There is no such thing as those who are in the inner circle of knowing, because the circle of knowing is eternal. It is a sphere. It's not a two-dimensional little powwow of a couple of homies in a smoky room. It's all of us looking in all directions at once. So yeah, I just wanted to mention that Orania is very tricky, and that that lack mentality of the forbidden fruit being held in one hand is its own enigma. And yeah, don't believe that there's not enough in this world. There always will be.
Yeah. Very true.
Thank you, brother. And I will look into this Orania goddess. Makes me think of Uranus, but like a feminine version of Uranus, governing astrology.
She's very funny. She's got a great sense of humor.
And thank you for being here. And thank you all for sharing your heart, your wisdom, your time, your knowledge. And thank you all for coming to watch. Wow, there's 9 people watching. Still. So thank you all for coming to enjoy the show. I hope you found what you came for. I hope you got it all, what you came for. I hope you enjoyed it. Sending you all so much love. What an amazing group of people we've got assembled here. And Bird Dog, you're going to get it, boy. Where was he was supposed to come and talk about the firmaments? Come on. Sending you all so much love to the people back home. And Kalile, you did say your piece. Who hasn't said their piece yet? I know. Who hasn't said their piece yet? Soraya?
I had nothing yet. Yeah, I had nothing left to say, by the way.
Well, so much love to you, my dear. Big blessings. Om Shanti. Let's all have an absolutely gorgeous what's left of your weekend. And till next week.
Till next
Sending
week.
you all so much love. Big blessings at home. Blessings to you guys. Om Tat Purushaya Vitmahe Mahadevaya Dhimahi Tannok Rudra Prachodayat. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Have an absolutely gorgeous day to all of you. Take it easy. Don't forget to smile. Smiling creates pressure on the side of the bones, and the bones are loose. They move around. And the smiling pressure causes a contraction between these bones that put pressure on the pineal and pituitary glands, massaging them in such a way as to produce a balanced flow of melatonin, serotonin, and dopamine. Definitely something to be looking forward to. So the more you smile, the more you want to smile. And the more you smile, the happier you get. Because you get happier, you smile more. It's a vicious circle. Don't forget to smile. Om Shanti.
Bye.
Om Shanti.
Om Shanti.